Chapter 50-43. That was his Tao avatar.
Li Qie smiled. Really? The youth stared at Nightwalker in disbelief. Nightwalker was the king of assassins, rumored to be a human from an assassin organization. In reality, he was one of the 6 commanding gods of demon. I knew it, Goldcrest said. He had suspected this back at Golden Cicada Palace when the assassin was saved by the dark fog. He didn't say anything back then due to a lack of evidence. He would become the enemy of an entire branch for besmirching their leader. All of Phoenix might be destroyed as a result. I apologize for the lack of reception. Nightwalker bowed slightly at the group. I wish to take a look. Li Qie said. Please follow me, young noble. But I have to tell you first that you might be disappointed. There is nothing left of our branch outside of some treasures that you probably don't care for. Theft is never good, try looking at. Keep your assassination tools, I want to see your founder god's place. Li Qie said. Very well. Nightwalker led the way. They traveled through a path hidden by fog. As they looked down, it felt as if they were walking in space. Your founder god isn't here. Li Qie sensed the area and said. Nothing can hide from your eyes, young noble. Nightwalker sighed and said. Everyone believes that only Demon Conqueror can leave the 10 great mountains, but our founder god can leave as well. It makes Mist rather special since subsequent commanding gods inherit 2 different legacies, one in the open and one in secrecy. Normally, the next god is always chosen ahead of time. Who is your founder god? Why so mysterious? Ming Shi was curious. It seemed that the creator of Mist was not inferior to the majestic Demon Conqueror at all. We don't know either. Nightwalker shook his head. Their founder god didn't leave anything behind, so the subsequent commanding gods didn't even know of their progenitor's title or name. Really? Yunyun was surprised. It's the same for your primal lineage. Li Qie chuckled. She had no response because this was indeed the case. Eventually, they made it to their destination and saw numerous trees reaching the clouds. A wooden house could be seen on each of the trees. All the doors were shut tight. Ever since the group got here, they felt that they were being observed by something. Occasionally, they sensed someone running in the back and turned around, only to see nothing. Goldcrest was at the Dragon Lord level, so he knew that this was real. They were just too slow to spot anything. Your lineage is still going strong, Li Qie said while looking at the trees. It will keep on going as long as Mist is around. Nightwalker said. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. Times are always changing. During special moments, a new lineage is created for a particular reason, perhaps a noble goal. Today, your lineage is only meant to train assassins for money. There is no goal or mission to speak of. It has lost its once majestic inspiration. There is no need to keep it going. It is fine to just be a regular sect of demon. Well, Nightwalker was surprised to hear this. Isn't it still better to keep it going? Hard to say. Living in the shadow is already a form of torture. Not to mention that it is only for money. How meaningless. All the other sects and lineages are brilliant in some way on top of getting to enjoy the sun. The same can't be said for yours. Your members are nothing but murderous tools trapped in the darkness, lacking a mission capable of illuminating your lives. Li Qie responded. I understand your point, young noble. Nightwalker thought about it for a bit before bowing. Chapter 50-44. The group was finally brought to one particular wooden house. It looked simple yet mysterious, seemingly one with the tree itself, so it was rather hard to spot. This is the house left by our founder god. We have been paying our respect from the outside for generations now. Nightwalker didn't enter and told Li Qie. Li Qie stared at it and let out a sigh. Wait for me out here, he said before opening the door, entering, and closing it. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. The group exchanged glances after seeing this.
Ming Shi innocently commented. Why is the young noble interested in this little house?
She had followed him for a while and rarely saw him interested in anything.
There's a reason, I'm sure.
Yunyun said because at the very start, Li Qie became interested after seeing Shadow Rider in action. In fact, this took more of his time than the matter of the missing cultivators.
Why are you just standing there?
Ming Shi then turned her attention to Goldcrest. He smiled wryly and said, I'm just thinking about how strange the 6 deity branches are. What do you mean? She asked. I'm not sure, they're just different from the other lineages. He shook his head.
Demon might be one of the 12 lineages, but it seems so different than the rest, especially in terms of scale.
If you want to know the answer, you must enter the divine nest.
I'm sure all of your questions shall be answered there.
Nightwalker told him.
You've been there before?
Ming-Shi acted familiar and asked.
Only the luckiest beings and founder gods. As for commanding gods across the eras, Vine God is the most likely one to have entered.
Nightwalker shook his head in response.
Vine God.
Goldcrest murmured the title of the oldest commanding god.
The oldest branch was Serpent, but the oldest commanding god was Vine, who has been in charge after Demon Conqueror created Wood. Are there any known methods for attempting to enter?
Yun asked. First is just luck, as I've said. The probability is pitifully low and few had done so in history.
Second is to possess a complete god source, but it is not a guarantee. The probability is still low.
Nightwalker replied.
So mysterious and elusive, I wonder what's in there.
Ming-Shi said.
Nightwalker only smiled. As far as I know, it is the origin of our Tao. Goldcrest said while staring at Nightwalker. I don't know. Nightwalker shook his head. There is one person who does though. Who is it?
Ming-Shi asked.
Demon Conqueror who came from the divine nest.
Nightwalker said.
Goldcrest shuddered after hearing this. There were rumors of the Conqueror entering there, but that's an entirely different issue than actually being from there. You and that assassin know your Tao avatar are so different.
Ming-Shi said.
Nightwalker was amicable while Shadow Rider brimmed with murderous intent on top of being stoic all the time. Because I am not an assassin, I am a commanding god.
Nightwalker replied.
What is it like being an assassin?
She was curious, but he didn't respond.
The wooden house was empty. No bed or table, and not even a piece of hair could be found. Lichia looked around and murmured, For what, silly girl? Why in such a hurry? He knew the progenitor of this lineage, but the motive eluded him.
He slowly sat down in the meditative pose and closed his eyes. His body became increasingly ethereal as it fused with the wooden house.
This transformed the house into a dark world only seen by him.
Ultimately, this lineage and legacy were actually started by him. Though it had changed drastically over the years, the fundamentals remained.
After a long exploration, he opened his eyes and started drawing on the floor with his finger. His movement was as agile as a soaring dragon while following a mystical pattern.
Once he was finished, the inscrutable traces disappeared completely.
Buzz!
Bright Tao runes appeared on the food next.
Pop! A sound similar to splashing water could be heard as something gradually emerged from the spell.
Lichia grabbed it and the room became normal again.
He was surprised to see it. A wooden block. This was actually a storage box, but it was stuck together. There was no way to open it. What happened to you? He gently rubbed it and contemplated.
She clearly left it here for him to find.
Something shocking must have happened, requiring this step from her. I'll resolve it, he said and put the box away. The group has been waiting a long time before Lichia came out of the house.
Did you find anything? Ming-Shi asked.
I found what I needed to find. He smiled before ordering Nightwalker. The lineage is naturally important, but it has lost its meaning. There is no need to continue and live in the darkness. Young noble, we will think about it.
Nightwalker bowed.
Lichia didn't mind either way and said, We're leaving. After Nightwalker took them out of mist, he glanced at Goldcrest and said, If you can leave the 10 mountains, do it. What?
Goldcrest didn't understand.
Chapter 50-45, Demon is dangerous right now.
Nightwalker elaborated.
Goldcrest thought about it briefly and didn't know why. Peacock Monarch is about to pass.
Nightwalker continued.
I don't understand.
Goldcrest said respectfully.
Everyone in the world knew about this. After all, commanding gods didn't live forever. This wasn't an unprecedented event at all in Demon. It was no different from other lineages losing their ancient ancestors. Something else must be happening.
Lichia smiled.
Yes, Vine God is facing his disaster soon too.
Nightwalker nodded. Vine God? Isn't his lifespan unlimited?
Goldcrest took a deep breath. Alas, it shouldn't be surprising since he had lived for so long already. This is different. Nightwalker shook his head. Vine God maintains his original form and experiences one tribulation after another. As long as he surpasses them, he can keep on surviving with a new cycle.
What do you mean by a new cycle? Like reincarnation?
Ming-Shi had heard legends about this before. No. He has been keeping one form all this time.
Nightwalker said, this is akin to a tree with fruits.
They will mature and fall every season, but this won't repeat forever.
But why is this an issue?
Goldcrest asked. Dream Monarch will hibernate for sure. Nightwalker said with a serious expression. Goldcrest took a deep breath and said, according to the legend, if the monarch sleeps, so will the rest of Demon. It depends on the length.
Nightwalker said. What are you guys talking about? Who is Dream Monarch?
Ming-Shi asked. The commanding god of Serpent.
Goldcrest said.
Well, I don't understand the connection between Vine God's looming disaster and Dream Monarch's hibernation.
She said.
It's because Dream Monarch was born on Vine God's branch and has a nest there. Its true form is a sleepy worm. That's the connection between the two.
Goldcrest explained.
Because of this, so many in Demon will sleep as well.
Nightwalker said.
What is going to happen next?
Ming-Shi asked.
Dream Monarch rarely appears, always in a drowsy state. That's why Wild Dragon is usually in charge. Goldcrest said, if it actually sleeps for a long time, no one will be able to stay awake.
Yes, that is part of it.
Vine God will also open his flowers to release vine pollen in an attempt to stop the disaster.
Nightwalker added.
Pollen. Yun was confused as well. It causes paralysis on top of decreasing cultivation. If this disaster lasts for a long time, the pollen will stop everyone in Demon from improving since it would seep deep inside the body.
Nightwalker said.
So it's similar to a chronic poison.
Ming-Shi took a deep breath.
That's right. Nightwalker nodded. Ming-Shi realized something and smiled at Goldcrest. Rooster, sounds like you have to run back to abroad then.
What about Phoenix City?
I'm still the city lord and can't just abandon it. Goldcrest smiled wryly. Ming-Shi didn't see it from this angle because she was just a regular disciple, not having the same pressure and responsibility as her friends. I still worry about Bug the most. Your unsealing that tablet is rather ominous, young noble.
Nightwalker said.
It's fine. It'll only make things more exciting.
Li Qie smirked.
I did feel something off about that tablet.
Ming-Shi said.
It should have something to do with that branch's deity spot.
Nightwalker said.
You're referring to their founder god?
Goldcrest asked.
Yes, the legends aren't good ones. I've had a bad premonition ever since the unsealing event.
Nightwalker nodded.
This was not an empty statement because commanding gods were sensitive to the changes in Demon. Tell me more about this founder god.
Yun said.
Rumor has it that he is a golden mosquito, extremely ferocious and leaving only skeletons in his path. This is before he became a founder god, of course.
Goldcrest said.
The girls shuddered after hearing this. Why would people worship this evil god then? There are other branches.
Ming-Shi said.
Remember Bloodfly god? Bug is the right branch for them.
Goldcrest said.
Bug consists primarily of poisonous creatures.
Yun said.
That is correct, Miss Jen.
Goldcrest nodded.
Search tinural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. The return of Golden Mosquito would be a disaster to Demon. Nightwalker speculated while staring at Goldcrest. I still can't leave. Goldcrest said because he wouldn't be able to face his ancestors after abandoning Phoenix and its inhabitants. Chapter 5046. Nightwalker stopped convincing Goldcrest since it was up to the youth to decide. As he was about to say farewell to Li Qie, he suddenly gazed at the horizon. Peacock Monarch is about to die right now. Young noble, I'm afraid I can't see you off. Having said that, he started flying away. Peacock Monarch is about to die? Ming-Shi murmured. It's about time, the god source had been shattered for so long. Goldcrest sighed. Buzz. Light began illuminating the 10 great mountains. Next came a tsunami of power. All living beings sensed it clearly and took comfort in it. There was no sense of suppression. They relaxed as if they were in a hot spring. It contained 5 colors and spread like a peacock spreading its tail. The light was also as gentle as feathers. "This feels amazing," Ming Shi said with admiration. "When a commanding god passes away, their power, vitality, and Tao will return to the land." Goldcrest explained. "Look at how many of them are showing respect." Yun gazed into the distance and saw the animals and beasts laying on the ground while facing the direction of the light. "They know a great monarch's life is about to end." Goldcrest said. "Can we go take a look, please?" Ming Shi asked Li Qie. He has been looking in that direction and answered, "Very well, trouble is coming too." With that, he started walking and the 3 gave chase right away, not having enough time to worry. This was a monumental event in Demon. The death of a commanding god meant the emergence of another. Demons also lamented this end. The powerful ones came to visit Peacock Monarch during his last moment, wanting to see him one last time. He has done a commendable job during his reign, minimizing conflicts and living in relative harmony with the other branches. Thus, he had the heart of the people. He chose to spend his last moment at the deity symbol itself, a tree taller than any other. It exuded a 5-colored light just like him. As he sat there, he seemed to be full of life and energy. How could he be on the verge of death? He had no fear in his eyes either and calmly faced the inevitable. Next to him was Chilgai's hawk, one of the strongest monarchs in Demon. The 2 of them were completely different in terms of aura, one gentle and the other ferocious. A little girl was kneeling next to the monarch. She tried her best not to weep while wiping the tears away. A large gathering of demons surrounded the tree and paid their respect. Humans and outsiders have also arrived, wanting to see the death of a commanding god. Li Qie's group came as well. They stood on top of a peak nearby to watch the moment. "Isn't that Lil Freckle?" Ming Shi was surprised to see the little girl next to Peacock Monarch. Goldcrest and Yun felt the same way. Could she be his disciple or daughter? Yun speculated. Search Poreed.com for the original. Rooster. And here I thought you know everything in Demon. How disappointing. Ming Shi said. "I never said that." Goldcrest chuckled, recalling the days of the academy. He didn't sense any hint of Demon from her previously. Plus, how was she able to leave Demon? The time is near. Peacock Monarch smiled and his aura became even more radiant. Rumble. The divine tablet appeared behind him. This was his own, created from a seal imprinted on the marking spot of feather in the real tablet. 5 more tablets appeared around the tree, each with a throne right in front of them. Only 3 thrones were occupied. Chapter 5047. 2 had human forms while the 3rd was a rabbit. Bloodfly God, Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit. The demons bowed before the commanding gods. Each had their own unique seal that would only go away at death. Most demons also had their own tablet. However, they chose to keep it secretive for many reasons. Only the commanding gods had no qualms in displaying theirs. This was a symbol of authority and power. The crowd took advantage of this moment and analyzed each one. Bloodfly God was still intimidating as ever, his red eyes instilling pain and fear. Nightwalker, on the other hand, appeared more reasonable. Nonetheless, he had a serious expression right now given the circumstances. No one would ever connect him with Shadow Rider due to his gentle demeanor. The 3rd maintained its original form, a gray rabbit that looked smooth and shiny as if it was made from jade, smooth and chilly to the touch. Despite this tiny form, it looked rather inspiring with the image of a moon behind it. The area around the moon rotated the entire time. Its eyes were also different, seemingly made from the darkest jade in the world instead of the regular red. A lunar rabbit was a rare species, precious and powerful. This one assumed the role of a commanding god, meaning that it was rather frightening. 2 other thrones were present but they were empty. Vine God and Dream Monarch aren't here. Others whispered among themselves. Other commanding gods should be here to bid farewell to Peacock Monarch. Their inappropriate absence was duly noted. The situation looks bad. They should have been here. Goldcrest spoke with the group. You're saying that Vine God is really in trouble? Ming Shi recalled Nightwalker's warning. I hope not. Goldcrest shook his head. Potentially losing 3 commanding gods would deal a great blow to Demon's prestige. Boom! Suddenly, someone appeared above the great tree. People felt as if they had just been stomped on the chest. 2 more figures accompanied him and released their threatening auras. Sky Stomper God. Everyone recognized the leader and his 2 junior brothers. They didn't have time to think because another mighty aura emerged as well, frightening both humans and demons. 4 more giants landed. They were also dragon lords, far stronger than the majority of cultivators present. Pagoda Guardian and the 3 giants too? Someone else said. Most could tell that something big was happening. This group definitely didn't come to bid farewell to Peacock Monarch. I am here just in time to pay my respect, Peacock Monarch. A charismatic voice sounded and light engulfed the forest. It was none other than Radiant Monarch who had just teleported onto the scene. Radiant Monarch too? Spectators had a bad feeling about this. What are they doing? Ming sure wondered. Are they trying to steal the deity spot? Can outsiders do this? It's impossible, at least in theory. Goldcrest responded. It's just the monarch passing away, the god source isn't there. He found this rather strange, as if there was a sinister plan behind it. Then why are they here? Ming sure asked. Li Chia glanced at the sky and said, We got a show. The group consisted of 8 dragon lords, 3 of whom had 6 sacred fruits. The others all had 5. Such a force was enough to sweep through the lower continents. They clearly had other intentions than just paying respect to the monarch. This was clear with their aggressive entrance. Ha ha ha, the heroes of the world are so kind, to travel so far for a visit before my death. Peacock Monarch laughed and said, Theft is never good, try looking at. The dragon lords didn't answer and stood there patiently. Screech! Chillglare Hawk let out a cry piercing through space. Others trembled in fear, but the dragon lords weren't afraid. Chapter 50-48. All eyes were on the dragon lords. If they dared to do anything to Peacock Monarch, it would be a declaration of war. Nightwalker gazed intensely at them but didn't say anything. Lunar Rabbit did the same. Its eyes had a chilling effect on the crowd. As for Bloodfly God, no one could tell what he wanted as he sat motionlessly on his throne. Deity and Heaven Burial must be scheming something, right? Yun asked. 8 dragon lords aren't enough. There are still 5 commanding gods left for Demon. They have no chance of winning. Ming sure said. Goldcrest was also perplexed. Right, and plus they have nothing to gain here. The crowd members felt the same way. It was obvious that the 8 dragon lords harbored malice. What was the reason? Treasures and vengeance weren't on the table. In fact, they had no advantage to speak of. The commanding gods of Demon were stronger as well. This will be a big change. Li Chia said. Big change. Ming sure didn't understand. Peacock Monarch ignored the unwelcome visitors and glanced at the beasts and demons. Despite being moments from death, he still maintained his dignity and authority. Today shall be my last. The throne will be unoccupied, so now, but worry not. I have chosen a successor in her. In the future, she shall create a divine source and take over Feather. Peacock Monarch spoke while pointing at Lil Freckle. What? This astounded all listeners as they stared at Lil Freckle. None expected him to choose this unknown girl as the successor. Most haven't seen her before. There were 2 ways to become a commanding god. The first was to be chosen by the previous god and create a god source. The second was to obtain a complete god source from the predecessor and be accepted by the other demons. Most thought that he would pass the throne down to Chillglare Hawk. After all, he was worthy in terms of power and status. This would bring about stability because others would be deterred from competing. Alas, as for this young girl, she couldn't maintain her position before creating a god source. Demons would come to challenge her, resulting in unrest in Feather. Why Lil Freckle? She's still too young. Can she rule over the demons? Ming sure said softly. The girl's tiny frame was only appropriate to become a delicious meal for the demons. She's his descendant? Yun said. Unlikely. Goldcrest said, Demon is different in that we don't pass the throne down to the descendants because if they're weak, they'll be destroyed by the competitors. That would only be harming them. Outsiders cared about lineages and the orthodox branch. Demons only cared about power and ability. Even if Lil Freckle was Peacock Monarch's daughter, the other demons wouldn't respect her for it. Her Dao root is special. Li Chia said, she is the most likely to enter the divine nest out of all the future commanding gods. Really?
The youths didn't recognize it. By now, everyone's attention shifted to the other commanding gods. Normally, branches didn't interfere with each other, but it would be favorable for Lil Freckle to have their support. Mist will not interfere with the monarch's decision. Nightwalker shook his head, accepting the choice. Not interfering. Lunar Rabbit spoke as well. It had a feminine voice, pleasant to the ear like the flow of a gentle stream, yet its water was unbearably cold to the touch. The position of a commanding god isn't a joke. Bloodfly uttered coldly. You should reconsider now, monarch. The forest became silent afterward. Even Lunar Rabbit and Nightwalker stared at him strangely. Normally, other branches didn't interfere in this matter. Plus, it wouldn't be effective at all depending on the support from the members of the branch in question. This was futile and potentially problematic, yet Bloodfly did so anyway. It's starting. Xueqi smirked. We will keep your suggestion in mind and work harder in the future, but from today henceforth, this young lady shall inherit the throne of Feather. Peacock Monarch smiled and said, Commanding God, if you insist on doing this, you are disrespecting your branch's creed and followers. Bloodfly's tone became serious. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. I also find this unsuitable. Guardian Pagoda said, This is absolutely a mistake that will have grave consequences for the 10 mountains. Everyone became startled after hearing the pagoda's revealed attitude. Chapter 5049. The succession process of demon had nothing to do with external lineages. The other branches didn't and couldn't interfere either. In one way, Peacock Monarch's choice was questionable. Chillglare Hawk was a clear choice, but Nightwalker and Lunar Rabbit left it alone. Bloodfly God's complaint was met with a smile from Peacock Monarch because it was meaningless. Now, Guardian Pagoda, an outsider, wanted to interfere as well. To go against the wish of heaven is to incite disasters to the rest of the world. Sky Stomper God joined in. These ancient ancestors weren't newly debuted cultivators. What was their plan for interfering? The point was that the commanding gods right now were certainly stronger than their team, not to mention the numerous demon monarchs and colossal beasts. A swarm would come, ending with them being meals in the beasts' stomachs. Guests, I apologize for the lack of reception. Please stand aside for now and we'll take care of you later. Peacock Monarch said with a smile, being polite yet decisive. This Tao belongs to the rest of the world, not your own, not your branches, and not just demons. The way of demon is incorrect, a violation of the heavenly path. Guardian Pagoda elaborated. This comment infuriated the demons near the tree. This was an insult to their heritage and legacy. They revealed their white fangs and waited for a command, ready to lunge forward and tear these outsiders to pieces. Demon and the 10 great mountains have been isolated from the rest of the world for too long. It is time for Demon to return to society and be enlightened. This should be the responsibility of the commanding gods. Radiant Monarch spoke. You think you have the ability to enlighten us? Nightwalker became serious. Although Radiant Monarch was a renowned genius with limitless potential, Nightwalker wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. The former wielded the power of mist and could beat the current monarch down without any issue. Our guests have a point. Bloodfly joined the conversation. The 10 great mountains have been stagnating for eras now, living on a whim while murdering each other lawlessly. The 6 deity branches should unite and be the harbinger of order. Listeners became startled since it was one thing for the outsiders to open their mouth. However, there was a rift between the commanding gods now. Does Bloodfly God want to unify the 6 branches? Ming Shi quietly said. Seems so, but he doesn't have the ability. Goldcrest said, believing Bloodfly alone couldn't overwhelm the other commanding gods. He got reinforcement right there. Xueqi said with a smile. By this point, even a fool could see Bloodfly's ambition, who believed that this was an opportunity to unite Demon. Of course, he knew that he needed help from outsiders to do so. I do not agree with this treasonous conduct and will have no part in it. Golden Cicada King, who used to be Bloodfly God's biggest supporter, let out a sigh and left the scene. This surprised the crowd as well because he was a brother to Bloodfly God and the strongest demon monarch of Bug. Ha ha ha, I see now. Bloodfly, how ambitious of you. But do you think you got what it takes to take over? Peacock Monarch laughed. You are on the verge of death. Be smart now and hand the throne over. Perhaps your end will be better.
Bloodfly said chillingly, completely tearing apart any sense of camaraderie while revealing his fangs. Bloodfly, your ego will not be permitted. Nightwalker activated his power in the form of a divine sword hovering above. This matter should be discussed thoroughly. Radiant Monarch shouted and sent an ocean of light toward Nightwalker. Indeed. Sky Stomper joined in and also released his halo, suppressing all the other demons. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. His two junior brothers joined the fray and attempted to stop Nightwalker. Enough of this. Lunar Rabbit's expression turned cold and a chilling wave engulfed the region. The towering trees became encapsulated in a layer of ice instantly. Boom! Guardian Pagoda used his famed treasure to stop the rabbit with the help of the three giants. They formed a square formation to stop the commanding god. Humph! The latter snorted and increased the chilling effect. Chapter 50-50. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at Poreed.com. The outsiders work together to temporarily stop Lunar Rabbit and Nightwalker. Not a bad plan. Peacock Monarch said. Bloodfly, I'm afraid you won't come out unscathed from this. The ambitious Bloodfly wanted to destroy the other commanding gods in order to become the supreme leader of Demon. Monarch, there shall only be one god in Demon after this. Bloodfly coldly uttered before taking one step forward, releasing an ocean of blood with an unbearable stench. His face resembled that of a giant mosquito preparing to suck everyone dry. Screech! Chillglare Hawk flapped his wings and tore the ground apart. Though he was not a commanding god, he had the power to challenge one. Bloodfly, I'm afraid your plan won't work. An ancient voice came from underground. The speaker seemed to have been alive since the start of time itself. Vine God. The demons became emotional after hearing his voice. Outsiders heard this title and became startled. He was the oldest and most likely the strongest among the 6 commanding gods. He has been in charge of wood after Demon Conqueror. His peers showed him nothing but respect due to his established prestige. Vine God, I've been waiting for you. Where is Dream Monarch? Bloodfly, on the other hand, didn't show any sign of fear. Bloodfly, your traitorous act will do nothing but harm Bug. Perhaps your branch shouldn't exist at all. A drowsy voice could be heard and had a hypnotic effect. Dream Monarch. Everyone knew who it was instantly. With this final appearance, all 6 commanding gods have shown up. Now, the tides have reversed since Bloodfly's plan had no chance of succeeding. One wrong move and it was over for him. Looks like it's over. Goldcrest heaved a sigh of relief. No, it's only beginning. Lychia smirked while glancing at the sky. Who wants to destroy my branch? A cold voice joined the conversation. Bloodfly's sinister tone was horrifying enough. Alas, this voice made him sound like sunshine. The creepy voice could pull someone down to hell and torture them for an eternity. Weaker demons and cultivators immediately fainted upon hearing it. Whoosh! A nether wind blew by and caused a series of screams. As if passed by, it left nothing but skeletons behind, men and beasts alike. More than 10,000 living creatures departed from this world in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Spectators bellowed from a distance after seeing how helpless the victims were before the wind. Zzz. Buzzes could be heard as if they came from countless mosquitoes. They devoured everything and left only skeletons behind. Mosquito demons? Cultivators dropped down to their knees in fear. What is this thing? Yun and the others turned pale as well. Meanwhile, the wind appeared before the commanding gods and turned into a large golden mosquito. It seemed to have been made out of gold. Its eyes had a bloody glow and could rob someone of their soul instantly. The needle was sharp and long, capable of piercing the flesh and sucking blood and flesh. Golden Mosquito God. Everyone was shocked to see this being, including Vine God. That's the founder god of Bug, an evil one. Goldcrest whispered. How can you be here? Vine God shouted, aware of secrets unknown to the others. He knew that this god couldn't appear, but this was no longer the case. Ha ha ha. Golden Mosquito's creepy laughter echoed across Demon. It was impossible to block it out. Even his words and laughter invade the mind, always echoing and leaving behind unceasing nightmares. Chapter 50-51. As the voice and laughter infiltrated their mind, They felt as if they were losing control of their body to him. Fear overwhelmed them immediately. Nightwalker and the other commanding gods didn't expect this development. This was a founder god, a being above them. Moreover, they heard certain rumors and legends about him. This was especially true for Vine God, who had more knowledge than anyone else. The old geezers wanted to seal me, but I am finally free. Haha. I shall destroy their deity branches, and afterward, there shall be only one, and I will be the only god, he declared. Listeners immediately understood that he was sealed by the other founder gods. Nightwalker and the others already knew about this. It was due to the evil god's insatiable appetite, always consuming the other beasts and demons of the 10 great mountains. Because of this, the other founder gods had no choice but to seal him. Alas, he was freed now due to Bloodfly God and Lichia. Golden Mosquito, the other gods will seal you again. You shall never see the light of day soon. Vine God responded. Haha, they won't have the chance. I will destroy their branches and prevent them from leaving the divine nest. They shall be next once I rule over the world. Golden Mosquito declared. Go! Vine God didn't want to waste time and summoned his divine tablet. Activate! Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, Dream Monarch, and even the near-death Peacock Monarch did the same. Their tablets exuded a holy light along with deafening howls. This had a deterring effect on all creatures from demon, causing them to drop to the ground and tremble. Their individual runes lit up, a golden serpent, a great tree, and a pung blotting out the sun. Boom! A divine power gushed out from their tablets and summoned the actual thing after loud explosions. Look! The demons and beasts bowed before the real tablet. As the real tablet emerged, its supreme power engulfed the entire region. Seal! Golden Mosquito also made his move, aiming his numerous legs at the various tablets belonging to the commanding gods. The impact clanks were metallic as if swords were hitting rocks. His frontal legs struck the actual tablet, wanting to seal it. They're trying to summon the founder gods. Li Jie commented. Will they actually come? Ming Shi became emotional. No one here had seen the founder gods before with the exception of Golden Mosquito. Thus, this kept everyone on their feet. Descend! Vine God's roar echoed. His allies did the same. Boom! The true tablet became blindingly bright. The sun itself paled in comparison. Rumble! Majestic figures appeared and could be seen looming above the 3 continents. A golden serpent was above all and took the form of a peerless emperor whose hands could grasp the 3 continents. A pung had wings large enough to cover the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It seemed capable of swallowing the stars. A divine monkey also showed up and leaped up higher than the firmaments. Its spirituality and energy were comparable to 3,000 worlds and all of their inhabitants. Their divine powers pushed down against Golden Mosquito, causing creaking noises. This evil god was immensely powerful but still had a hard time dealing with this oppressive force. Surrender! Vine God shouted, still taking charge of the situation despite not being present. If conquerors were here, they would be shocked because just this summoning had enough power to suppress a divine god. It's too late! Golden Mosquito roared and pierced through the dimensions with his stingers. Show yourself now! Ah! Vine God bellowed in agony. Mountains suddenly crumbled and trees were flipped over. Massive vines and branches were forced out of the ground. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. That's him! Spectators shouted. Vine God's true form was finally seen, a frame large enough to cover all of the 10 great mountains. Chapter 50-52. Golden Mosquito must have struck a weak spot because Vine God's personal tablet dimmed down. Friends, I cannot delay the disaster any longer. Vine God shouted. Damn it! The other commanding god's expression soured. His green leaves started withering while a massive flower bud formed. His disaster is here. It's another cycle. Goldcrest shouted. Pop! The flower blossomed and released pollen everywhere. A golden mist seemed to be taking over, leaving no place to hide. Regular animals and demons were instantly affected, becoming paralyzed. The stronger demon monarchs and human cultivators sat down on the ground and relied on their cultivation to stop the paralysis. I have done all I can, take care now. Dream Monarch, who was attached to Vine King, fell into a deep slumber. He snored loud enough for everyone to hear. Those who were still awake were occupied with stopping the paralysis. Alas, Physical forces couldn't stop Dream Monarch's hypnosis. They fell to the ground, fully overwhelmed by both the pollen and the hypnotic effect. Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, and Chillglare Hawk were weakened as well, albeit still maintaining consciousness. The divine tablets behind them also waned in brightness. Unfortunately, this left them vulnerable to Golden Mosquito's multi-pronged attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Their tablets dispersed, unable to hold on any longer. Capture them. Golden Mosquito then turned all of his focus and legs on the actual divine tablet, wanting to stop the summoning process. Buzz! His allies were engulfed in a crimson glow, a divine blessing from Golden Mosquito. There was no doubt that the outsiders have conspired with Bloodfly God long ago. The divine blessing granted them protection from the dual maladies. The commanding gods on the other side didn't have the same luck. Thus, they had to rely on their own power, but this wouldn't last forever. It is time to give up, gentlemen. Radiant Monarch sent his holy judgment down upon Nightwalker. It is settled already. Sky Stomper God laughed and thought that his halo was unstoppable. Sword rise! Nightwalker roared and unleashed a devastating slash against the 4 Dragon Lords. Give up already. On the other side, Pagoda Guardian and his 3 giants also used their treasures. The immortal pagodas turned into a devouring Tao, wanting to take down Lunar Rabbit. The latter spewed out a chilling wind capable of freezing the Celestials in response, successfully stopping the pagodas. Monarch, let me send you on to your next journey. Bloodfly God's target was none other than Peacock Monarch. Humph! Chillglare Hawk used his wings like 2 blades. Alas, he and his allies were severely hindered by the pollen and hypnotic snores. This left them far weaker compared to their peak state. Boom! Chillglare fell to the ground, Nightwalker was grievously injured, and Lunar Rabbit got sent flying. The tides have turned completely as a result. Many demon monarchs wanted to help, but they were utterly paralyzed. Demon will unite after this. One Dragon Lord murmured after seeing this. Perhaps the 6 branches will be gone. Only one shall be left. Another spectator said. A true disaster for the 10 mountains. Golden Cicada King watched helplessly. Golden Mosquito was on the verge of becoming the only true god in Demon. The next plan was to attack the divine nest and become unbeatable. Ugh! Nightwalker vomited blood, unable to break through the entrapment. The same situation occurred for his 2 allies. It is not too late to surrender, commanding gods. Radiant Monarch said. In your dream. Nightwalker uttered coldly. You'll change your tune soon enough, commanding god. Sky Stomper sneered. Give up now. Guardian Pagoda also demanded. Lunar Rabbit didn't bother responding. Kill them if they won't yield. Golden Mosquito ordered while still dealing with the divine tablet. Peacock Monarch, looks like you won't be so lonely after all. So many commanding gods are coming with you. Bloodfly said. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Despicable traitor. Peacock Monarch insulted. Kill them all. Bloodfly told his allies. Wait a second now, let me join the party too. A leisurely voice suddenly interrupted the tense atmosphere. Radiant Monarch became frozen after hearing this voice, and the same for the others. They turned around and were aghast to see who it was. He sat on top of a tree branch, swinging his legs back and forth casually while watching the crucial battle. Li Qie. Radiant Monarch staggered backward. He has never been afraid of anyone, but Li Qie was an exception. Chapter 50-53, Li Qie. Both the combatants and crowd members were shocked to see Li Qie. No one had more fame than Li Qie at the moment. Only Conceal Conqueror or perhaps this founder god had a chance against him in a one-on-one scenario. After all, Radiant Monarch ran for his life while the rest of his allies were obliterated by Li Qie. The monarch thought about that day once more, barely escaping death. He didn't expect Li Qie to still be in Demon and worst of all, interfering in this matter. Does Li Qie want to fight? The beasts and demons prayed for this possibility. On the other hand, Bloodfly's worst-case scenario occurred. In order to fulfill his plan, he gathered powerful allies. In a different scenario, destroying the other branches might incite criticism from the outside world. However, his allies consisted of authoritative figures from the great lineages. In the case of success, Golden Mosquito would become the only god in Demon. Bloodfly, and he believed that this would be enough to strengthen Demon and start a greater conquest. Alas, Bloodfly has been worrying about Li Chia. He knew that the guy was strong and devilish. Fellow Daoist Li, please don't interfere with our business. When we are finished here, we will rebuild Demon and you shall be our most honorable guest. Bloodfly said respectfully. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. The still-conscious demon stared at Li Chia, wanting to know if he would accept the favorable conditions. Once I become the true god of demon, you may pick any treasure from the divine nest. Golden Mosquito, who was preoccupied with the divine tablet, spoke up. Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, and Chill Glare Hawk became emotional after hearing this. Though they wanted to ask Li Chia for help, they couldn't offer a similar deal since they didn't have access to the divine nest. The same couldn't be said about Golden Mosquito, who had most likely been there before. Sounds like a good deal. Li Chia said with a relaxed tone. Radiant Monarch's group heaved a sigh of relief. With Li Chia on their side, they would have no problem benefiting from this transaction. After all, they were also offered handsome rewards for this. Li Chia smiled and continued, but I enjoy defending the weak against injustice. Plus, many of you didn't like me before. Seems like I would be doing myself a disservice by not participating. If you dare to ruin this for me, I will hunt you down no matter how far you run. I will annihilate your clans and let you suffer a fate worse than death. Golden Mosquito became furious. Since you say that, I suppose I'm having roasted mosquito today. Li Chia smiled and jumped off the branch. Kill him. Golden Mosquito ordered. Li Chia walked forward and smiled at the enemies. Let's get started. I'm sure you all want to kill me as soon as possible. However, I won't be giving you time to show off your moves today. Radiant Monarch and the others became nervous. The 8 of them could take on any conqueror, but Li Chia didn't view them seriously. This wasn't the time to become angry either, because Li Chia could actually defeat them in a few moves. Thus, the 8 Dragon Lords exchanged glances, wondering about the right course. During this moment of hesitation, Radiant Monarch suddenly leaped into the air and soared for the horizon. This stunned the crowd since no one expected him to flee in a hurry. He was the #1 of the young generation and had 6 sacred fruits. Moreover, he came from God Chaser Palace and served as its pillar. Running away meant throwing away his reputation along with God Chasers. The crowd truly believed that he would prefer death to running. Of course, he himself didn't care about any of this. He was pierced with his own spear in the previous battle and knew how frightening death was. Instinct told him to run despite being fully aware of the consequences. Coward. Bloodfly God was livid on top of being afraid. Unfortunately, Radiant Monarch was still stopped by Li Chia despite being 10 million miles away. You've already gotten away once. I have a reputation to uphold, you know? Li Chia smiled and said. Die! Radiant Monarch had no choice but to channel all of his power. Boom! The 6 sacred fruits released the purest light affinity. An explosion came for Li Chia and reduced everything beneath to nothingness. Time and space came to a halt before this devastating storm. Chapter 50-54. The power of light couldn't reach Li Chia and suddenly stagnated around him, forming a bright domain. This was initially Radiant Monarch's power, but now, it became Li Chia's domain to trap his target. The former felt as if there were billions of mountains pushing down on him. Though he exerted his speed to the limit, he ended up moving at a snail's pace. Buzz! Li Chia casually drew a spear on the domain, yet it emitted dreadful crackles of tribulation. He raised the spear and horrified Radiant Monarch, who could tell that death was calling again. Alas, he couldn't run because he was stuck inside the domain. Boom! A halo wielding enough power to bury the heaven descended and created a dark hole at the impact point. Sky Stomper Halo! A still-awake spectator shouted. Sky Stomper God and his 2 junior brothers poured all of their power into this special wheel. One junior brother had the heaven part while the other was the burying affinity. The 2 of them gave Sky Stomper all of their power. He turned into a god whose shouts could break the stars. His empowered halo then created the image of a conqueror. Not to mention demon, even the other regions in the lower continents could feel this halo's power. Other dragon lords took note of this and couldn't believe it. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. Sky Stomper Halo. Who the hell is he facing to warrant going all out? One of them shouted. Boom! The halo descended and crushed all the Tao laws along the way. These three ancient ancestors had never resorted to a sneak attack before. Alas, they immediately used their best techniques to ambush Li Qie from behind, wanting to obliterate him instantly. They mustered every ounce of strength with this attack. The halo struck Li Qie but was stopped by a holy glow around the target. Sky Stomper Halo was a supreme treasure left behind by Heaven Burial Conqueror, yet it failed to injure Li Qie. He was focused on something else, throwing the spear of light toward Radiant Monarch. No! The genius screamed but still summoned a massive wall of light. Bam! The spear pierced through the wall and struck his 6 sacred fruits, destroying them despite their toughness. Ah! It ended up flying through his chest again as he screamed during a freefall to the ground, eventually leaving a large pit. This was the end of a peerless genius, dying to his own cultivation affinity. Meanwhile, the ambushers saw their attack not working in the slightest and turned to flee. Alas, Li Qie reached and grabbed the halo before smashing it toward the trio. No! They screamed as well and used other halos in an attempt to stop it. Their Tao-infused halos couldn't stop the ultimate treasure. Their Tao and sacred fruits crumbled before they were reduced to nothing but blood. Sky Stomper God's eyes were wide open. This halo had helped him dominate for many generations now. It protected him against stronger opponents, so he thought that he was utterly invincible. Today, this was proven false. You're next. Li Qie told Pagoda Guardian and the 3 giants who were trying to run away from Demon as well, but Li Qie pulled time and space back with his newly acquired halo. Go! They had no choice but to work together. 21 sacred fruits erupted at the same time and created an immortal pagoda. It poured down chaos true energy and laws as large as mountain ranges, capable of crushing any living being into dust. Unfortunately, they were facing Li Qie. Boom! He swung the halo again and destroyed the immortal pagoda without facing any resistance. The 4 got smashed into blood pools while screaming. 8 dragon lords went down just like that. 7 didn't leave corpses behind. Radiant Monarch was lucky in this regard. Not bad at all. Li Qie smilingly stared at the halo before tossing it over to Jian Yunyun, who instinctively caught it. She stood there in a daze because she was holding an heirloom weapon of Heaven Burial. That sect would go crazy after finding out. Of course, there was nothing they could do because they had no one left capable of fighting Li Qie. Chapter 50-55. It didn't take long before only 2 true masters were left on the other side, Bloodfly and Golden Mosquito. Kill him. Golden Mosquito ordered since he was occupied with the divine tablet. Bloodfly naturally wanted to kill Li Qie. The problem was, how? Slamming his head into the guy? He was certainly stronger than the other dragon lords, but his opponent easily killed them. He had 0 confidence and thought that this was suicidal. He thought about running, but this wasn't possible either. First, he couldn't get out of Demon, and second, his founder god would be the first to kill him. Take him down. Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, and Chillglare Hawk took advantage of this and lunged for Golden Mosquito. Clank! Nightwalker activated his supreme sword Tao, manifesting it into a great Buddha raising a blade. The myriad Tao fused into this blade along with the blessing of sacred monks. Buddha was furious today and the slash was ready to devour gods and devils. Lunar Rabbit let out a deafening roar despite her tiny frame, sending out countless ice needles capable of freezing the stars above. Chillglare Hawk chose to use his inconceivably sharp claws. Boom! Runes appeared all over Golden Mosquito's body. The power of worship engulfed him and added a layer of golden armor. The attacks failed to deliver the smallest injury. The trio took a deep breath after seeing this. The demons and cultivators who were still awake couldn't believe it because the attack came from 3 commanding gods. Of course, this was partly due to them being weakened by Dream Monarch and Vine God's negative effects. Furthermore, they could only borrow the power of the deity branches, not actually wield it. Nonetheless, they didn't give up and continued their assault. On the other side, Bloodfly staggered backward instead of following orders. You want to run too? Li Qie said with a smile. This was obvious to everyone, but Bloodfly didn't have this freedom. Not to mention being unable to leave Demon, Li Qie didn't spare anyone who tried to run. Screw it! Bloodfly shouted and revealed his true form, a gigantic grotesque fly. Unlike a regular fly, he had the shade of blood. His body bloated as if it was filled with the blood of his countless victims. A sticky liquid of the same color dripped from his body and burned large holes in the ground. He opened his mouth and spewed out a rain of this liquid, wanting to drown Li Qie. It melted the peaks nearby into corrosive acid as well, to the horror of the spectators. This was all he needed to destroy a sect, just utilizing this corrosive force. Some wondered if Li Qie could actually survive, but they got their answer once the liquid flowed down into the craters in the ground, Li Qie being perfectly fine. He patted his shoulder and said, "My turn now." Bloodfly let out a strange song before summoning a thorny cudgel. It had lightning flashes, only red instead of white. The power of worship empowered him and made him even larger. He smashed the thorny cudgel downward and actually struck Li Qie. Bam! The latter took it without any problem and then broke Bloodfly's legs that were holding the weapon. The evil god bellowed in pain as blood gushed out. His face twisted in agony as he finally made the decision to run. His wing flaps created devastating gales as he ran for his life. At the same time, Golden Mosquito finally managed to suppress the divine tablet and make it disappear. He released his divine power and sent the trio flying, injured. Theft is never good, try looking at. Buzz. His speed exceeded reality. Even his opponents had no idea where he went. Ah! Next came a heart-wrenching scream. People finally saw Golden Mosquito again, who was now drilling his needle into Bloodfly's body. Chapter 50-56. Bloodfly God survived by sucking blood and flesh. Now, he finally had a taste of what his victim felt at the hands of his own superior. Once the needle penetrated his shell, he couldn't struggle in the slightest. His bloated frame became smaller and smaller at a rapid rate. It didn't take long before there wasn't a single drop of blood inside. This was the difference between a commanding and founder god, but most importantly, he was subservient to Golden Mosquito since they were from the same branch. Bam! The dried corpse fell to the ground with eyes still open. Remember, Golden Mosquito was freed due to his effort, but this didn't matter at all. If he had suspected this cold-blooded betrayal, he would not have chosen the same path. A few demons shuddered while sympathizing with him. They worshipped their deity branch and grew with it, ready to die for their founder god. Alas, the reward for a lifetime of service was a horrific death? Not bad. Golden Mosquito burped, still seemingly unsatisfied. Cooperate with me. This is a godsend opportunity for you. Golden Mosquito said. How so? Li Qie smiled. We shall team up. The 10 great mountains belong to me, the rest of the world, yours. Moreover, we will take down the divine nest and you may pick anything from there. Golden Mosquito said with a smile. Listeners took a deep breath after hearing his ambitious plan. You think you can unite the world? Li Qie chuckled. It will be the two of us. Even if masters from the 2 upper continents descend, they will only be our prey. Nothing will stop us from using this land as nourishment then. Golden Mosquito said confidently. Golden Mosquito clearly wanted more than just reign over the continents. Demons and cultivators imagined this dreadful future and started praying for Li Qie to kill Golden Mosquito. This included some members of Bug as well, since they didn't want to share the same fate as Bloodfly. Reality differs from your ambition. Li Qie said, I don't need the help of a mosquito like you to unite the world. The same for the divine nest if I desire it in the least bit. You think too highly of yourself. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. You wish to oppose me then? Golden Mosquito didn't appreciate the verbal slap and became aggressive. You are not even qualified to be an opponent, just an insect for me to swat. Li Qie smiled. Ha ha ha. No one dared to talk to me like this outside of the geezers in the divine nest. Don't blame me for being merciless then. Golden Mosquito had enough. A gust of wind could be heard followed by a bang. This happened too fast for people to see clearly, but Golden Mosquito started attacking right after speaking, aiming his golden needle at Li Qie's forehead. It was actually inches away before the gust and the bang. This despicable method was unbecoming of a founder god, a being worshipped by numerous animals and demons. He was essentially a god who should behave in a just and honorable manner. Alas, this particular one was rather unconventional and shameless. He himself had no problem with this as long as he could kill Li Qie. Any means would be acceptable for the sake of victory. Boom! The golden needle struck the target but couldn't pierce through it. The toughness of Li Qia's body shocked him, so he wanted to retreat. Alas, his needle has been firmly grasped. Before he could calm down, his gigantic body has been lifted up in the air. Rumble! Li Qia smashed him repeatedly to the ground, crushing one peak after another. Li Qia became a wild dragon playing with his prey. The relentless smashing eventually left cracks in the mosquito's golden shell. Crack! The needle finally broke from the repeated stress. Ah! Golden Mosquito's scream echoed across Demon. He vomited blood and couldn't handle the pain. Not to mention regular cultivators, the commanding gods became slack-jawed. Earlier, they went all out and couldn't break the golden carapace blessed with the power of worship. Now, Li Qia easily overwhelmed this founder god as if he was an actual mosquito. The latter couldn't even put up an ounce of resistance. Chapter 50-57. Golden Mosquito, one of the 6 founder gods revered by countless worshippers, had survived for eras. Now, he was being dominated by Li Qia. His needle was not only his mouth but also his weapon. It was certainly tougher than Dragon Lord weapons and should be on the same level as Tao Lord weapons. He climbed out of the mud, looking as pitiful as can be, like a stray dog. Blood spilled from the cracks of his golden carapace. No one questioned his strength either, since he easily drained Bloodfly to death. Alas, if Li Qia had kept on going, he might have been killed. Do you know who I am? The wounded founder god was both furious and frightened. He was once a supreme genius who managed to start his own deity branch. After escaping the seal, he had plans of eliminating the other branches in order to obtain all of Demon's worshipping power. He was ready to become the only god of Demon, garnering enough power to attack the divine nest and kill the old geezers. The outside world would also be within reach. This was the first phase of his majestic plan. Everything was going to plan until Li Qia came out of nowhere and ruined it all. Years of waiting only to fail made him furious, wanting nothing more than to devour Li Qia's flesh and gnaw on his bones. Rah! He roared and activated the power of worship in its entirety. His personal tablet appeared and flashed red as if it had been stained with blood in a creepy manner. The deity seal representing Bug became resplendent and exuded Tao runes. They came together and formed actual divine characters. Waves poured out and engulfed all of Demon. Deliver your power to my deity branch now, he shouted. The characters soared into the air and turned into a constantly revolving Tao maelstrom. All the animals and demons under Bug and Demon lost control and their powers soared toward the maelstrom. It served as an ocean capable of absorbing endless power. He became increasingly larger. Just 1 foot was as large as a mountain range. The cracked golden shell healed again and was thicker than before. All mine, all mine. He was far from satisfied with this much power and channeled his divine tablet. When it illuminated the world with its red glow, screams could be heard from the members of Bug. Their blood broke out of their body and was sucked up by Golden Mosquito. Streams of blood came from all conceivable directions and scared the hell out of spectators. Why pick this incorrect path out of so many choices? How disgusting. Li Qia shook his head. I'm ending this. He raised his hand and the sky suddenly turned dark due to a gigantic palm manifesting in the air. When he pushed it down, everything beneath became nothing. Cultivators perceived as the best in the world were insignificant in comparison. Blood exterminate. Golden Mosquito roared and sent all of his gathered blood against the palm. They exploded and could destroy the galaxy above. However, the blood explosions were useless and the palm kept on descending. No. The invincible founder god was nothing more than a mosquito before Li Qia. Pop. This was akin to a mortal killing a mosquito with clapping hands. When they pulled their palms apart, they could see a smudge of blood. This was the end of Golden Mosquito's grand ambition. We are Poreed.com. Find us on Google. It didn't matter that he had the power of countless animals and demons. He never expected to die so early, and especially not in this pathetic manner. Chapter 50-58. Spectators were silenced by Li Qia's invincibility, thinking that they had never seen such a height before. Masters in the past merely flattered themselves without knowing the extent of cultivation power. The commanding gods felt insignificant at the moment and could only look up at him. Sigh, my hands are dirty now. Li Qia wiped his palms and complained. He then casually flicked his finger and released a ray to hit Vine God. The gigantic tree seemingly deflated down back to a regular form, a green vine with a wonderful glow. Particles were released and cured those afflicted by his pollen. Dream Monarch woke up as well and the hypnotic spell was broken. Thus, cultivators and animals gradually awoke in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Only the ancestors and demon monarchs who managed to stay awake saw the shocking fight. Dream Monarch and Vine God returned to their throne. The first looked like a fat young master while the other resembled an old man with lightning flashing in his eyes. All 5 commanding gods got up to bow toward Li Qie. If it wasn't for him, all of Demon would have suffered under the tyranny of Golden Mosquito. Haha, I can go in peace now. Peacock Monarch couldn't wait any longer and started laughing. Boom! A 5-colored radiance erupted and reached its limit. The monarch's body turned into a beam shooting into the air. Screech! A peacock manifested into reality and flapped its wings. It looked down at Demon with love and unwillingness. Nonetheless, it was time to go, so the great beast dispersed into particles. The light fell onto every inch of the land and all of its creation. Peacock Monarch has returned to whence he came. Master! Lil Freckle got on her knees and sobbed quietly. She raised her hands to accept the scattering 5-colored particles. From dust to dust. Goldcrest sighed and said. Everyone was sad to see him gone, especially the members of Feather. They bowed in the direction of the throne to show respect to the fallen commanding god. This was drastically different from Bloodfly's end. One was highly celebrated while the other was reviled. Li Qie landed in front of Lil Freckle and handed her the complete god source. She accepted it while nodding her head. Though she was sad, this wasn't the time to cry. Chillglare Hawk bowed before Li Qie after seeing this. Everyone understood that Lil Freckle was going to be the next commanding god. She was the chosen successor with a complete god source, but most importantly, she had Li Qie's approval. No one could challenge her now. Come over here. Li Qie gestured at Goldcrest, who was confused as to why. He grabbed the youth and threw him onto the throne that once belonged to Bloodfly God. The crowd became startled because Goldcrest shouldn't have been able to get close. Nonetheless, Li Qie still made it happy. Goldcrest was completely lost. He was a member of Tiger and most importantly, he lacked the power to be a commanding god. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. Boom! Li Qie reached forward and pulled the actual Divine Beast tablet out of another dimension. What the hell? The commanding god's jaw dropped to the ground. The tablet was connected to the Divine Nest. They had to work together to summon it, but Li Qie could grab it whenever? Who else was as domineering as him? Buzz! Li Qie forcefully changed Bug because he wasn't in the mood to come up with something new. Legend has it that the founder god of Mist could only create a new deity branch, not change any existing ones. The latter had been imprinted for eras and became accepted by the Divine Nest. Now, Li Qie modified the branch by changing a few runes. Okay, call it Kuan, that is more fitting for you. Li Qie told Goldcrest. Goldcrest was speechless while sitting on the throne. He never dreamed about becoming a commanding god before, and now, he had a deity branch that was specifically crafted for him. Thus, he essentially became a founder god. I can't do this. He lacked confidence. He didn't want to let Demon and Li Qie down. If he were to perform his duties inadequately, it would reflect negatively on Li Qie. After all, he knew his own power. He could wrestle other demon monarchs, not the commanding gods. For example, Chillglare Hawk could eat him whenever. Try your best, your followers are counting on you. Li Qie patted his shoulder. Chapter 50-59. Goldcrest became a new founder god and took in all the worshippers of Bug. The new name became Kuan. Demons, especially those who were still alive from Bug, prostrated before his throne. If it wasn't for Li Qie, all of them would have become corpses. The commanding gods also congratulated him while he stood there in a daze, thinking about how he was on the same level as mythical characters such as Vine God. Rooster, look at you now. Ming Shi and Yun Yun came over as well. Ming Shi couldn't help but tease him. Don't forget about us now that you're a big shot, we've been through so much together already. Your Highness, please don't make fun of me, I'm not even sure if I can carry out my duty. Goldcrest smiled wryly. I'm sure that if you try your best, you won't be letting the young noble down. Yun Yun smiled.
What else could Goldcrest do at this point but follow the flow? The decision wasn't up to him. Today, many changes occurred in Demon but mostly for the better. Someone as crazy as Golden Mosquito was always a threat. Though they lost 2 commanding gods, they also gained 2 new ones. The mood became better afterward since the storm was over. Alas, this was interrupted by a chilling aura. Each stand could pierce the soul and leave behind an indelible mark. It headed east and could be sensed by everyone in Demon regardless of whether they were underground or up high in the sky. Rumble! Many couldn't handle this pressure and dropped to the ground. A conqueror. Powerful demon monarchs knew the cultivation realm of this intruder instantly. This was a special conqueror as well. Alas, despite the chilling aura, no one caught a glimpse of the conqueror. It seemed that it only took one step for this being to traverse the massive territories of Demon. Vine God and the other commanding gods stood up after sensing this. Conceal Conqueror. They recognized her right away. She stood on top of a branch and was virtually undetectable. Staring at her meant becoming frozen since time came to a halt. It only took her one step to arrive at Demon. She still had a veil hiding her face, but no one doubted her unmatched qualities. She has been out of the public's eyes ever since her fight with 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Thus, her appearance was a big deal. Everything became silent. Even a leaf touching the ground could be heard. She's even stronger than before. A dragon lord shuddered after seeing her. A quick look at Tinural.com/2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. He was there during the fight and took note of her murderous rampant intent. This sheer affinity alone made her unbeatable. However, it seemed far more subdued this time. Most would actually think that she was weaker now due to a shift in her aura. Alas, the Dragon Lords and ancient ancestors could tell that she had gained heightened mastery over her murderous intent. They also knew that she was wounded after that fight. However, she only became stronger afterward. She was a living legend in the lower continents, and this was the case for a reason. The commanding gods saw her and were preparing for a fight. Of course, they weren't that confident in winning. Why did she come? To avenge the fallen members of deity and especially Radiant Monarch? This would be the logical answer. Conqueror, you have an existing agreement with Mist. Nightwalker bowed slightly and reminded her. This surprised everyone since they didn't know about her relationship with Mist. I will not fight in Demon. Her voice was pleasant yet authoritative. Listeners speculated that part of the agreement included her not fighting in Demon. Didn't she come here in the past and killed 6 dragon monarchs from Poison Dragon? One dragon lord found this rather strange. She had massacred an evil sect from Demon before when she was just 16. Numerous demons fell to her then, so what was the reason for her holding back this time? Chapter 50-60. What was the difference between then and now? Or did the agreement come afterward the massacre? Everyone was curious but didn't dare to ask lest they provoke her. 10 lives wouldn't be enough then. I am not here to kill, she said calmly before staring at Li Qie. Everyone watched with bated breath. Only Li Qie had an unaffected demeanor. You have something, she said. Her aura was chilling to others, but Li Qie found it pleasant like a gust of wind on a sunny day. I have many things, you need to be specific. Li Qie smiled. The crowd thought that he was the only one who would dare to talk to her like this, with the exception of the late 8 Stallion Dao Lord. 8 Stallion Dao Lords. Her tone remained neutral, but this caused a ripple in everyone's mind. She had asked the Dao Lord for an item, but he chose death instead. Was this the reason for their perpetual conflict? A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Conceal Conqueror still didn't give up and traveled to Demon for its sake. Many speculated about the nature and grade of the item. I know what you're referring to now. Li Qie stretched and said. And? His relaxed and casual style was acceptable to everyone now because he had the power to back it up. I will take it. She left no room for negotiation. I'm afraid you don't have the ability since I want it. Li Qie said. Listeners recalled how he easily killed Golden Mosquito. What would be the result of a fight between Li Qie and Conceal Conqueror? I am not the only one. Conceal stared at him for a bit before adding, even if I don't try, others will come for it and you won't be able to stop them. This revealed ample information to the top experts. They knew that she had been blessed by Celestial Court before, something exceedingly rare in history.
Perhaps this blessing came with a cost. A mission of sorts. Did Celestial Court covet this item as well? Talking about Celestial Court? Li Qie chuckled and shared the same thought as everyone else. Not only. She coldly uttered. The meticulous listeners couldn't believe it. This meant that there were other factions comparable to Celestial Court at play here. Everyone immediately thought of Immortal Dao City and Imperial Field. All of them had incredible resources, the best of the best treasures and weapons. Items at the Imperial level were common there. They even had access to immortal treasures. The crowd thought of one possibility. An item pertaining to immortality. A few more enemies don't matter to me. Li Qie shrugged. Are you going to try or not? I must, she said. On the night of the full moon, Heaven's Summit, until death, yes? The details of the challenge have been suggested. Now, would Li Qie accept it? This would be a fight of an unprecedented level in the lower continents. Very well, I do want to see how much you have learned. Li Qie smiled. The crowd thought that he had the right to say this to Conceal Conqueror given his recent battle achievements. Next full moon, Heaven's Summit, until death, she said before disappearing from sight. In the next second, the chilling aura disappeared as well, meaning that she was no longer inside Demon. Incredible speed. The ancient ancestors couldn't follow her movements at all despite activating their heavenly gaze. Next full moon, Heaven's Summit. The crowd murmured and became excited. This news would spread across the lower continents in no time at all. A battle between Li Qie and Conceal Conqueror. This was just as exciting as her fight with 8 Stallion Dao Lord. This time, her opponent was a newcomer, but this didn't mean that he was any less impressive than the Dao Lord. Chapter 50-61. While everyone imagined the battle or talked with their friends, Li Qie didn't think much of it. Those nearby couldn't help but admire him after seeing this. No one could stay composed when a duel with Conceal Conqueror was on the horizon. At this time, Li Qie placed his hands on the Divine Beast tablet and activated it again. Its light rushed upward and came back down like a waterfall, eventually forming a maelstrom. The markings on the tablet, whether it be from a bird claw or the paw of a bear or the mark of a true dragon, fell off the tablet like runes and joined the maelstrom. Rumble! The maelstrom seemed to be a bridge to another dimension. Spectators watched attentively, unaware of Li Qie's intention. After a short while, the maelstrom and the runes fused together to form a Dao portal. Rays and a majestic presence oozed out from the other side of the portal. The Divine Nest. Vine God gasped after seeing this. This was the most enigmatic location of Demon and could be the source of their Dao. Only the most fortunate gained entry. Strength alone was not enough. Even someone like Conceal Conqueror couldn't have done this, but Li Qie was one exception. All eyes were on the portal because entering meant obtaining a peerless fortune. This was especially true for the demons. They could gain incredible cultivation or even start a deity branch. However, no one dared to make a move because Li Qie was the one who opened it. Feel like taking a look? He waved at the 2 young girls. Yeah. Ming Shi jumped to his side without thinking twice. Yun, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before bowing. Young noble, you have given me plenty, so I cannot accept this. Moreover, I have understood something and wish to return to the sect if that is okay with you. Others could only dream about entering the nest, yet she refused this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In recent days by Li Qie's side, she had gained a deeper understanding of the Dao. Moreover, he had given her something peerless as well. She thought that she shouldn't be greedy. Possessing too many fortunes might actually be a bad thing. After all, people's talents and abilities varied. Good knowing when to stop. Li Qie nodded approvingly and said, one can also obtain invincibility by focusing on a single Dao. Go. Yun prostrated before Li Qie to show respect before leaving. The crowd couldn't believe that she was actually giving it up. They thought that it would be so nice if they were in her shoes. I took your divine fragment. Li Qie then spoke to Tendril King. And it won't be for nothing, come. Me. Tendril King was surprised. Of course she wanted to enter the divine nest because she was also a demon. All demons in the lower continents dreamed about this moment. As a 5-fruit dragon lord, her goal wasn't to obtain an invincible art. She knew that only the users were invincible, not the art itself. She simply wanted to polish her own grand Dao and demon source. The divine nest was the perfect place for this. This was why she came running after hearing about Peacock Monarch's lifespan. Her plan failed because of Li Chia, but now, it seemed that she had made the right choice. Li Chia didn't wait for her response and entered the portal. "Senior Aunt, let's go," Ming Shi happily said before entering the portal as well. Tendril King calmed down and followed the two of them, leaving the envious crowd behind. The portal dispersed after the three of them were inside. The divine tablet gradually sank to the ground and disappeared. Such a monumental event, Vine God reflected. As the oldest being in Demon, he had seen legends and invincible masters. Alas, there was no one like Li Chia who defied logic and conventional wisdom. "Go back now, everyone," Vine God said. "Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The commanding gods sat back down on their thrones. Goldcrest seemed rather confused as well, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Golden Cicada King came over to help him out and told him the various responsibilities and tasks. After all, the king knew everything about Bug previously. Although it was Kuan now, the worshippers were still the same demons and animals. With his help, Goldcrest was able to harness the power of worship and improved his cultivation drastically. After entering the portal, the trio was teleported to another world with a vast azure. The stars up there were brimming with life, but upon closer inspection, they noticed certain damages that couldn't be healed completely. Holes that weren't filled entirely or rough edges. Moreover, the way they were arranged seemed to be unnatural and not part of the original scheme. A supreme power must have mended and recreated this entire world. Chapter 5062. As the youths took a deep breath, they felt an infantile life force from all the entities present. This seemed to be the start of a pristine world, still untouched by humans. The winds in the air carried traces of grass and beasts. What a comforting serenity. Ming Shi took a deep breath and said while feeling the urge to roll on the green field to forget about the competitive ways and worries of life. She couldn't help reverting back to her original form, a rabbit. She started running in the field as fast as she could, and this made Li Chia smile. Tendril King, on the other hand, lacked the same innocence and youthful spark. She was the leader of Untethered, bound with immense responsibilities. Ming Shi was sheltered from all of this. She took a deep breath before reflecting sentimentally. This place makes it hard to leave. Her original form was a vine, so she had the urge to take root in this paradise. This place is indeed beneficial to you. Li Chia smiled. It took her a while to become accustomed to the area. She then bowed and said, "I apologize, this is my first time feeling such a pure and pristine life force. It's good that you can sense it, meaning that it is fate of sorts and will be great for your future," he said. "I can't express my gratitude enough." She bowed her head. The three of them traveled across this joyous land. Ming Shi was still in her rabbit form and laughed happily. Tendril King, on the other hand, enjoyed this atmosphere and tried to learn its Tao. Each step was a learning process and it brought joy to the heart and mind. This was how cultivation should be. "I didn't know that such a paradise exists in this world," she said while harmonizing with the grand Tao. "It doesn't." Li Chia glanced upward and smiled. "What do you mean, young noble?" she asked. "As long as there is life, there is karma, and with karma, there are emotions, both positive and negative," Li Chia said. "True." She agreed that this was a part of life. So-called paradises require protection and self-restraint. "Will you practice either on your path?" Li Chia asked. "Protection and self-restraint." She contemplated. "You are a dragon lord and one day, you might be able to reach this realm," Li Chia said while staring at her. "A choice must be made at the apex." "A choice must be made?" she asked for further elaboration. "Yes, you had an original aspiration for embarking on the path of cultivation. If you reach the apex one day, will you look back and reflect to see if the goal is still the same?" Li Chia said, "This conviction determines how far you go and the choice you will make." "I see." She then understood what he meant by protection and self-restraint. "An endless path to be trodden alone," Li Chia recited with a touch of poetic grace. "An eternal path, freed from ego and shackles." Another voice answered, one with a unique cadence. This gave the impression that the speaker was one of few words. His delivery was slow with an ancient style, but this only added to the charm. Ah! On the other side, Ming Shi suddenly screamed and ran to the foot of a towering hill. Rumble! A strange scene occurred. Large creatures made of numerous circular bone fragments showed up, looking like worms. They were also startled by her voice and all looked up. This scared her even more because they only had a hole where the head should be. Inside the hole were numerous rotating wheels capable of grinding anything to dust. Fortunately, it seemed that they were gentle herbivores, just spending their time feeding on the verdant grass. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. When Ming Shi came a little closer, they escaped by drilling into the ground. Vast the Tao is, yet I still meet you. Must be fate. The ancient voice sounded again. Ming Shi finally saw the speaker. A divine tiger climbing down the mountain. It was majestic with an overwhelming presence. Its sheer aura alone was suffocating and regal, but the true master was an old monkey sitting on its back. Its fur was clean and neat. Its aura couldn't compare to the ferocious tiger, yet it had no problem riding the creature. This combination seemed as natural as the sun rising from the east. The monkey also exuded a Taoist presence just like an immortal. The skeletal worms earlier came out again and squirmed around the monkey, looking happy like dogs playing with their master. Who are you? Ming Shi was surprised to see such a strange scene. The worms didn't look scary anymore. Ming Shi, be respectful. I am a member of untethered lineage. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior. Tendril King ran over and bowed. Be at ease, this is just the wilderness. The monkey's voice remained simple as if he hasn't spoken human language in a very long time. You look familiar, Ming Shi said, but couldn't recall the details. He created the tiger deity branch. Li Qie came over and answered. Oh, that's what it is. No wonder why. So you were being worshipped by the rooster in the city. Ming Shi exclaimed. Chapter 5063. Sir. Upon seeing Li Qie, the old monkey got down from the tiger and came over to bow. His movements were awkward and he used an archaic speech as if he was a newly enlightened monkey who had just learned to speak. You are returning to the source. Li Qie couldn't help but sigh after seeing this. Right you are, sir. The monkey nodded and asked Li Qie to sit down. On the other hand, he squatted down since he was still used to the habit of squatting due to his current state. Ming Shi and Tendril King came closer. The former stared at the monkey with great curiosity. They didn't see a divinity of a founder god from him. For example, Golden Mosquito's divinity was impressive at first sight, clearly displaying his godhood. On the other hand, the monkey's divinity was actually waning. He seemed to be dispersing his power in order to return to being a true monkey. Ming Shi remained confused, but Tendril King had a different perspective due to experience and cultivation realm. Though the monkey seemed to be degenerating, there was something inscrutable about his expression and words. He was somehow reverting back to the source, allowing him to wield the power of the original Tao. As for her, as she became stronger, she learned more merit laws and her Tao power improved. This made her forget about her origin. Eventually, she would become the same as other cultivators, only stronger. The monkey chose a different path, to reverse the effect of the Tao. Sir, are you here to guide me? The monkey asked respectfully like an enthusiastic student. What can I teach you? Even if I did, you would eventually walk on your own path again. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. The monkey agreed. Despite his curiosity, he still leaned toward his own origin. I think I had a dream like that once. The monkey scratched his head. One where you're a Tao Lord? Li Qie smiled. A Tao Lord. Something resurfaced for a second in the monkey's mind before disappearing. You are a monkey right now, but the past is still there, so a choice exists. Do you want to remember or forget your dream? Li Qie asked. Sir, can I forget? The monkey scratched his cheeks, looking more and more like a regular monkey. If you want to forget, then you will forget. Li Qie said seriously. On this path, you will end up where you began. Returning to the source is a way of returning to the truth of the Grand Tao. They are similar in principle and have the same result. If you can actually reach this level, then you will forget about the past. God Ape Tao Lord will only be a dream. You shall be you, nothing else but an old monkey in this world. He continued.
Ming Shi and Tendril King were astounded. There were records of God Ape Tao Lord in the lower continents. He came from a lower world and didn't look like this back then. They didn't know about his exploits in 8 Desolaces and his wonderful creations, Armament Mountain and 8 treasures splitting the heaven. They were also surprised that he eventually founded a deity branch in Demon. This Tao Lord was once unbeatable and revered by all. Now, he resembled a common monkey. If members of Armament Mountain were present, they wouldn't know what to think about their progenitor wanting to revert back into a monkey. Well said, sir. The path ultimately leads to truth. The monkey instinctively scratched his head. Senior, why do you want to be a monkey instead of a Tao Lord? Ming Shi couldn't help but ask. In the past, she wouldn't dare to question a powerful being so directly. Alas, being with Li Qie emboldened her. I forgot the details, but the past is nothing more than a dream. The old monkey said. You have reached an incredible level, Senior. Tendril King understood his path because she had a relative understanding of the Tao and the source. When you revert to the truth of the Tao, your origin will be your Tao and vice versa. The Tao is the Tao, I am me. The monkey said, can't remember much more. This is a different path, to be freed entirely in this world. Li Qie smiled. I don't know if I should say this, but I don't think it's worth it. You were invincible once. Ming Shi didn't understand. All for a single wish. The monkey said. She clearly didn't understand, so Li Qie interjected. What will you do after becoming invincible? Whatever I want, like running around just now, that was fun. Ming Shi happily recalled. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pori.com. Then why don't you just be a rabbit? Li Qie said, you were born a rabbit. You can be carefree and roam in the plains without worrying about cultivation. Well, she couldn't answer quickly enough. Because if you're a rabbit, the hawk above might eat you, the same with the snakes below. Li Qie continued. But what if you are strong enough to break out of this cycle? Is it that bad to return to the origin, being a rabbit again? She quietly contemplated. After a while she said, what if I don't want to be a rabbit? Then you must follow a different path to reach the truth of the Tao, to seek anima and become the Tao. Li Qie said, there is more than one path. The origin can reach the truth, the same for anima. 12 fruits to craft the perfect vessel for anima on the route to immortality. Tendril King murmured. She had 5 right now, and with 12, she could move on to the next step on the path to everlasting life. God Ape Tao Lord did something different, wanting to forget the Grand Tao and his very own identity in order to reach the original truth. This was something easier for demons compared to the other races. They had a hard time reverting back to their original state and required special methods. Tendril King had researched this path previously, but it didn't make sense for her versus regular cultivation. Chapter 5064. A whole life of cultivation only to become a rabbit, is it worth it? Ming Shi took a while before sighing. What's wrong with being a rabbit? Li Qie stared at her. She thought about this seriously before answering. I won't understand or know anything, no friends either, just a wild animal. We're not talking about the same thing. You're thinking of a wild rabbit instead of a rabbit that has reached the truth. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. You'll be one with heaven and earth. What you have forgotten or should remember has fused with the world. No friend? Everything is your friend then. Is that so? She murmured and glanced at the strange worms. They seemed so close to the monkey. This gave her a new perspective regarding an absolute reversion to the source. The monkey didn't seem to be having a bad time. Reversion. Li Qie patted the monkey's shoulder. I can't say that this is the wrong path. Once you jump out of the cycles, that is when it will happen. I understand, sir. The monkey scratched his head again. Meanwhile, the 2 women thought about how a Tao Lord was invincible, especially one with 12 Tao fruits. Alas, this monkey had done that and wanted to take it another step higher, albeit with an unconventional method. Okay, I should get going. Li Qie got up after chatting with the monkey. The monkey stood up and told Ming Shi, Fate takes you to the Tao in this place, do you wish to stay? He clearly wanted to bestow the princess a great fortune. She immediately shook her head and said, I don't want to stay here, I'm scared of them. She was referring to the headless worms. You don't understand, silly.
Li Qie shook his head. These unique worms have a divine bloodline. They will transform and be able to eat top masters as if they are fried beans. They're divine beasts? Though the worms looked cute playing with the monkey, she was still scared of them and shook her head. I still don't want to, let's go somewhere else. Having said that, she grabbed Li Qie's arm and coquettishly said, Young noble, can I get a different fortune instead? Let's go then. Li Qie smiled. The monkey and the tiger walked with them for a while. As they were about to split up, the monkey said, There's a chance I will not remember anything soon, but it is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to meet you, sir. Don't worry, you don't remember the world but the world will remember you, that's enough. Li Qie said goodbye. The monkey watched their departure before giving a command and happily roaming the plains with his tiger and the strange worms. Is it actually good returning to the origin? Ming Shi asked after they got far away. This is a cultivation choice. You will be able to escape the cycles and don't need to worry about the mortal coil. Tendril King said, I don't think it's right for me. Ming Shi smiled. I prefer to just find the truth through cultivation. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at theporead.com. That path isn't all that great. Li Qie said, It's endless and that's not even the hardest path. The true difficulty lies in being able to maintain your original conviction. Otherwise you might end up turning into the thing you hate the most. The thing I hate the most? She repeated. Tendril King understood right away due to her experience while Ming Shi remained confused. Is Golden Mosquito God scary and nasty? Li Qie asked. Humph, I shudder just thinking about him. Ming Shi responded. There are existences that have gone farther than him. Far more powerful. In reality, their intrinsic nature is not different from him at all. Li Qie said. I don't want to become someone like that, devouring others. She trembled. In order to prevent that, you must protect your Tao heart. As long as it is indomitable, you will be able to travel far even after reaching the truth. Li Qie said. I will remember your guidance, young noble. She nodded solemnly. Tendril King could see that Li Qie has a high evaluation of Ming Shi. This meant that the junior still had a long way to go. Not to mention regular cultivators, even a genius dragon lord like her might not be able to reach the truth. However, Li Qie was already talking about it with Ming Shi. The girl's future seemed brighter than hers. You can do it. Tendril King patted her shoulder. The 3 walked in this land and felt its life force. Ming Shi had a hard time noticing anything special but Tendril King had questions. The power of this world seems different from our cultivation. Tendril King asked Li Qie. You are correct, because this cultivation is different, hence the unique nature of demon. Li Qie nodded. So what is this place? Ming Shi asked. Demon was indeed different from the other Tao lineages. They had deity branches and the power of worship. Everything originated from a place known as the Divine Nest. The other system was straightforward and more personal. The remnant of an epoch, it has been repaired. Li Qie said with a casual tone. Oh. Tendril King couldn't believe it. She had heard rumors about this but never took it seriously. So the Divine Nest of Demon belonged to a different epoch? What do you mean? Which epoch was it from? Ming Shi became curious. Demon Beast. Li Qie glanced at the sky and said, Demon Beast. The 2 women exchanged glances. What was it like? Ming Shi asked. Do you know true dragons and phoenixes? Li Qie asked. Of course, they only exist in the legends and have never been seen before. Ming Shi answered. Some cultivators claim to have the bloodline of true dragons. The actual creatures remained elusive. They were born in that epoch. Li Qie said. I see, so that's why we don't see them anymore. Not that they don't exist, they're just from another epoch. Tendril King commented. Chapter 5065. What about the other divine beasts? Are they still in this place? Ming Shi asked. Li Qie closed his eye to sense this world. After a while he opened them and smiled. Very well, I will let you 2 take a look. Yes. Both became excited, including the experienced Dragon Lord. She also wanted to witness living legends. Li Qie took them to a peak with a towering tree. They were immediately greeted by an impressive amount of chaos true energy. This aura could last forever without ever waning. Tendril King had a difficult time withstanding it, let alone Ming Shi. In reality, she had no chance of climbing up the tree without following right behind Li Qie. The sheer pressure alone could have reduced the two women to blood in the blink of an eye. They heard thunderous explosions stemming from the lightning bolts coursing through the leaves. Tendril King could tell how feeble she was when facing just a single bolt. After a challenging climb, they finally reached the pinnacle of the tree where they discovered a bird nest. It was shrouded in clouds and mist, large enough to be a kingdom. The lack of invisibility was due to an ocean of lightning bolts hovering above it. It poured down from the nest like waterfalls and eventually turned into lightning currents. The nest was formed by the twisting branches of the tree, something which the monarch had never seen before due to its ancient age. The moment she touched them, she gained a considerable boost in power. This nest had the power to harmonize with the Tao, allowing an unlimited creation of power. Thus, just staying in the nest was enough to grow stronger. There was no need for active cultivation. "It's divine," she murmured. As a vine herself, she had a heightened sensitivity to the nest. She then turned her attention beyond the mist and saw a golden egg at the very center. It was as bright as the sun and issued loud crackles. The shell had archaic runes of the lighting affinity. Whenever a crackle occurred, the two women's grand Tao would resonate and erupt back. Their fate palaces appeared outside of their control and derived the grand Tao. They were shocked because this was an entirely new experience. "This is the egg of a divine beast?" Ming Shi asked. "Gestated by the power of heavenly lightning and grand Tao, only a divine beast can come to the world in this manner." Tendril King said with admiration. "You're slightly off here, it is not being gestated by the power of lightning, it is emitting it." Li Qie shook his head. "It is producing this much energy already?" Both women became startled. "That is why it is a divine beast, born to be matchless. At full maturity, it will be the Lord of the Worlds." Li Qie said. They took a deep breath. This creature was monstrous even in this egg form. No other living beings could catch up. This was the reason why everyone coveted the divine bloodlines, especially the demons. "Can we adopt it?" Ming Shi smiled and said. Boom! A golden detonation answered her, akin to a giant stomping down with enough force to crush dragon lords. Humph! Li Qie scowled. His voice alone destroyed everything including the golden explosion. The powerful egg trembled in fear after seeing this, no longer daring to act imperiously. As for the two women, they couldn't believe it. That explosion could have reduced them to dust if it wasn't for Li Qie's protection. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. So this is a divine egg. Tendril King murmured. The world had several divine eggs appearing before. None came close to this level. It's not that simple to adopt one. Even someone who has the ability to adopt won't be able to take care of it. This is a grand fortune capable of seizing the wonders of heaven and earth. It is more of a disaster than a blessing. Li Qie said. "I see, I definitely can't take good care of it." Ming Shi said. "I wonder what the War Monarch's divine egg is like." Tendril King commented on the rumor of that clan obtaining an egg from the nest. "Was that one comparable to this golden egg? We're leaving, this egg is not something the lower continents can handle." Li Qie only brought them here to broaden their horizon and had no intention of taking the egg. As they were leaving, the egg issued metallic sounds, seemingly bidding goodbye. "It's sentient already," Ming Shi said. "It is a true divine egg, exceedingly rare even back in its epoch. In fact, it somehow managed to survive the destruction. This is a sign of its supremeness." Li Qie said, elaborating on how special it was to the two women. They left the tree and went to another scenic location. Ming Shi and Tendril King were captivated by a scene that should only exist in the paintings. The land was engulfed in divinity and light. The source came from a snow-white beast with runes exuding the holy affinity. Chapter 5066. Its horn was also gorgeous with a purifying light. It came closer and nibbled Ming Shi's sleeve. "So cute." She happily petted it. "Is this a—" Tendril King recalled stories about this creature. "Yes, a unicorn, albeit not the purest of this bloodline." Li Qie said. Meanwhile, the unicorn nudged Ming Shi, seemingly wanting to take her somewhere.
Her heart is pure.
Tendril King murmured. There was a reason why the unicorn was so close to Ming Shi. It didn't approach Li Qie or her, only the girl. It led them deeper into the beautiful region with mesmerizing mountains and rivers. This tranquil paradise brimmed with the holy affinity. It could turn villains into upstanding cultivators. The thing surprising them the most was the relatively high population of unicorns. Though they weren't pure-blooded, they could still be considered divine beasts in the outside world.
How rare, esteemed visitors from afar. A charismatic voice sounded, indicating that the speaker was a man of unparalleled grace.
Theft is never good, try looking at. Ming Shi and Tendril King looked over and saw a man sitting on top of a boulder. Due to his simple style, he resembled a shepherd for the unicorns. He possessed a holy glow as well, purer than any light in existence. Despite his unadorned appearance, his smile was unforgettable and infectious.
He saw Li Qie and rushed over to bow respectfully. "It's you, sir. I didn't expect you to come so soon."
The others exchanged glances. He seemed to know Li Qie. "Little serpent, you're in charge of this place?" Li Qie smiled. "Haha, sir, this is just a little accomplishment, not worth mentioning in your presence." The youth hurriedly asked Li Qie to sit down. "Do you two know each other?" Ming Shi asked and couldn't believe how a man's smile could glitter so magnificently.
"When I first heard of you, sir, I was but a tiny serpent.
Now, I'm still just a tiny serpent in your eyes." The youth said. "The great immortal Emperor Jin Shi, no need to be so humble." Li Qie smiled. "Immortal Emperor Jin Shi?" Ming Shi wasn't familiar with this title. An ancient emperor. Tendril King knew about this system from the past. This youth must be extremely old because this title was no longer used, replaced by Dao Lords and Conquerors.
"You are Golden Serpent Emperor?"
Ming Shi recalled a grand figure appearing when Wild Dragon was running away. Now that she looked at him carefully, the two were rather familiar. "It's all in the past." The youth smiled and shook his head.
"The deity of serpent."
Ming Shi became startled because he was the first founder god of demon. That branch is nothing compared to his previous achievements as an immortal emperor. Li Qie commented.
"I don't deserve such kind praises from you, sir."
The youth bowed again. He came from Heavenhoof Ravine and possessed a divine bloodline. Alas, this sect was no longer around at this point. Li Qie relaxed on another boulder and observed the roaming unicorns. "I remember when you were a little snake that wanted to become a true dragon," he said. "Time waits for no one, seems like wasted effort." The youth sighed. "Can the power here cleanse the traces of blood from you?" Li Qie asked. "I am at peace here and probably will not leave. Tending the nerd and enjoying the winds, this might be my permanent home. After all, this is the ancestral nest," he said. "The ancestral nest was not your pursuit yet you still returned," Li Qie commented. During their conversation, Ming Shi had run off with some of the unicorns, being close enough to ride one of them. "I have let you down, sir. Weariness got the best of me, so I ran here to live with these holy creatures. The mortal world no longer matters to me. It is not your fault since the Tao is full of obstacles and everyone has the right to pick. This is a great ending anyway." Li Qie nodded. He sighed despite his current joyous situation. "I couldn't be indomitable like you in any situation and regardless of the time. I can only move forward." Li Qie said. "I am no stranger to blood and death my whole life. It's just that the last war made me want to quit and go far away." "It was brutal," Li Qie said. "Yes." The youth nodded. Qianlong and Bajun fell. That was only the first battle too. The immemorial epic war. Tendril King had heard of it before. Indeed, the people was utterly defeated and without the protection of the supreme power, they were doomed to be slaves forever or wiped out. Tendril King read about how the emperors and sages joined that war. She didn't expect to meet a survivor today. "I don't need to return anyway." The youth revealed a bitter smile. Li Qie patted his shoulder and said, "It's amazing that you have tried your best. Look, you're still alive, and isn't this place great?" "Right, I just don't understand why all living beings will devour each other eventually." The youth sentimentally said. "There will be an end." Li Qie responded. "You're talking about the final battle?"
he asked. Li Qie smiled and stared at the horizon. After a brief silence he said, "The final battle. 1. Jin Shi equals Golden Serpent." Chapter 50-67. I'm afraid I can't be by your side, sir. The youth stared at the happy unicorns and said. Ming Shi had too much fun playing with the unicorns who weren't afraid of her at all. It's fine. Li Qie didn't mind and closed his eyes to enjoy the breeze. The evils of the world couldn't reach this place. This place is peaceful, no need to chase the light either, everything is natural and innate. The Tao and power are there without a need for cultivation. He added. You're right, sir. The youth said. After the war, immortal Emperor Jin Shi chose to be a shepherd for the unicorns instead. This was similar to God Ape Tao Lord taking care of the strange worms. Some move forward by circumstances, immortal emperors and Tao Lords included. They could have just turned back. Li Qie sighed. The same can be said about you, sir, yet you choose to move forward. The youth said. There's nothing I can do, I am doomed from the start. Li Qie joked. Your determination is unmatched. The youth said, you emphasize the Tao heart to us instead of merit laws and techniques. Alas, some of us have let you down. It is expected, for this is life. Li Qie said, if the Tao were so easy, who would fall into the darkness? Who would pick a life without sunlight? Yes. The youth nodded. Li Qie didn't say anything else and enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere along with the occasional waves of laughter from Ming Shi and the unicorns. After a long while, the youth looked up and told Li Qie. There's something you should know, sir. An unfamiliar guest visited Celestial Court. Oh, interesting. Li Qie opened his eyes and said. Not much is known during the war, always elusive. The youth said. That's not the style of the old geezers. Li Qie said. This person's existence was spotted by our side but kept a low profile in Celestial Court. We suspected that there was an attempt to settle it all with a single ambush. It didn't work, so a furious darkness came instead and started the war. The youth said. Tendril King was surprised to hear this due to some inconsistencies with the records. The most popular stated that darkness suddenly descended during a disaster and Celestial Court came back to illuminate the world. As the savior, it, later on, declared an inquisition against the people. This started the war. At first, not all members of the people were branded as sinners. Alas, the strong resistance eventually forced Celestial Court to raise the stakes. Now, it seemed that there was something else going on before these events. Who was bold enough to attack Celestial Court from the inside? In the present, Celestial Court was absolutely the strongest lineage in all 6 continents. They were even stronger during their golden age. So what happened? Li Qie asked. Hard to say. This person was never spotted again during the war. It was difficult to find out more information because of Celestial Court's defenses. The youth said. Looks like a visit is warranted. Maybe some fish will come out to play. Li Qie said. But if they don't? The youth asked. That's where the problem lies. There's no solution and they will always be looming in the future. Li Qie stroked his chin. Do you have a plan, sir? The youth asked. They will have no choice but to come out when the time comes. That's when I will perform the final cleanup. Li Qie smirked. And that is when you will embark on your journey? The youth inquired. Whoever started this war did it for a reason. Something must have changed. Li Qie said. I see. The youth was familiar with these higher-level theories. This was a big deal when it came from Li Qie. All parties will lose their patience soon, and that is when I can end it. Li Qie said. I wish nothing but success for your expedition. The youth said. Though he no longer cared about the outside world, he still wanted the best for Li Qie. I will succeed. Li Qie nodded, telling both the youth and himself. Back then, the Empress eventually showed up to take care of things. That battle resulted in many top masters falling. She disappeared henceforth after leaving Imperial Field behind. The youth revealed. Imperial Field. Tendril King murmured. This was one of the 3 strongest lineages in the Immortal Continent. Celestial Court was the oldest. Immortal Tao City came after, and Imperial Field was established after the war. Imperial Field was built on the blood and flesh of emperors. The youth told her. She took a deep breath.
Future generations didn't know who started this lineage, but now, she finally got an answer from a survivor. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Celestial Court still wanted it. Li Qie said. Many Grand Emperors appeared at the same time, but the bone was gone. All three lineages couldn't find it. The youth nodded. So relentless in greed, I suppose dogs don't stop eating shit. Li Qie chuckled. This will lead to you, sir. The youth said. It saves me the trouble, it's already happening. Li Qie nodded. After listening to their conversation, Tendril King realized that the duel between Conceal and Li Qie was not personal. Celestial Court ordered her to obtain the item, and this might be the reason why Conceal Conqueror stuck around in the lower continents. Given her current cultivation, she should be ascending. After all, the usual limit was 4 fruits. Alas, she had a mission to accomplish, and now, Li Qie was in possession of her goal. Chapter 5068. Li Qie chatted with Immortal Emperor Jin Shi for a long while regarding certain crucial topics. Eventually, Li Qie stood up and waved at Ming Shi, who was still having fun. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. She hasn't had enough but still jumped down from the unicorn and returned, "These unicorns are too cute. They are born with the holy affinity and regular people can't get close, let alone play with them. Miss, perhaps you are connected with this place by fate and can obtain a fortune here." The young emperor said. Doesn't seem too bad. She stroked her chin and thought about how she truly liked this place. Should I stay here? She couldn't help asking Li Qie. All the fortunes here are up for grabs. Li Qie said, if you want to, you can pick this one. Forget it, I want to look at the other places too. She tilted her head for a bit before responding, young noble, what's your destination? I want to see it too. Li Qie only smiled and didn't answer. You should take a look, sir. The youth told him, the ancestral dragon is still young, so you should make the decision for the future's sake. He seemed to actually be interested in this matter. Everyone has been working hard, it seems. Li Qie smiled. The youth nodded in response. They're trying to look for a new path, giving birth to a new world from the remnant of an old one. I understand. Li Qie responded. The youth's last worries disappeared after seeing Li Qie. After all, no one was more suitable to deal with these issues than him. Miss, if you are also looking for a fortune, there is a dried root over yonder that is worth your time. The youth told Tendril King before they left. Li Qie nodded. Might as well take a look. You deserve something to make this worth your time. I wonder if I will get to see you again, sir, or I'll be dead from old age next time you're back. Nonetheless, to have met you in this life was an honor. The youth bowed to bid farewell. Take care. Li Qie said before leaving with the 2 women. The emperor watched until they disappeared from sight before returning to his region. He, an unbeatable immortal emperor and a legendary founder god, chose to live reclusively away from the outside world. This wasn't a bad ending for a cultivator who has grown tired of needless bloodshed and death. Though he was stained with blood and flames, now he was able to live innocently like a child. The trio followed the emperor's direction and crossed through wondrous landscapes, stars and various affinities shaping up physical realms. They saw both destruction and rebirth along the way. From nothingness came something. This rebuilding process was easier said than done. After all, there were fragments and damages everywhere after the calamity. Eventually, they made it to a continent with broken stars and large chasms on the ground. It was actually larger than the lower continents. Their destination was a basin, looking like the aftermath of a volcano from afar. Once they got closer, they could tell that it might have been the result of a crashing meteor. This is it. Ming Shi looked around and only saw scorched earth, the opposite of her expectation. This was drastically different from God Ape Dao Lord and Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's place. Anyone would pick the previous locations instead of this one. It's peculiar. Tendril King noticed something due to her impressive cultivation. Buzz. After a green glow, she summoned a vine and drilled it into the ground. She then closed her eyes to feel the land. Something flashed back from underground. This faint glow alone made her sense an unimaginable level of life force. Boom! She wanted to drill deeper but was instantly pushed into the air. Li Qie caught her and said, "It's not easy obtaining the fortune here, It will take a long time. This is exactly what I'm looking for. She became excited. Senior Ant, what looms beneath? Ming-Shi asked. The source of all trees, how incredible. It felt withered though. Tendril King explained. It is a divine tree that has withered, so you're right. We're standing on one of its roots right now. Li Qie smiled. One root. Ming-Shi took a deep breath and gazed at the massive continent. It is massive. Just how large was this tree then? It probably took up the whole sky. They saw gigantic trees back in Demon since that region had the largest forest in the lower continents. Of course, none could compare to this tree if she was imagining it correctly. It might just take up all of our 3 continents, maybe more. Tendril King said. Yes, this once shouldered an entire world. Now, there are only fragments left. Li Qie said. So this was a world tree? Tendril King realized that she was still underestimating it. What destroyed this divine tree then? Ming-Shi gasped. This must be a power far beyond her comprehension. Certain existences stretching their greedy hands. Li Qie looked up at the sky and said, causing the 2 women to shudder. This fortune is suitable for you. It doesn't matter which path you pick, reversing to the source or utilizing the Grand Tao. This tree can allow you to reach the truth. Li Qie added. I understand. Tendril King said. I will stay here for a long period and will do my best to not let you down, young noble. This place was everything she hoped for with regard to improving her cultivation. Chapter 5069. Buzz. She turned into a morning glory tree, becoming larger and larger. Her branches and leaves took over the entire basin in no time at all. After taking up all the space possible, she started ascending vertically. This required immense cultivation as the fuel and fortunately, she had enough as a 5-fruit dragon lord. Rumble. Her transformation also reshaped the continent. Peaks with gurgling streams ascended along her side. The water coursed to the bottom and started forming rivers and even oceans. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Ming-Shi and Li Qie witnessed a green continent in no time at all. Verdant leaves and shimmering currents. She's so strong. Ming-Shi praised her fellow sect member for this miraculous feat. Boom. A divine light illuminated the continent and created the image of a great tree. Stars circled around its leaves as it gave birth to 3,000 worlds. So this is a reflection of the divine tree? Ming-Shi murmured. She felt as if this tree could create the 6 continents without facing any issues. Alas, the divine light didn't last long and disappeared after a few seconds. I'm afraid I can't return to untethered. Ming-Shi, do you mind letting the ancestors know? Tendril King's voice could be heard. I will deliver the message, Senior Ant. Ming-Shi bowed. With that, the group was down to 2. As they were leaving, Ming-Shi kept on looking back at the green continent. She hoped to see her Senior Ant again, but alas, after a full fusion process, her Senior Ant might become a god here and wouldn't be able to leave. Where are we going now, young noble? She asked Li Qie. The ancestral nest, the origin of it all. Li Qie told her. They crossed through more celestial domains and saw unprecedented miracles, at least for Ming-Shi. One of them was a colossal statue. Its broken state didn't diminish its grandeur. Another location of note was a pond with tribulation lighting. A golden eagle was flying inside. A frightening tsunami of lightning ravaged the pond in an unceasing manner. Nothing could survive in there with the exception of this eagle. Chilglare Hawk's screech was devastating, but it was nothing compared to this golden eagle. It was the roar of a tiger versus an infant crying. This eagle could devour thousands of dragon lords in the blink of an eye. In fact, it could contrast against true dragons and phoenixes as well. Its feathers were damaged by the lightning bolts and stained with blood. Nonetheless, it still kept on training in the pond until it noticed something. I apologize for the lack of reception, esteemed guests. It finally took a break. It's fine, keep going. Li Qie smiled and said, using tribulation lighting to polish your true blood is the best course of action. Perhaps you will be able to obtain a divine bloodline. Right you are, sir. The eagle went to a fierce lightning domain while speaking. I'm afraid I can't entertain you right now. It's fine. Li Qie was only passing by and didn't feel like talking with the eagle.
Boom! A terrifying arc struck the eagle, causing it to focus again. Excuse me then. It rushed into the air and faced the lightning arc directly, still capable of withstanding the destructive affinity. Is this the founder of Feather? Ming Shi recalled the seal of Peacock Monarch, a golden eagle. That's right. Li Qie nodded. These founder gods are so strange. God Ape Dao Lord just wants to be a monkey. Immortal Emperor Jean she wants to be a shepherd, and this golden eagle is a masochist. Ming Shi murmured. It's because of their varied background, so their pursuit and Dao are also different. Li Qie said. We've seen serpent, tiger, feather, and bug so far. Wood's demon conqueror is probably at the immortal continent. What about mist? Will we see that founder too? She asked. This god probably can't stay in the divine nest and is long gone just like demon conqueror. Li Qie had an answer. What a shame, I want to see all of them. Ming Shi sighed. Chapter 50-70. Li Qie finally made it to his destination. A dark place with low visibility. Looking ahead, one would see something akin to giant dragons intertwining in the air. In reality, it was a nest made from massive branches. The two were only seeing a tiny corner of the nest. Unfortunately, Ming Shi couldn't get any closer due to an unknown power. As she stood there, she speculated that even conquerors couldn't get in. Li Qie stared at the nest for a while before speaking. Wait here. Okay. She agreed. With that, Li Qie took one step forward and nullified the power. It had no choice but to acquiesce before his presence. Humph. He became more serious eventually and added force. All the laws reversed their course and made way for his steps. Boom! A hole was made, allowing entry. He disappeared into the nest while Ming Shi sat in the meditative pose, knowing that he would return unscathed. Inside the nest proved that the initial assessment of its size was accurate. Countless stars flowed together like a river and eventually formed a maelstrom. It could accommodate an entire epoch. It was spinning rather slowly in this timeless dimension. If it was in the outside world, it might require millions of years before full rotation. If it was spinning any faster, its sucking force would cause devastating damage. Upon closer inspection, a top master would be able to calculate its appropriate age and find out that it was still rather young. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Li Qie took his time analyzing the maelstrom. After a while, he finally spoke. Am I not welcome here? Must I flip this place over before getting to chat with you too? It looked as if he was murmuring to himself since no one else was around. Pop. Space rippled to the sides of the maelstrom. A total of 4 eyes opened to look at him. One pair of eyes was golden, as bright as 2 suns. The other was amber with a glassy feel to it. 2 divine beast auras engulfed the area and could make anyone tremble. 2 massive shadows appeared next to the maelstrom as well. One was a golden dragon while the other was a white tiger. Sigh, no matter where I go, you keep haunting us. The white tiger to the right had a domineering voice. You should be thanking me for helping you find the ancestral nest. Now, you have obtained atavism. Li Qie said. That is true. The golden dragon on the left was much more friendly in comparison. It is thanks to your help that we were able to find this place. Now our bloodline is as pure as can be. We also helped you out. The tiger said. So what? You too would have been suppressed under that mountain still if it wasn't for me. Li Qie retorted. Humph. The tiger had no response to this. It is an honor to see you again, young noble. The dragon cordially said. Don't even start. I'm sure he's not here to bring us good news. The tiger said. I see how it is, turning your back on an old friend after finding the ancestral nest. Li Qie sat down in space and said. Not to that extent, but everyone knows your unsavory reputation by now, Crow. You don't visit for no reason. I'm sure you're here to exploit us in some way again. The tiger had a fiery temper. Well. Li Qie stroked his chin in response. You two were so scrawny before but now big and fat. Maybe I can really squeeze out something nice. Stop dreaming. The tiger retorted. Young noble, we're happy to see you again because after all, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Unfortunately, due to our circumstances, we can't follow you to battle like before. The dragon politely said. I'm aware. Li Qie said.
Dark Crow, we don't owe you either. We cured the little girl and trained her into an invincible master.
The tiger said with pride.
They spent immense efforts on this matter, and the result was absolutely transformative and unprecedented. I've guessed as much, and you too deserve all the merits for this.
Li Qie nodded. Let's not talk about debts like we're strangers.
But the girl really didn't disappoint, and she brightened up this place. She was with us for so long that we consider her family.
The dragon laughed happily.
In the past, they weren't at her level, let alone being able to train someone to that level. That's why I'm here relaxing and chatting. I remember what you have done and am grateful for it.
Li Qie smiled.
I don't feel any gratitude coming from you. The tiger said, nothing good ever comes from your presence, only bullying.
Sigh, that's hurtful and untrue when I'm such a nice person.
Li Qie complained, what can I do when my kindness is viewed as malice? He paused for a second before adding, you should know that I am here with a gift.
No need. The tiger had a bad feeling about this.
Ha ha ha, we appreciate your goodwill, young noble, but we're old now and just want to retire here.
The dragon felt the same way and became cautious.
Chapter 50-71. The two immediately refused before Li Qie could speak. They knew that once the conversation started, they wouldn't be able to refuse. More importantly, they had their own mission and didn't want further trouble.
Alas, Li Qie never took no for an answer.
I see.
Then maybe we should talk about the little dragon. What's its name?
Li Qie asked.
The two exchanged glances. This was the topic they wanted to avoid the most.
Alas, the guy was here in person now, so this was inevitable. Not to mention the potential consequences. The dark hand behind the curtains was now the lord of this epic. Things only got harder for those who wished to oppose him.
Cosmic Ancestral Dragon.
The golden dragon sighed and said, I congratulate you two on bringing back a life from the previous epic. It is time for this remnant epic to return to its original state.
Li Qie smiled and said,
we do owe it to you for figuring out the essential mysteries in order for the child to be born here. This is the right path for remnant epics. They certainly worked hard rebuilding the divine nest, but there was still a long way to go before reaching their ultimate goal. However, the only reason why they even picked the right path in the first place was due to Li Qie's guidance.
Just tell us what you want already.
The tiger became impatient. How far do you think you can go on this path? What more improvements and derivation can be done for this remnant epic?
Li Qie answered with a question.
You don't need to worry about it. We will try our best until it reaches the desired state.
The tiger said.
And you? Li Qie smiled at the golden dragon. Do we have a choice at all when it comes down to this path?
The dragon smiled wryly.
No, but also yes.
Li Qie responded.
Humph. The tiger became dissatisfied and said, Dark Crow, don't push us because we have a limit like everyone else. Remember that I am no longer just the crow, and haven't I shown myself to be rather reasonable and easy to deal with?
Li Qie replied.
The tiger scowled again. They were already strong in the past, and after reaching atavism, they were above the apex of this world now. Alas, this wasn't the time to fight because Li Qie was the lord of this epic. In fact, he was already frightening enough as the Dark Crow. They needed to heed his warnings then too. We're listening if you have any advice, young noble. Golden Dragon was wiser and more far-sighted.
How are you seeing this past epic?
Li Qie asked. We can't pry since it was too long ago, not to mention its destroyed status. But in terms of bloodline we have made it. The dragon said after exchanging glances with the tiger. What will you call this epic? Divine Beast or Demon Beast?
Li Qie smiled.
Of course Divine Beast. Divine beasts ruled the epic, true dragons, phoenixes, gluttonous kings, and many more. They were both supreme and wise.
The tiger said.
The last line applies to all the top beings in each epic.
Li Qie said. The two agreed with this statement.
Strong and wise, sure, no epic managed to survive or left anything meaningful behind.
Li Qie said.
Even if they were destroyed, this epic has a chance of rebirth as long as hope remains.
The tiger said.
I agree with that. Li Qie went on. Do you know that there are two types of destruction, one inflicted by the villainous heaven and the other is being devoured.
The two were stirred after hearing this. Please elaborate, young noble. The dragon said. Since you toiled for eras to fix these fragmented lands, what do you think happened? Xueqi smiled. They have certainly thought of this before and it weighed on them.
Devourment. The dragon admitted. After checking the battlefields and taking care of the corpses, they had a good idea of what brought this epic down. This was horrifying because even with their current strength, they would have been powerless to stop it.
Are you two strong enough to face the hunters? Xueqi finally asked the key question. In reality, this fear has been buried deep in their mind. How many existences in the river of time have been able to stop the predators? This was certainly beyond their ability. As long as we have enough time, the ancestral dragon will be able to do it. The tiger said. This was the reason why they chose to stay here. With enough time for the dragon to mature, everything would change. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. So confident. How much time is needed for this plan? Will it actually work? Xueqi asked.
I'm not quite sure. The dragon contemplated for a while before answering. This is unprecedented, so we only have an estimate. Do you know what kind of predators you will be facing?
Xueqi's expression became serious.
Chapter 5072. Of course, the two have pondered this issue extensively. Alas, they lacked information and access to certain secrets. Let's assume that you will have enough time and chances to let your cosmic ancestral dragon reach full maturity and enter its prime state. How strong will it be? The tiger confidently declared, the lord of an epic, strong enough to be everlasting.
Quite strong, huh? Xueqi smiled. The two beings nodded.
They agreed that this prime state was virtually matchless. No immortal emperors or anyone else could reach this level. This dragon would definitely become a supreme overlord and not just an average one. It might be among the strongest of overlords. Well, tell me how strong this remnant epic used to be then during its peak.
Xueqi said. The two didn't answer right away.
Judging from the remnant battlefields, they could tell that despite their current cultivation, they were still only minor characters at best if they were living in that epic. Since you called it divine beast, there were mature true dragons and phoenixes. They were certainly the lords of that epic.
Xueqi continued.
This epic didn't have humans and other races, only primarily demons and beasts. Alas, this mighty epic still suffered the same fate as many others, becoming a hunting ground.
Xueqi said after a brief pause.
The two took a deep breath after receiving confirmation from Xueqi. Long, long ago, it hunted true dragons and ate phoenixes. Xueqi's voice echoed across the temporal sphere and went back in time. Sentient spirits seemed to be waking up in the maelstrom and were brought back to a dark period. In the end, only ruins remained of your beloved epic.
Xueqi concluded.
Young noble, how do you know all of this? The dragon said solemnly after hearing the terrible stories. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I've excavated a few things and know more than you too.
Xueqi said.
So which existence did all of this?
The tiger asked.
Xueqi had a serious expression for once as he uttered the culprit's name. Voracious Leviathan. Voracious Leviathan.
The two shouted after hearing this title.
Pop. A bubble came out of the maelstrom. Just this tiny thing alone could destroy the 6 continents. The two saw the reaction from the maelstrom and knew that Xueqi was telling the truth. They became overwhelmed with emotion. So you have heard of it? Xueqi said. Do you find it hard to believe? It actually happened all the time. Just a normal state of affairs. It can't be, they murmured despite knowing the answer deep down.
Who else then? Xueqi asked.
The two harbored such thoughts before due to the circumstantial evidence. Alas, they didn't want to speculate wildly. Now it turned out that they were right. Saviors don't exist. Do the two of you consider yourselves saviors too? When you wield the strength to do so for this epic, will you continue to save it or pick an entirely different path?
Xueqi said.
Moreover, Voracious Leviathan is frightening indeed, but comparatively, it is rather amateurish. Every hunt there are some mistakes left over, hence these fragmentations. Otherwise, you would have nothing here to be waiting for your ancestral dragon. Xueqi said, Samsara, that geezer during his prime, what a work of art, a true master. If you two ever have the chance, go take a look. It is perfect.
Didn't you kill him? The tiger said.
I do have to thank the villainous heaven for that. If it wasn't for the existing wound, the guy wouldn't have fallen to such a miserable state.
Li Qie smiled.
The two didn't say anything for a bit while contemplating the new information. After a while, the dragon asked, "Is voracious Leviathan there?" While asking this question, they felt as if there was something watching them from the shadows.
Yes, and I have been searching.
Li Qie smiled. It lacks finesse but makes up for it with a natural instinct, not to mention its hibernation capability. Otherwise, it would have become hunted as well. The two thought that this matter was more complicated than their previous assessment.
It'll keep an eye out for you, the tiger said.
That's a good thing. It would be more problematic if I wasn't a potential target.
Li Qie shrugged.
The two took a deep breath after realizing Li Qie's goal. This novel is available on poread.com. Chapter 5073, Young Noble, can you tell us what you want? The dragon knew that Li Qie wouldn't leave so easily. From my perspective or yours first?
Li Qie said.
Ours first, of course. They exchanged glances and the tiger spoke. Okay, then let's start with what you two want. What is the final state?
Li Qie smiled.
We aren't sure. For now, we wish to make this land and epoch more fertile. The dragon responded. Keep in mind that this is a destroyed epoch, a vestige of the past. What you're doing is just wishful thinking, to be perfectly blunt.
Li Qie said.
Wishful thinking? We have divine eggs and even an ancestral dragon. The epoch will rise again with enough time. The tiger disagreed. The two desired to see a world filled with divine beasts just like how it used to be.
Is that so?
I recognize your ambition and the divine eggs here, also the power and potential of your ancestral dragon. Li Qie said, but don't forget, this is my epoch. What will happen if your epoch also wishes to grow? Once there are enough divine beasts and your ancestral dragon is an adult, will you two still be in control? He stared at them and continued. When you lose control, which direction will this epoch go? Will it be prosperous just like its golden age? The two beasts listened in silence. You already know the answer, that you will lose control eventually. Otherwise, you wouldn't want more people to come here such as the immortal emperors or creating the deity branches. You wish to create a coalition force strong enough to steer the epoch in your desired direction. This ship is too large for you two alone. Or perhaps I'm wrong, that you two never had any intention of ruling. Once the cosmic ancestral dragon becomes strong enough, it will lead the old epoch to great prosperity and potentially replace the current.
Li Qie's smile became wider as he said this.
That is not our goal. The alarmed dragon immediately responded. We never thought about replacing your epoch with divine beast and are only trying to help the divine eggs. This place is large enough to accommodate all of us without needing to go outside.
Is that so?
How will you stop the cosmic dragon and the other divine beasts from leaving?
Li Qie asked.
The two had no answer because this was impossible. We will try our best. The dragon answered. Good. Now we can talk about it from my perspective.
Li Qie said.
The two sighed since they knew what was coming. This is my epoch, understood? He went on. There is an old saying that has been proven true for millions of years. Don't let someone else sleep in your bed. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. We understand.
The two beasts said.
I am the lord of this epoch now and the future. I will not allow the existence of divine beast or any other epoch. Li Qie said. Now excuse me for being impolite. With that, his tone became dominant and aggressive. Divine beast is nothing in my eyes, the same for you too. I have slaughtered epoch lords, exterminated pseudo-immortals, and battled the high heaven. You all are just mortals in comparison. Mere worms in my epoch. If I am willing, you may live in peace. Otherwise you will turn into dust. My epoch, my rule. With that, he smiled and said, I apologize for the harsh words. It did feel a bit pretentious. The two didn't answer but still understood his point. He was right. Don't let someone else sleep in your bed. Why would he allow the existence of divine beast? Any other epic lord would try to eradicate the remnant epics after seeing a hint of threat.
We understand.
This was all they could say. Though they were strong, they stood no chance against him. This applied to an adult cosmic dragon as well. He had crushed supreme overlords before and didn't mind playing the role of a dragon slayer. Opposing Xueqi during his prime was extremely unwise and suicidal. Not to mention the remnant epic of Divine Beast, he could obliterate all divine bloodlines if he became annoyed enough. A quick look at poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. What do you want us to do then? The tiger had no choice but to submit. There was no other option due to the disparity of power. Their very existence depended on his whim.
I have always been kind-hearted and respect towards the elder and the young, possessing nothing but love for all life.
He smiled. The two beasts exchanged glances. Don't look dismissive now, I am speaking from the heart. My visit is to guide you to a better path, to protect you and your cosmic dragon. He went on. A cat shedding tears while catching a mouse. The tiger was not convinced. I'm sure that you two take great pride in raising a cosmic dragon and the other divine beasts. Watching them grow up to become dominant existences must be satisfying. He said. Obviously. The tiger remarked. But in my opinion, you're not raising divine beasts, only a flock of helpless fat sheep. Your wonderful future does not exist. It is a mere fantasy. Xueqi said.
How dare you disrespect our dream?
The tiger became angry. Chapter 5074. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Reality is often harsh, especially for the fat sheep. They'll only become meals. This is their fate, their final destination. Xueqi shook his head and said,
Young noble, do you wish to consume us all?
The dragon blurted out. Seems like you're the one being disrespectful. If I had any intention of doing so, I wouldn't have helped you two find this ancestral nest. I could have roasted all the eggs too and filled my stomach. Today it'll be dragon eggs, tomorrow it'll be phoenix eggs. You guys won't have any egg to incubate at all. Xueqi smiled. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. I misspoke, my apology. The dragon sighed. But even if I don't eat, it doesn't mean that others won't. Remember that this is a work of art, they don't wish to eat little babies. The food has to grow up and be fat first. Most importantly, they also prefer to do nothing and just wait until the delicious pot is ready and full of ingredients. Xueqi stared at the two and said, A pot with divine beasts will surely be coveted. Is voracious Leviathan aware of our presence? The dragon had to ask. You're lacking knowledge and foresight for asking that question. Sure, be afraid of voracious Leviathan, but keep in mind that it is only a little brother compared to the others, a newbie at best. Xueqi said. The two shuddered after hearing this. Why do you think I'm still here needing to chat with the villainous heaven instead of embarking on the journey? Xueqi said. My epic is a great tree while these existences are nothing more than some bugs. Sure, I'm trying to get rid of them, but I also don't mind if they eat a few leaves in the process. In this case, it's even better for me if your epic is eaten. It can be used as bait once it is strong enough. He shrugged while speaking. The two haven't thought of Xueqi using them in this manner. Yes, this remnant epic was indeed delicious, especially the cosmic dragon and the divine beasts at full maturity. This is why I keep telling people about how nice I am, yet they continue to misunderstand me.
He went on. I traveled so far to come to offer you two some advice, only to be treated like a villain.
With that, he laughed and said, Just imagine this scenario, when doomsday comes, you two can cry and beg me for help. Why should I help then? What do you have on the table that I care about? The two knew that in the worst-case scenario, they would have to ask him for help. Nothing. Both admitted. Now do you see that I am being merciful and kind? Will you still refuse my help? Xueqi asked. What should we do? The dragon gave up and decided to listen to him. This was a losing game from the very start. If they didn't listen to him, their fate would be worse. All of them and this entire epic would be eaten by the overlords. The only real option was to listen to Xueqi. Just tell us already, we have no other choice. The tiger accepted his fate. It's simple, I will give you a chance to fuse with my epic, a display of my generosity and friendship.
Xueqi said with a smile. How does the fusion work?
The dragon asked, aware that Xueqi was only doing this out of past sentiments. If Xueqi didn't care about them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy this remnant epic. The whole conversation was just a formality and a showing of friendship. Being stubborn now instead of accommodating him would only have one result: destruction. At that point, the sentiments of the past would no longer be enough to save them. The same with surrendering after starting a fight. I will infuse my mantras into the bloodlines. From then on, the branch of the divine beasts shall be a race of my epic.
Xueqi said. Isn't this the same as shackling us?
The tiger couldn't help but say.
That depends on how you look at it.
Xueqi waved. Of course you and the ancestral dragon can refuse. I'll be kind enough not to kill you.
However, it just happens that I am lacking bait right now.
All I need to do is to stir the water a bit and those who enjoy fried dragon meat will come to play.
We accept.
The dragon accepted this was the best possible outcome. The alternative was a replay of divine beasts' destruction. Although having Xueqi's mantra in their bloodline meant being shackled by him, there was no other choice. At the very least, they could still live freely and join an even bigger world. Endless possibilities still awaited them.
We accept.
The tiger said as well. Chapter 50-75. The dragon sighed and asked something. Tell me, did you already plan this when you guided us to the ancestral nest? The tiger froze after hearing this since he couldn't have come up with this suspicion. Of course not, I can't plan that long ahead. It was a whole epic.
Xueqi waved his hand.
I don't believe your bullshit. Even the gentle dragon couldn't help but curse.
Dark Crow. You played us.
The tiger gritted his teeth. It seemed that Xueqi had baited them even when they were being suppressed. This was all part of his plan, leading them to the ancestral nest and letting them grow the remnant epic.
Xueqi waved his hand and said, You're overthinking it.
Let's put it this way, if we hadn't come to an agreement, would you two have reached atavism and become this strong?
No, you two would have been dead.
The two agreed with this logic. If they had refused, they would have been suppressed in the same place all this time. Someone else might have come and destroyed them. That's why you need to maintain an optimistic mindset. Don't be so cynical. It's rare to find someone as kind as me nowadays.
Xueqi said.
The two cursed him in their head. If the Dark Crow was kind, then everyone else in the world were saints.
Okay, I think we're done talking here.
Let's get started already. Everyone got the point and my time is precious. He stood up and said, walking closer to the maelstrom. He stared at it with a serious expression. The maelstrom clearly sensed him as well. Its size was unimaginable. Perhaps the lower continents could only compare to a single particle here. Will you submit or do I have to make you?
Xueqi asked.
The dragon and the tiger got far away. Despite disliking the situation, they understood that this was the best outcome. Cosmic ancestral dragon, this was a beast stronger than true dragons and phoenixes, the only one left of its kind. They incubated the egg and witnessed the entire process, planning to turn this dragon into an epic lord. Alas, they had to watch Xueqi subdue the dragon now and imprint his mantra. This was rather unbearable, but this was the only way to survive. At the very least, they would at least get to live freely in Xueqi's epic. Come out, I will give you a chance to attack so that you will understand.
Xueqi said.
Galaxy bubbles emerged from the maelstrom. Each could destroy a continent once bursted. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original.
Boom!
A large figure slowly came out from the center of the maelstrom. A dragon that could take up an entire cosmo. Its body was made from the stars, everything from the scales to the claws. This was still a child, yet it had enough power to devour the lower continents. It was virtually unbeatable already. One could only imagine an adult version. Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger watched with bated breath, albeit unwillingly.
Rah!
The child roared and caused extensive damage to the void. Time and space crumbled before the sonic waves. This thing was strong enough to devour immortal emperors and Tao lords already. It could appear right now in the immortal continent and be unbeatable.
Boom!
The young dragon immediately unleashed a devastating inferno. A mighty conqueror would still be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye.
Not bad.
Li Qie leaped into the air and used his heaven suppression fist. Boom! The sheer pressure from the punch suppressed Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger, forcing them down to the ground. He was the Soul Lord and didn't allow a fragmented epic to challenge his authority. Even immortal Emperor Jin Shi in a different zone felt this power and couldn't move an inch. Already invincible with the first move, he couldn't help but praise. Chapter 5076. This galaxy remained relatively untouched. Alas, the massive cosmic dragon was now laying beneath Li Qie's foot. The punch obliterated its flames and showed that resistance was futile. It had enough power to obliterate the dragon on top of the entire fragmented epic. At this point, Ming Shi also stood on top of the dragon. She was smaller than a speck of dust compared to this colossal creature. She finally got to see a divine beast, and not just any divine beast, a cosmic dragon. You may enter a pact with it, Li Qie told her. What? Ming Shi didn't understand. You and this cosmic dragon, and all the other divine beasts too, will coexist together. Li Qie smiled. In other words, she'll be in charge of this remnant epic. I can't, I'm just an insignificant speck of dust. It took her a while before she could answer. Her reaction was understandable. She was only a regular disciple from Untethered. Although she was a genius, she came to understand just how insignificant she was after seeing so many top masters recently. The difference between her and them was insurmountable. In order to be considered an insect, one should at least be as strong as her senior ant. She herself believed that she was only the level of a speck of dust. Now, he wanted her to control this peerless cosmic dragon? This was more absurd than putting Goldcrest Young Noble in charge of a deity branch. I am not worthy, she concluded. He tapped her shoulder and said, You are virtuous, and that is the only requirement. I could have found someone strong, but they wouldn't have a heart like yours. Your kindness paves the way for peaceful coexistence. I can't. I'm just a little rabbit. No, we can't do this. Even if I cultivate for another trillion years, I still won't be as strong as this ancestral dragon. She became afraid. Trust me, if I say you can do it, you can. He smiled and stared at her. She calmed down after looking into his eyes and began to think. Can I refuse? She eventually asked. No. He shook his head. Ming Shi understood Li Qie by this point and that his words were final. She grabbed his hand and complained. If I had known about this, I would have agreed to roam the plains with the old monkey, or maybe taking care of the unicorns wouldn't be so bad either. Do you know how much responsibility you are placing on me? If you had chosen either of the first fortunes, you would have ended up here eventually. The same with taking up this responsibility. He argued. Why was I born to suffer this heavy burden? She was dissatisfied. It's because of your heart, that's why you will accept it. You could have been a free rabbit or a shepherd, and eventually, you still have sought me out in the future. Why would I try to find you? She grumbled. Because this is destined. If the result is the same, then why not take a shortcut and avoid having you beg me for help later? Li Qie smiled. Humph. She snorted and her nose twitched. Li Qie then turned toward Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger. This girl will live with you henceforth. You might consider this as a shackle on the divine beast's bloodline, but I have made my intention clear. She will absolutely treat them well. The two stared at Ming Shi and realized that the situation has been decided. Plus, designating Ming Shi was a much better outcome than their expectation. After all, they were not going to be enslaved. Search tinural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. In reality, no one would miss having such a powerful force, but Li Qie gave them freedom. Thank you, young noble. The dragon bowed sincerely. Li Qie had indeed given them a more than fair deal. The tiger, who was annoyed with Li Qie, also bowed. I am done here, so I'll be leaving, Li Qie said. Ming Shi stared at him, feeling reluctant to part. Alas, this was inevitable. The battle between Conceal Conqueror and Li Qie was known by everyone on the lower continents. Conceal Conqueror showing up again was surprising enough, but this time, it was another challenge. Her opponent was renowned for his previous feats in battle. At first, those who didn't know him wondered who he was to be worthy of this challenge. Alas, after hearing about his exploits, they gasped and thought that it would be an amazing battle.
Is he really this strong? A listener remained skeptical. His friend who had seen Li Qie in action said, "Yes, he killed dragon lords and demon gods like nothing. I think he might even kill Conceal Conqueror. She managed to kill 8 Stallion Dao Lord last time. Who will come out ahead now?" People started speculating on the outcome. The might of Conceal Conqueror had permeated the heart of the inhabitants in the lower continents. Most thought that she would once again be the victor. However, those who had seen Li Qie in action before completely disagreed. As for the ancient ancestors, they wondered about her goal. She fought 8 Stallion Dao Lord for something. It seemed to be the same case for this next challenge. Anyone could tell that she was willing to pay any price necessary for it. Curiosity aside, they had enough awareness to not interfere because this was most likely the command of Celestial Court. None wanted to mess with a hungry tiger's food. Next full moon, Heaven Summit. This was the time and place of the battle. Numerous cultivators and ancestors have arrived before the chosen date. Some have traveled a considerable distance to get here. Everyone knew to keep a safe distance from the peak itself. In fact, the crowd seemed far bigger than during her previous battle with 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Chapter 5077. Some ancient ancestors that have been reclusive for eras actually showed up to watch this battle. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime battle. Everyone tried to grab the best spot in order to observe the fight. Rumble! A capable battalion appeared on the horizon and took up a vast area. 8 Stallion dynasties here. This prompted whispers among the spectators. The battalion included big shots such as Venerable Dragon God, Northern Monarch, and even the new king. This was surprising to some because they didn't bring this many people to their previous king's battle. Today, they brought virtually all the top masters of their dynasty to boost Li Qie's morale. The current 8 Stallion no longer has internal and external threats. The big shots understood the reason. Though 8 Stallion Dao Lord was no longer around, the dynasty was actually in a better position. First, the 10 monsters have nearly been wiped out by Li Qie. Not to mention the numerous ancient ancestors from the other great powers. Sky Stomper God, Guardian Pagoda, Sword Grasp Venerable, Radiant Monarch. All of these 5 and 6 Fruit Dragon Lords have been slain. Therefore, not many great powers currently could compete with 8 Stallion. The rest maintained neutrality and didn't have an existing feud with 8 Stallion. Seeing them made people sentimental. Not long ago, everyone thought that the dynasty was doomed after their king's death, but now, it was stronger than ever. The reflective atmosphere was interrupted by a large figure manifesting into reality in the air. Everyone shuddered and bowed in that direction while muttering, "Thousand-faced sovereign." Few were as strong as him now in the present. One known figure was Stone Ox, but that was about it. Surprisingly enough, he wasn't the strongest spectator because another aura permeated the scene and shocked everyone. Truth Dao Lord. Many kneeled after her arrival to show respect. Though she wasn't as peerless as Conceal Conqueror, she was the only remaining conqueror in the lower continents. Thus, she loomed above everyone else. She had hidden her aura in order to not alarm others. Alas, it still oozed out and alarmed everyone. Silence took over after their appearance. A while ago, a few great powers might have had ulterior motives for the battle, but this was no longer the case due to these mighty spectators. The night of the full moon was finally here and the silence still remained. Right at this second, a chilling presence crossed through the region and affected everyone down to their soul. Venerable Dragon God and Thousand-Faced Venerable trembled as well. This was something beyond their current level. Truth Conqueror let out a sigh of admiration since she knew she was weaker after sensing the aura. Once people calmed down, they noticed someone standing on top of the pinnacle, Conceal Conqueror. Most kneeled from the sheer pressure even though she has yet to release her murderous intent. The top Dragon Lords also bowed their head to show respect. This included Truth Conqueror even though she didn't need to. Heaven Summit immediately became the greatest peak in the lower continents due to Conceal Conqueror's presence. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thegipori.com. Alas, as time passed, Li Qie still didn't show up. After a long while, some started complaining. "He's late, so arrogant," one spectator mumbled. As soon as these words were spoken, he felt gazes piercing him and immediately shut his mouth. The top cultivators had no problem waiting, let alone a junior like him. Complaining now was idiotic. "Seems like I'm a little late."
Eventually, a lazy voice could be heard. Li Qie's here. For some reason, everyone heaved a sigh of relief after seeing him. They felt the pressure lifted from Conceal Conqueror. The air was no longer as suffocating as before. He took his time walking up the peak and captured everyone's attention. Conceal Conqueror didn't seem to mind his tardiness. Chapter 5078. The wind itself stopped blowing in anticipation of this battle. A drop of a needle could be heard within a 10 million miles radius of Heaven's summit. Time finally got a needed break. The world became small as if there were only two living beings left, Li Qie and Conceal Conqueror. Everyone else was reduced to insignificant dust specks. Spectators looked up and found themselves to be tiny ants looking at two dragons. Some thought that Li Qie would win due to the precedents set by him. Others believed that Conceal Conqueror was still the undisputed champion of the lower continents. Of course, they would get an answer soon enough. Contrary to the tense crowd, Li Qie appeared relaxed as he stretched his waist while looking around in all directions. This novel is available on poread.com. This confused Conceal Conqueror because stealth and ambush were her main skills. She believed that she was actually the best assassin in the lower continents. His action made her think that he was looking for people. Ambushers wanting to take advantage of them? Or did he have allies? However, the latter didn't make sense because this wasn't Li Qie's style. Moreover, she knew that he was clearly stronger and she was the underdog in this case. This felt rather ominous, so she became cautious. Her intuition also told her the same thing. Perhaps someone was indeed watching, but she couldn't spot them. This was virtually impossible in the lower continents. "Is there a problem?" she asked. Each word could pierce the soul. "Nothing if you want to fight. Let's get started and get this over with. I need to take a nap." Li Qie shrugged. Listeners exchanged glances. Only Li Qie would dare to speak to Conceal Conqueror in this manner. "Hand over the item and I will leave right away. Celestial Court will be kind to you in the future as well." She was a straightforward person. Listeners were stirred upon hearing this. Even the top masters. It confirmed their speculation about her reason for staying here. A mission given by Celestial Court. Li Qie had obtained 8 Stallion Dao Lord's item and now, he was the next target. Winning Celestial Court's favor was a serious matter. Even conquerors would think about it carefully. After all, they would always have a smooth passage in the upper continents and even the immortal continent. Moreover, Li Qie had always maintained relative neutrality, not standing on the side of the people or purposely antagonizing Celestial Court. With Celestial Court on his side, he would be equal to the great emperors and Dao Lords up there. "I'm afraid you are misunderstanding something." Li Qie stretched and said, "I don't give a shit about Celestial Court." "Well, that's not true. I do think about flattening them." This caused an explosion in everyone's mind. Some wanted to scream in astonishment. Domineering was not enough to describe his statement. Demon Conqueror and Luminous Conqueror, two brilliant cultivators, couldn't flatten Celestial Court. Someone as crazy as Maddened couldn't do so either, only managing to leave a perpetual burning void there. Thus, Li Qie's claim was insane. Nonetheless, no one openly criticized him for his declaration. Truth and Thousand Face took a deep breath. They actually had a good grasp on Celestial Court's power, unlike the rest of the crowd who only knew it by its reputation. Was Li Qie actually strong enough to do so? Conceal Conqueror's eyes narrowed and the chilling aura became increasingly unbearable. Everyone felt as if there was a layer of ice trapping them. The truth was that her gaze alone could kill the majority of the crowd if she so desired. "Take out your weapon." She didn't comment on the absurdity of the claim and focused on the battle. "I see that you have an invisible sword technique." Li Qie chuckled. "I suppose I need a weapon in order to block your attacks." Having said that, he casually picked up a dried branch and stripped off the dead leaves. "This is my weapon." The crowd was stunned after seeing his choice. Chapter 5079. Was he going to fight a top conqueror with a dried branch? All the spectators were left speechless. Even Li Qie's biggest fans thought that he was being too careless. Of course, this was rather expected out of Li Qie. Conceal only gazed at Li Qie and didn't bother expressing her displeasure. "Don't mind it, I don't have a suitable weapon, so I'm using this.
Li Qie said.
Good, we shall begin then.
She coldly uttered and released her murderous intent. The crowd felt as if the murderous strands of energy could pierce through and deliver them to the next life.
Go!
Li Qie lazily waved the branch, looking casually as if she was only an ordinary opponent. She took one step forward and disappeared from sight, leaving no trace behind. Thousand-Eyed Sovereign immediately focused up. He had a heaven-defying ability to observe everything nearby. Alas, he couldn't spot her. Powerful ancestors activated their heavenly gaze and couldn't find her either. Her stealth Dao is unmatched. Thousand-Faced said, thinking that other conquerors and Dao lords wouldn't be able to find her either. It seemed that her Dao had improved to the next level after fighting 8 Stallion, nearly reaching a state of apogee. She would put Shadow Rider to shame if she had chosen the path of assassination.
Not bad,
Li Qie said before casually thrusting the branch randomly forward.
Pop!
It pierced through time and space and forced an ethereal figure out in the open. She instantly disappeared again. Only top masters saw her clearly. Other cultivators only saw a flashing shadow or nothing at all.
Interesting.
Li Qie chuckled and thrust his branch again at an unexpected angle, piercing through several dimensions and making curved changes repeatedly. This backhand thrust's trajectory and curve defied conventional wisdom. This just wasn't something cultivators normally practiced. This resembled threading a needle through different dimensions, moving between them effortlessly.
Pop!
She was forced out again and became startled. She wasn't arrogant enough to think that she was the best and that no one could break her stealth Dao. Due to her mastery, mightier conquerors could force her out, but this was a gradual process. In this case, Li Qie did it with each thrust as if he had a full view of her movements. A hum could be heard as her Dao crisscrossed and intersected with slashes around Li Qie. This was another focus of her Dao, using enlightenment as blades capable of slicing through heaven and earth. Cultivators exclaimed in horror. Merit laws and treasures couldn't stop the overwhelming energy blades. Running away didn't work because they could sever dimensions as well. Ancient ancestors felt a chill coursing down their necks, getting the feeling of blood splashing out after decapitation.
Rumble!
Li Qie's body withstood the slashes like nothing. Not even a single mark was left behind. Conceal's expression changed after seeing this. She had only seen this once before. 8 Stallion Dao Lord with his immortal shield. Her slicing Dao couldn't get through that defense. Alas, could Li Qie's body be just as tough as that immortal shield?
Die!
She resorted to using her murderous Dao 7-step death. She took 7 steps in the blink of an eye and gathered momentum for a perfect slash. The world seemed to be flipped over, unable to withstand this attack.
Boom!
Spectators were thrown flying before tumbling to the ground, unable to move. They screamed since they were experiencing the illusion of being dismembered. This move could kill dozens of dragon lords in an instant, even the more impressive ones. Venerable Dragon God touched his neck and looked down to see his fingers covered in blood. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original.
Clank!
Li Qie lifted his branch and stopped the slash, shocking his opponent. It's a decent move, but observe, this is the real Dao of assassination. He smiled and thrust the withered branch forward from a weird angle. Chapter 5080. This thrust seemed to have nothing to do with assassination since even a 3-year-old could perform it. It shouldn't ever be muttered in the same breath as Conceal Conqueror's 7-step death. Ordinary cultivators and ancestors noticed nothing peculiar. Only those at the upper echelon such as Thousand-Faced Sovereign reacted properly. First came astonishment, then they took a deep breath and still couldn't calm down. As for Conceal herself, she immediately entered a parry posture. She understood that the thrust itself didn't matter, only the killing intent. When you're just trying to make great content at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. His was incomparably sharp and overwhelming, capable of piercing through time and the domains of the immortals.
Clank!
She created 3,000 worlds and a myriad Dao with her sword while continuing to retreat. This was enough to survive any attack from a conqueror, but unfortunately, Li Qie's murderous intent didn't care for any of this.
Boom!
The branch pierced through her defensive lines and reached her. Blood spilled to the ground. Spectators' jaw nearly dropped to the ground. A dried branch managing to injure Conceal Conqueror?
Even the top masters couldn't speak at the moment because they felt a sharp pain in their throat. How could that simple thrust be so effective? Killing with the Tao heart, Conceal gasped before murmuring. Exceptional talent indeed, a great seed to be an assassin. Li Qie had to praise her. The majority of the crowd only saw the simplicity of the thrust. Only Conceal noticed right away that the thrust represented his Tao heart. Of course, regular people didn't know the mysteries and profundity behind using the Tao heart offensively. Nonetheless, they understood that it was rather frightening. Truth and Thousand-Faced wondered about stopping that attack earlier. It seemed impossible because Li Qie's Tao heart had reached an immeasurable state. Conceal stared intensely at Li Qie in order to find some clues. Alas, he didn't look like a practitioner of the assassination Tao. No need to look, I haven't cultivated that Tao. Li Qie shrugged and said, I only wanted to show you what it can be since you have the talent for it. She had no time to be pleased by the compliment. If he didn't cultivate this Tao, how did he perform the Tao heart kill so easily? She herself wasn't close to this level. From her perspective, attacking with the Tao heart was the highest level of the murderous Tao. Everything originated from the Tao heart. Still want to play? It's rare to see a genius nowadays. Li Qie smiled. The crowd exchanged glances in astonishment. He made it sound as if he was a teacher talking to his student, not a dangerous opponent. Who in the lower continents was qualified to educate Conceal Conqueror? Li Qie could be the only exception. Again, she uttered coldly. Just her voice alone instilled an indelible fear into the listeners. She's going all out. Venerable Dragon God commented. I don't think any of us has a chance against her, only Li Qie. Another ancestor murmured, feeling fully intimidated and unable to channel any power. Come. Li Qi pointed his branch at her. Just this alone prevented her from doing anything. She thought that any of her moves would be instantly nullified by his branch. Buzz. Nonetheless, she didn't relent and utilized something else. A Buddhist light enveloped her, one that has been refined by countless tribulations and polishment. Her power and divinity infused themselves into this light. An avatar with an identical appearance appeared behind her but had the glow of a sacred Buddha. This was her golden avatar, something only available to the conquerors. It exuded bright halos pulsing outward and made everyone think that this was the culmination of her cultivation. It was too much for the lower continents to take. Something this powerful shouldn't exist here. The ground started sinking downward to everyone's horror. Buddhist sever. Thousand-Faced Sovereign shouted the name of the technique. Chapter 5081. She had used her seventh fruit against 8 Stallion Tao Lord before as the final attack. This time, her slash lacked flashiness and gained power. Her golden avatar seemed heavier as well, making it difficult for the rest of the continents. She's at the peak 7th level already? One ancient ancestor whispered because there was a considerable improvement. Each strand of her power was being channeled into the avatar and not a single sliver was wasted. Despite her injuries last time, she managed to recover on top of improving her cultivation in no time at all. Impressive. The other dragon lords admired her cultivation speed. Certainly in tune with Buddhism. Li Qie said. Her 7 Tao fruits appeared and pulsed in and out, creating a dense sphere of chaos true energy. The individual ray was as thick as a mountain range. Spectators suddenly felt their own grand Tao levitating upward and transforming into the next state. This happened all over the lower continents as well. Eventually, a supreme sword made of the Tao was created. It was the pinnacle of the myriad laws, capable of severing anything in existence. The mortal coil, boundless emotions, and the endless reincarnation cycles. These could be cut down. It reduced everything to nothingness and astounded spectators. Dragon lords and top masters shuddered in fear. This sword was the embodiment of Buddhist wisdom, capable of obliterating them. Wisdom / the grand Tao of her 7th fruit. This was used previously to kill 8 Stallion Conqueror. Now, she added this to her Buddhist sever. A quick look at poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Wisdom Buddhist sever. She roared and became the lord of all things as she raised the sword of energy. Slash. She swung the sword down and caused the world to turn dark. Ah! Numerous cultivators bellowed and pissed their pants in terror.
Some couldn't even let out an audible scream. This was the limit of her Tao. All inhabitants felt as if they were being decapitated and then reduced to ashes. Boom! Everything starting from the high heaven where the tip of the blade was all the way to the bottom dissipated. Spectators immediately sealed their vision and hearing, not wanting to be crippled by the blast. After a long while, they finally opened their eyes to see the result. Did Li Qie survive? Once the dust settled, they saw him standing there holding the same branch. It was broken now, so he clearly used it to block the attack. This shocked them even more than when she displayed her wonderful cultivation. No one here could have stopped that combination slash. Alas, Li Qie did it with a dried branch and they saw it with their own eyes. Li Qie got this for sure. This became the consensus in everyone's mind. He could beat her without using a weapon. Conceal Conqueror herself turned pale since it was her first time facing such a terrifying opponent. She wasn't afraid of fighting stronger cultivators. Alas, none of her best moves worked and it didn't make any sense. Numerous ideas about his identity flashed in her mind. It was an impressive slash, but since you're facing me, it fell short of success and couldn't display its true potential. Li Qie said. Chapter 5082. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Anyone would be overwhelmed with despair after facing Li Qie. The crowd knew that the previous slash was Conceal Conqueror's best attack. This was her finishing move, always delivering fatal results. Alas, it didn't manage to injure Li Qie. When one's ace card was this ineffective, it meant that defeat drew near. All eyes were on the conqueror. The undefeated cultivator was about to lose her streak today. She looked solemn because this was unprecedented. Back when she fought Heaven Peak, she eventually won due to her assassination art despite being considerably weaker. With her heightened senses, she found enough openings to deliver effective blows. Unfortunately, Li Qie, who appeared to be full of openings, actually had none. He had yet to use merit laws as well, which made it even more difficult. She thought that if he were to take action, the openings would become more apparent. Alas, he only used the Tao Heart so far and there was nothing for her to take advantage of. My turn now. Li Qie smiled. The conqueror immediately entered a state of absolute focus, her prime. Her divine intents pulsed outward and enveloped the 3 continents. Though she was frightened, she managed to become battle-ready in no time at all due to her impressive Tao Heart. Everyone watched with bated breath and wide-open eyes, waiting to see the ultimate move. I'm starting. Li Qie thrust the broken branch forward without any mystique. Experts and ancestors were surprised because it was another ordinary thrust. Alas, it surpassed all physical restraints such as toughness and distance. It maintained a straight line stretching from the past to the present and to the future. It didn't need any profundity, only moving forward endlessly. Conceal could tell that this was another Tao Heart attack. Merit laws were no longer useful here. She could only fight back with her own Tao Heart. Alas, she wasn't at the level where she could muster up a defense using this enigmatic phenomenon. Boom! She chose to use her 7 fruits to create a wondrous shield. It contained chaos chapters and the might of the world. The immortal shield. Some big shots shouted after recognizing it. They had seen it before in the hands of 8 Stallion Tao Lord. It allowed him to be unbeatable regardless of the opponents. She imitated the immortal shield with the help of her 7 Tao fruits, hoping to stop the Tao Heart attack. She had gained a great understanding of the shield after fighting 8 Stallion Tao Lords so many times. Of course, it couldn't compare to the real thing. Crack! The broken branch crushed it and only slowed down a tiny bit. The shield broke down to countless particles and time came to a halt. Pluff! Everyone's eyes opened as wide as can be. Their mind went blank after seeing the result. The broken branch piercing Conceal Conqueror's heart. Blood streamed down and stained her dress. This unforgettable scene would follow them for the rest of their lives. A 7 Tao fruit conqueror being pierced by a dried branch. Buzz! Her 7 fruits exuded chaos true energy in order to heal her wound. However, her focus was not on the injury but rather, Li Qie. Her eyes flashed with heated excitement. This was a hunter being pierced by the horn of her prey, yet she still only cared about the wonderful nature of the prey. The crowd, by this point, finally grasped the gravity of her defeat. Their knees buckled as they fell to the ground. The Tao Heart.
The only thing on the conqueror's mind was the attack. Not even her life mattered as much. "Do you want to learn?" Li Qie suddenly asked. "Yes," she answered without hesitation. "I'm afraid you can't withstand the third." Li Qie shook his head. "Listening to the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening, that is enough," she answered fervently. Some thought that they have misheard. Wasn't this supposed to be a battle? Why did it sound like a willing master teaching an enthusiastic disciple? Chapter 5083. Bring it. Conceal Conqueror showed no sign of yielding despite knowing that she was outmatched. On the other hand, she seemed eager to see his next technique. Her love for the Tao made others feel nothing but admiration. This was no longer about Li Qie's item or victory, only his Tao heart attack. It has been her highest pursuit, but most importantly, she had never seen it before until now. This particular level only existed in her imagination and derivation. Today, Li Qie had used it twice so far. This confirmed the existence of this technique and she became a moth, unable to help flying into the flames. "Let's begin then," Li Qie said. She closed her eyes and quietly chanted an ancient, inscrutable mantra. Oh! Li Qie's eyes became serious after hearing this. Spectators thought that she would use her wisdom slash again. They didn't understand the special mantra. Celestial Court. On the other hand, Truth Conqueror had a complicated expression. She was unique in that when others became stronger, they would ascend to the upper continents. As for her, she was sent down at a young age. Most importantly, due to her noble background, she had access to information unbeknown to others. She could tell that this mantra originated from Celestial Court. Conceal Conqueror's hair fluttered to the wind as if she was blessed by a mysterious power. Buzz! Strands of light that weren't her own manifested into reality. Prior to this, her aura had a chilling murderous affinity. Though her 7 fruits were at the limit and she could control her aura, everyone could still sense it. Now, this empowerment converted her affinity to a transcending one. As she floated upward, she resembled a fairy from the heavens, a stark contrast to her prior appearance. Is this still her Tao? The top cultivators speculated. Normally, they wouldn't question a conqueror, but her immortal aura was completely different now. This is Celestial Court's immortal slaughter. Thousand-Faced Sovereign spoke with a stoic tone. However, the crowd had no idea what it was, one exception being an ancient ancestor from Swordgrasp who became alarmed. Only the ancient ancestors from deity knew about this legend. According to the tales, Luminous Conqueror was unbeatable and destroyed deity in the past. Eventually, Divine and Heaven Alliance from the upper continents created a new deity in the lower continents. This time around, they left something special enough to kill conquerors with the codename Immortal Slaughter. It was understandable that Conceal would have access to this, being the strongest of deity and all. Moreover, she had been blessed by Celestial Court as well. Boom! A beam descended and illuminated the 3 continents, capable of tearing any Tao apart. Everyone felt as if this beam could sink their region in the blink of an eye. A move capable of starting an apocalypse. Instead of hitting Li Qie, it struck Conceal Conqueror. She channeled this energy and formed an immortal sword. It was of unimaginable size. With it under her control, the crowd felt that she was a fairy capable of massacring countless cultivators. Find the original at Poreed.com. They were scared out of their mind and dropped to the ground, quivering with fear. This is it. It takes a long time to charge after each use. This is its full power. Thousand-Faced Sovereign turned pale. Die! Conceal Conqueror slashed the immortal sword forward. The 3 continents were as tiny as 3 eggs in comparison, the same for dragon lords and conquerors. It had enough power to split anything into 2 halves. So this is Immortal Slaughter. This was Li Qie's first time hearing this name. Celestial Court didn't have this even back during its golden age. Chapter 5084. Li Qie still used the branch as his sword for another ordinary thrust. Of course, it had the power of his Tao heart infused with it. Anything else was unnecessary. The pinnacle of killing, the whim of the Tao heart. The stronger the Tao heart, the sharper the attack on top of being indiscernible. This was the reason why the ancestors in the crowd couldn't see its profundity. This was reserved for stronger cultivators such as Conceal Conqueror. Boom! Everyone saw the broken branch contesting against the immortal sword from Celestial Court. The explosion reduced Heaven's summit into dust. 10 million miles of land were immediately flattened. Not to mention regular cultivators, even dragon lords were left paralyzed on the ground. It took a while before the calm. Spectators regained their composure and saw the entire battlefield being obliterated. Most importantly, they knew that the combatants have purposely reduced the area of effect in order to minimize damage. They saw Conceal Conqueror laying on the ground in a pool of her own blood. A hole could be seen where her heart should be. Is she dead? Everyone became emotional since this unbeatable conqueror was no longer moving. They then turned and looked for Li Chia, only to see a bottomless abyss. Some immediately thought that he was nothing now after being targeted by immortal slaughter. What an attack! The devastation of that immortal sword left an indelible mark in their mind. That strike alone had enough power to destroy an entire Dao lineage. Celestial Court. They shuddered in fear. This was only one of Celestial Court's methods. Moreover, it was so far away too. Just imagine their reach at the immortal continent. This was one reason why it was able to kill emperors and Dao lords in the past. How fun! They suddenly heard someone speaking and looked again only to see Li Chia floating above the abyss. They clearly didn't see him before, so this was rather confusing. I wonder who left it behind. He murmured to himself. Since he knew the previous top members of Celestial Court, he knew that none of them had left something like this behind. Where did it come from then? Dao hot kill. Conceal's voice suddenly echoed. Everyone turned around and saw that she was still alive. She vomited a mouthful of blood as she spoke. A well-deserved death. She had excitement instead of fear. No, a type of happiness. Spectators exchanged glances, speechless at her extraordinary reaction to the attack and love for the Dao of murder. Many dragon lords with 3 or fruits stopped the pursuit. They believed that they were strong enough to roam the lower continents. There was no need to pursue another tough road. This wasn't the case for Conceal. Even when she was on the verge of death, the only thing on her mind was Li Chia's Dao heart attack. This obsession with the Dao put cultivators to shame. Buzz! Suddenly, her body became ethereal and disappeared from sight. She ran away? Many shouted after seeing this, since the once strongest cultivator in the lower continents chose to run dishonorably. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Everyone felt that someone like her would rather die in battle instead. Remember, her rival, 8 Stallion Dao Lord, chose death instead of running away. Now, the representative of deity and even the race ran away. This was quite a blow to their prestige. Before the start of the battle, they all thought that it would end with one of the combatants' death. Now, the star of the race had run away. How could its members ever walk with their head held high again? Her death would have actually improved their morale and solidarity. Now, those from deity and its allies stood there in a daze. Li Chia had no need to throw insults since they were already as dejected as can be while looking down at the ground like stray dogs. Chapter 5085. Li Chia looked around and smiled. Where can you go? With that, he took one step forward and disappeared as well. A while later, everyone calmed down and started discussing this matter fervently. A quick look at Tinural. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Conceal Conqueror lost and fled. This news traveled fast across the lower continents. Those who weren't there in person couldn't believe their own ears. This was especially true for those from the race. It took them some time before accepting this reality. Conceal Conqueror's invincibility had been etched in their mind for quite a while now. Everyone agreed that she was the strongest cultivator in the lower continents after she took down her rival, 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Her image shattered after this defeat. They couldn't accept how she escaped from battle instead of upholding the reputation of their faction. They preferred a valiant death over this, letting the enemies know that members of the race would fight to the very end. Now, how could they face members of the people when their pride had been shattered? Meanwhile, Li Chia traveled through numerous lineages as he searched for Conceal Conqueror. Eventually, he came across a land with temples scattered everywhere, both on the ground and in the air. Due to his cultivation, he could hear ethereal chants permeating the region. This was Buddhism, one of the 12 lineages. True to its name, The main religion was Buddhism. Massive statues resembling giants could be seen, a sign of this Tao's power and strong heritage. Sumeru Emperor was born here. Later on, Dhyana Tao Lord had followers everywhere and started the Dhyana branch. His scripture brought Buddhism to another height for many eras subsequently. Amitabha, Mahayana Buddha inside an ancient temple chanted with his palms together, having noticed Lichia passing by. Of course, the others had no idea of this visitor. His next destination was a land of light. The moon seemed to be ever-present and radiant here. This world resembled a fairy tale with countless wonders. There was an abundance of immortal aura, giving people a sense of the profound Tao. The picturesque mountains and rivers gave them a glimpse of the immortal world desired by all. This was Immortal Platform, a rather mysterious lineage. Its origin remained unknown, only that it was a subsidiary of Tao Alliance. Despite having unknown roots, its techniques were second to none. Rumor has it that Night Moon Conqueror came from here, but this was never verified. Nonetheless, cultivators across the years have found enough clues regarding their relationship. Of course, these were just indirect evidence, nothing concrete. Li Chie's gaze flickered after entering this region. He eventually smiled and said, "Great, this place is blossoming. Seems like anything is possible." He took several more steps and went to a different location. Untethered. Instead of an immortal aura, it had a Taoist focus. This pervasive Tao constantly circulated and evolved, giving birth to numerous capable experts. This was the strongest lineage of the people, allowing them to survive against the imperious deity. It was started by Tao Alliance from the upper continents, not by a single cultivator. When it was established, ancient gods descended and bestowed unparalleled powers to the land. Inconcealable, Mortal Reversion, Ox-Dragon Ancestor, Space Dragon Emperor. All of them were a part of Untethered once. Throughout millions of years, numerous Tao lineages rose and fell in the lower continents. Untethered managed to stand tall until the present. In fact, even deity was destroyed once. This never happened to Untethered. There existed a towering mountain with a massive ox-shaped boulder on top. It had endured the ravage of wind and rain for eras now. In reality, this boulder might actually be older than Untethered. This was the legendary figure known by all as the strongest dragon lord with 7 sacred fruits, Stone Ox. He couldn't leave the land. Rumor has it that they were one entity now. Because of this, his power far surpassed his cultivation after calling on the land. Some believe that his very existence was the reason for Untethered's tenacious success. Chapter 5086. Not bad at all, a great fortune. Li Chia naturally took a look at this famous boulder and nodded approvingly. The boulder seemed to have heard Li Chia's praise and lowered his head in Li Chia's direction. Li Chia didn't stop and visited another lineage, Heaven Burial. It possessed a unique and domineering aura, a confidence of burying the heaven eventually with its Tao. In fact, any visitor would feel tiny and insignificant here. After all, even the heaven above could be buried, let alone them. This lineage was considered only second to deity among the race. Its founder was Heaven Burial Conqueror, a frightening cultivator. Not to mention regular cultivators, other dragon lords and conquerors didn't dare to confront him. He held a pivotal position in Celestial Court. In fact, some believed that he could become its next lord, a testament to his ability. His history was just as impressive, potentially being the second Tao lord in the history of the 6 continents. Rumor has it that there was someone before him, Martial Conqueror. This conqueror was blessed with good luck and obtained a fortune allowing him to reach the apex. His only fault was being born in the same generation as Heaven Burial. Due to Heaven Burial's exceptional talent, Celestial Court decided to fully support him. They ambushed Martial Conqueror and allowed Heaven Burial to seize his Tao fruit. With that, he officially became a conqueror. Of course, none of this has been verified. This was too long ago, not to mention the chaotic nature of that period. Various disasters and darkness loomed over the land then. Nonetheless, Heaven Burial's prestige remained today despite not being present in the lower continents. The sacred ground of this lineage was a mountain taken back by their progenitor. He polished it for many eras and added it to the main earth vein. The members believed that this was the very source of the land's power. Thus, cultivating here was immensely effective. In fact, staying here also prolonged lifespan automatically. Most importantly, rumor has it that the heavenly scripture could still be here. Of course, Heaven Burial's ancient ancestors denied this. Either way, outsiders thought that the conqueror had infused the mysteries of the scripture into the land itself. This meant that the future was bright for its members. There was always a chance of a carp turning into a dragon. Because of these beliefs, top masters from Heaven Burial always stuck around at their ancestral mountain. Heaven Burial. Li Qie stopped and scouted the area. "Brother, save me!" A faint voice echoed in his ears. In fact, no one else in the world could hear it. Not even the dragon lords and conquerors. Li Qie was the sole exception because this was his epic. This was because it wasn't an audible noise, just a remnant strand of obsession on the verge of disappearing. Too much time had passed, so it only sounded once. Li Qie closed his eyes and released all of his divine intents. After a while, he finally heard the call for help again. He opened his eyes and turned his focus to the sacred Heaven Burial Mountain. Boom! He took one step and appeared above the mountain. Divine lights erupted to greet him. Runes twisted together to form supreme formations. Rumble! Halos also floated upward and supported the mountain. Next came the loud warning gongs and ringings. An imperial-level warning. The ancient ancestors of Heaven Burial became alarmed. The warning gongs could be heard in the entire system and shocked everyone. This was unprecedented for them since this level had not been used for millions of years now. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. 1. The translation for bro can be big bro, big brother, bro, brother depending on the context to match the tone and intent. Without context, I'm using brother. Chapter 5087. Who dares intrude on our holy mountain? A deafening shout resounded. A large figure appeared with a Tao waterfall behind him. Lightning halos pulsed around him, making him look like a lightning god. The Gate Guardian, Lightning Burial. The members of the sect shouted after seeing him, a dragon lord with 5 sacred fruits. "State your name," he shouted at Li Qie. However, Li Qie ignored him and continued forward. "Die then." Lightning Burial unleashed a torrent of lightning at Li Qie, wanting to incinerate him. Scram! Li Qie raised his foot and stomped down, releasing a monstrous force. Boom! The lightning torrent was instantly crushed. The Dragon Lord roared and gathered the strength to stop the stomp. Alas, this was completely useless regardless of his merit laws. Ah! He screamed before being reduced to a mist of blood. Members of Heaven Burial couldn't believe their eyes. A dragon lord with 5 fruits was killed with one stomp? How dare you! 3 figures appeared above the mountain and shouted furiously. Their halos could uphold numerous worlds. Heaven Burial Trinity. An ancestor from the sect shouted. The 3 were pillars of the lineage. Normally, they focused on their cultivation, but this intrusion forced them out. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Only death. One of them roared while sending down the halos. Scram! Li Qie responded in the same way and waved his hand. Boom! The halos instantly exploded into particles. Ah! They couldn't finish their threat before the slap came and turned them into blood. They were killed as if they were mosquitoes. Countless disciples were scared out of their mind and fell to the ground. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Who is he? They shouted, wanting to flee. That's Li Qie. A top dragon lord said with fear. Li Qie had just defeated Conceal Conqueror. Why was he here now? Fear overwhelmed the sect. How did they offend Li Qie? Just run. Most didn't have the courage to fight him since he could kill them with a single gaze. Formation. The ancient ancestors weren't willing to see their sacred ground tainted. Thus, they started the strongest formations. Pillars of light soared into the air along with halos stacking on each other, resulting in an impressive display of might. Alas, Li Qie pulled the halos out of the formation and tossed them away, causing the ancient ancestors in charge to roll on the ground. Sir, why must you attack us? A different ancient ancestor appeared. The others got up and gathered behind him. He had a total of 3 halos behind him. Their combination could create the yin and yang for a reincarnation cycle. 3-ring blade.
A crowd has arrived at this point to watch the show. Peerless big shots took a deep breath after seeing him.
This old geezer is still here, neither dead nor ascended.
One of them became startled. Another with 7 sacred fruits. We got 2. Someone else commented. Everyone knew about Stone Ox, but now, here was another one.
I don't need a reason.
Li Qie answered nonchalantly.
Then you need to ask my sword first.
The ancient ancestor fused his halos together to form a heavenly sword. Sword energies rampaged the continents and intimidated everyone.
Die!
The ancient ancestors behind him released their vitality and energy, summoning all of their weapons. Li Qie responded by smashing the formational halos at them. This had enough weight and power to crush devils and gods. Three-Ring Blade panicked and raised his sword to block it. The other ancient ancestors followed his lead. Crack! Alas, their best weapons and merit laws amounted to nothing before Li Qie.
Ah!
All of them screamed and became meat pastes, no exception. Disciples from Heaven Burial became aghast after seeing the destruction of their mightiest ancient ancestors. Chapter 5088. The smash didn't stop at the ancestors and continued to break the mountain. Cracks appeared everywhere on the surface. The power of a conqueror oozed out from the cracks along with chaos true energy. There seemed to be a primordial source underneath, a wondrous concentration of energy. What a treasure ground. It is incredible. A neutral big shot was left in awe. In fact, not even deity might have a treasure trove of this magnitude. This place made cultivation rather easy. No wonder why their ancient ancestors all moved to the mountain to train after gaining the privilege. Boom! A majestic figure emerged, causing the 3 continents to shake. Everyone felt this power regardless of distance and was forced to the ground. This included both dragon lords and conquerors. The moment he descended, he became the lord of all things. Truth Conqueror and Thousand-Faced Sovereign shuddered despite being far away from the battlefield.
Heaven Burial Conqueror.
The sovereign trembled. Heaven Burial, one of the strongest conquerors in history, had sent a divine intent down to the sacred mountain. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google.
The progenitor didn't forget about us.
Horrified disciples in the sect rejoiced. Their progenitor might actually be able to stop the villain.
Progenitor.
They kneeled to the ground and tears flowed down their cheeks.
Who are you?
The divine intent opened his eyes. Just his gaze alone could kill anyone in this region.
Boom!
Li Qie answered with a punch. He didn't expect this and channeled his supreme arts to retaliate. Alas, this was useless. Li Qie's punch represented the apex. All else were numerous levels beneath him. The punch pierced through Heaven Burial's merit laws along with his head. It kept going, leaving a bottomless abyss in the center of the sacred mountain. Spectators became speechless. Heaven Burial Conqueror was a legend. Although this was only a strand of divine intent, it was enough to deal with anyone in the lower continents. In reality, it couldn't block a single punch from Li Qie. This result shocked everyone. Members of Heaven Burial were as pale as death as they glanced around. Their spines seemed to be broken. Their soul was no longer in their body. They either didn't have the strength or the courage to get back up. Li Qie destroyed their ancient ancestors and dragon lords, even taking down their progenitor's divine intent with a single punch. Most importantly, he left irreversible damage on their sacred mountain, their spiritual totem. Their confidence and faith shattered as a result. They didn't have the courage to even stare at him, even though he didn't seem to have any intention of slaughtering the rest. As for the big shots, they thought that this was more shocking than his victory over Conceal Conqueror. After the destruction of the divine intent, a mighty figure suddenly stood up from his throne in an immortal palace floating among the stars. His wondrous eyes gazed down at the lower continents. Meanwhile, Li Qie ignored all of this and entered the massive hole in the mountain.
What is he doing?
Spectators wondered. Is he trying to destroy Heaven Burial? A big shot calmed down and said, this wouldn't be difficult for him at all. What did they do to anger him? A dragon lord wondered. Back in the 10 Great Mountains, Sky Stomper God and his fellow brothers opposed Li Qie. Alas, Li Qie didn't seem to mind.
Now, something had infuriated him enough to warrant this onslaught. Chapter 5089. No man has ever set foot this deep into the sacred mountain with one exception. Its founder. The area was worshipped as a holy ground. All generations knew that the resources beneath were unfathomable. Chaos true energy constantly oozed out along with Tao harmonization. Laws were constantly changing and evolving. This was no different from an ultimate treasure grove, eternal and boundless. Thus, they dreamed of being able to stay here to cultivate. Alas, this privilege was reserved for ancient ancestors and dragon lords. Youths with entry were considered supreme geniuses, future pillars of the sect and dragon lord candidates. As for the origin of this power and energy, this remained elusive to all of them. They only knew that the mountain was brought back by their progenitor. Li Qie entered the abyss made by him and reached the depths. This was a place blessed by creation, having been formed by a supreme grand Tao and unbreakable seal. Runes and laws of a conqueror formed numerous layers. As he walked past them, the last layer had turned into a separate chapter with an automatic power capable of crushing any intruder. After all, its creator was one of the greatest conquerors. Of course, this didn't hinder Li Qie's path. He made it to a place where the laws became as thick as iron chains. He heard a beating sound, the rhythm of this earth vein. He saw something there that would frighten anyone else. The deepest crevice of this mountain served as a prison. A half-naked middle-aged man was locked in chains. He looked mighty with an air of martial arts. Nothing could destroy his love for this Tao, for they were one and the same. His flesh and muscles have been through countless tribulations. Each inch brimmed with explosive power. Time has yet to erase his Tao. Alas, there were signs of deterioration. If the imprisonment kept on, he would become all bones eventually. The chains were actually made from the laws of various Tao lords. They have fused into his body at this point like pipes and were connected to the sacred mountain. In other words, they eternally connected him to the mountain. His true chaos energy, Tao power, and Tao laws coexisted and empowered the mountain. He was the vessel of Heaven Burial Mountain's magical properties. Upon closer inspection, Li Qie saw that a part of his mind has been taken out, the place where the Tao fruit should be. Witnessing this scene would shock anyone due to the terrifying methods. Digging out the Tao fruit of a once invincible being and locking him deep here to be used as a power source for eternity. The victim was none other than the legendary martial conqueror. Big bro. The man felt Li Qie coming closer and smiled weakly. He was already struggling to hold on but still had a sense of carefree optimism. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. Li Qie shook his head at this sight and raised his hand, instantly severing all the Tao chains. They should have been unbreakable, but this wasn't a problem for Li Qie. The man fell to the ground without the chains keeping him up. Li Qie reached out and supported him, seizing the power of the myriad Tao. Boom! The power of the earth vein erupted. These Tao laws tried to resist him, but it was useless. They struggled like roaring true dragons, but it was all in vain. His firm grip instantly subdued them like an expert catching a cobra. The various affinities were taken from Heaven Burial and sent back into the man's mind. Rumble! Meanwhile, members of Heaven Burial on the surface could tell that their lineage's power was disappearing. Boom! The foundations of the tributaries in the region leaped into the air, wanting to escape. Alas, an invisible hand seemed to be catching them. Escaping was futile. All of Heaven Burial turned into a large funnel, and the powers were only flowing downward into a single point. Chapter 5090. Not long ago, the lineage was filled with wondrous powers. The world seemed unable to shoulder its wealth. Its inhabitants felt tiny in comparison, but now, this land reverted to its original state. Just another place with mountains and rivers. The fortunes and power of the Tao were no longer present. The kingdoms and sacred grounds floating in the sky would lose their divinity and glows soon enough. Just get the hell out of here. Cultivators and ancestors were still at a loss. Some speculated that they were next to be devoured after the Tao powers, so they started running for their lives. The panic caused immense destruction to the existing infrastructure. The more powerful sects and ancient ancestors tried to stop the outward flow using barriers and merit laws. Alas, this was useless, so they dropped butt first into the ground, bewildered. It's over, it's over. The once dominating ancient ancestors looked like bereaved dogs. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Heaven Burial is no more.
a pale dragon lord murmured. Externally, the lineage was still there since the land remained. This applied to the buildings erected by the various sections. Alas, these non-living entities were useless. The Tao Foundation and Earth Veins were essential. As long as they were still around, there was still a chance of rising up again. This applied to a horrific loss of lives after war as well. But now, they have been taken by someone. With these Tao powers gone, cultivation became impossible even for geniuses. This land wasn't worth a single coin now. The only solution was to have another supreme conqueror recreate the Grand Vein and Foundation once more. Otherwise, Heaven Burial would fall into oblivion. This was the case for deity after it was destroyed by Luminous Conqueror. The two alliances from the upper continents worked together to fix all of this. Today, Heaven Burial still had its territories and disciples. Unfortunately, their home was no longer suitable for habitation, so they had to leave for greener pastures. It was apparent that Li Qia was the culprit. No one knew how he performed the absorption process, but this was certainly the case. This was a man who could destroy a Tao lineage easily. In fact, in a way, this was more frightening than how Luminous Conqueror did it back then. The latter relied on sheer destruction while Li Qia left everything intact. Everyone was trembling in fear now, not wanting to be the next target. Heaven Burial and its ancient ancestors were mighty, not to mention the remnant intent of a top conqueror. All of this was futile, so it was best not to antagonize him. Meanwhile, Li Qia had finished channeling all of the powers back to the man's empty spiritual platform. It was now shiny and looked rather strange. The hole on his head was fixed and replaced by a crystal layer instead of flesh. Those motherfuckers! I will annihilate Celestial Court. He woke up and roared furiously. You and what army? Li Qia asked jokingly. Big bro, it's really you. I knew that only you could save me. After calming down, the man bowed before Li Qia. You've grown ambitious, to actually become a conqueror. Li Qia accepted the gesture while speaking. Ah, it's all thanks to your blessing. You took care of me and made it possible for me to encounter great fortunes. Otherwise, I would have just been an annoyance in the ancestors' eyes regardless of my effort. He remained optimistic despite having just gotten out of the horrifying imprisonment. Although he exuded an unstoppable aura of martial arts, whenever he smiled and spoke, his true personality came out. It gave the impression that he was not an obedient youth. Your sister's fortune was quite something too. Li Qia smiled. Sigh, she became an immortal monarch and always picked on me. He shrugged and said, Unfortunately, she couldn't save me because she herself was barely hanging on during that war. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this pathetic state. Who knows, it's hard to say. Li Qia chuckled. Fuck, those old bastards from Celestial Court, I will have my revenge. He gritted his teeth after bringing up the past. You are powerless right now, Li Qia said. Chapter 5091. Sigh, I can't argue against that. The man lowered his head and smiled wryly. However, this pessimism only lasted for a second before he asked, Big bro, you're here to destroy Celestial Court, right? Don't do it so fast. Wait for me first. If I want to destroy them, I still have to wait for you to get your revenge first? Li Qia laughed. I guess it's unreasonable. The man chuckled before coming up with a good idea. Okay, just leave that brat Heaven Burial to me. Once I rise again, I'll teach the brat a lesson for his transgression. I've never paid attention to this minor stuff. When people antagonize me, I just destroy them without thinking twice. Li Qia said. That's true. The man didn't know what to do because he couldn't avenge himself in such a short time. Just returning to his prime required more time and the perfect circumstances, let alone taking down Heaven Burial Conqueror and Celestial Court. They might not even be around if he were to wait that long. Wait, I must be stupid. Why do I need to look for something else? My big bro is unbeatable in all eras. Big bro, just teach me again and make me reach the truth of the Tao. I'll rampage Celestial Court afterward. He acted pitifully afterward. Big bro, please. Pop. Li Qia smacked the crystal side of his head and said, You can only rely on yourself to find the truth. No one can do it that quickly. If you actually want to become strong, you need to work hard first. I know, the man sighed.
Looks like I won't have my vengeance, they'll be dead before then.
Forget about revenge. Just create a strong base this time around. Your heart needs to seek the Tao in order for you to reach the desired level. There is no shortcut. Li Qie said. I know you're right, it's just that I can't forgive them for what they did to me. The man said. A quick look at bit.ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Just focus on cultivation or you'll be mediocre forever, not living up to your potential. Li Qie disagreed.
I will, and I know that meeting you again is a great fortune.
After all, I'm destined for greatness, the second conqueror of the 6 continents, the best in the past and the best in the future. My light will blind the world later. He became excited. Are you listening to yourself? Li Qie chuckled. The kid was still the same despite becoming a conqueror. It's true, big bro. I became invincible so fast that I felt something was off. Why was it so easy? Then I thought about it again, and it's because of you. This is your Tao, so because of our relationship, I just needed to put in a little effort and became a conqueror right away. He said. A bit shameless, but I do admit that it was impressive to jump out of the previous limitations. Li Qie nodded in agreement. I didn't let you down, did I? He gloated. You ruined my reputation by being trapped here for eras while being used as a ginseng. Li Qie said. Ah, that's a different issue.
The man turned red and said, Humph, I would have crushed the brat if it was a one-on-one fight, but the old geezers ambushed me while I was being too careless.
The process doesn't matter, only the result. Li Qie retorted.
Now I'm just embarrassed, the man said awkwardly. However, big bro, the old geezers' wings are tough now.
They suddenly broke the balance and started the war. He paused for a bit before continuing. Celestial Court must be backed by some devious entities. It's just that we never got to see them.
It is to be expected.
Li Qie said. They became impatient after losing the epic. Of course, they are still holding back. That's why they are using Celestial Court as their pawn. Are you going all out again, big bro? The man asked. No rush, just like one can't eat hot tofu right away. Li Qie said while stroking his chin. There are uncertainties requiring confirmation. Once that's done, I'll sweep away the troublemakers.
There should be no problem with your involvement.
The man expressed unwavering confidence in Li Qie. It's a pity that I can't fight alongside you. I'm just a piece of trash now without training. If others had encountered such setbacks, they would have been overwhelmed with hatred and fear toward everything. However, this man was still laughing and completely undeterred, showing remarkable mental fortitude. Yes, train so that you can be worthy of your martial Tao. Li Qie said. For sure, I can't ruin your reputation.
After all, this was all bestowed to me by you. If I don't work hard, what kind of man will I be?
The man nodded. Good, learn to stop talking so much though. Li Qie smacked his crystal head again. I wonder when I can go out to see my sister. He laughed and said, if she's still alive, you don't need to worry about her. If she's no longer around, then you need to become stronger. That's how you should grieve and honor her. Li Qie said. Yes. He sighed in response. It has been a long time since I've been scolded by her. I wonder if I can see her again. The man had accomplished great deeds. Alas, he wasn't that famous during his own era since he was overshadowed by his older sister, an immortal monarch. Those from that era believed that he was protected by his ancestors and sister. Moreover, his own personality and conducts were questionable. In their opinion, he would have accomplished nothing if it wasn't for his strong background. In fact, some were rather vocal about it back then, but he didn't give a damn. This didn't affect his relationship with his sister either. It wasn't until the new epoch that he changed his ways and decided to try harder. He obtained a great fortune and became a supreme conqueror. Unfortunately, his opponents were not messing around, hence his lamentable fate. If it wasn't for Li Qie finding him, his end would have been rather tragic. You need not worry, you will see her again if it's meant to be. Li Qie said. I understand and will keep your guidance in mind as I enter isolated training. If you see my big sis, tell her that I am doing well. He nodded. I will. Li Qie agreed. He decided to focus on reaching the apex again, putting aside his desire for vengeance and longing to see his loved ones. He knew that if he wasn't strong enough,
He wouldn't be able to survive for long in this ruthless world. Li Qie could see his determination and decided to banish him into another dimension. He could only come back after becoming strong enough. Chapter 5092. After arranging a safe haven for the middle-aged man, Li Qie left Heaven Burial without taking a second glance. Nothing here mattered to him. His next destination was Deity, and it only took one step for him to arrive. Rumble! After loud detonations and flashing lights, Deity fell into destruction. An endless power shook the 3 continents and crushed everything in its wake. Does Li Qie want to destroy Deity now? How is he so fast? A dragon lord shuddered after analyzing the situation. Everyone thought that he was still in the depths of Heaven Burial, but now, destruction ravaged Deity. It's over for Deity. Ancient ancestors only thought about their own sex, not caring for Deity. They told their juniors to stay the hell away from Li Qie. During this destruction, the old gatekeeper of the cemetery back in 8 Stallion looked up at the sky. We are Poreed.com. Find us on Google. Here again? Must have recovered then. His eyes turned cold and in the next second, he disappeared from sight. In actuality, Li Qie was surprised as well. He had only entered Deity and this started, prompting him to take a closer look. He saw that it was a mess everywhere with no one in sight. Sword Grasp School, God Chaser Palace, and Immortal Pagoda have been obliterated. Numerous ancient ancestors and other experts have been slaughtered. The culprit was too fast with the killing. None of them even saw the enemy before being destroyed. The lucky surviving disciples sat on the ground to stare at the ruins and mountains of corpses. The only thing they saw during the attack was the corpses of their seniors raining down from the sky. The power immobilized them so they couldn't join the battle. In just a few seconds, the strongest sects of Deity have been wiped out. The other tributaries became scared. The top-ranking members either fled or hid in safe places like rats. Eventually, ancient ancestors from the other Dao lineages came to take a look and were shocked at the efficiency. Of course, this wasn't a total massacre since there were surviving members. Alas, the targeted sect's ancestral grounds have been thoroughly destroyed. The divine palaces of Godchaser were gone. The ancient pagoda of Immortal Pagoda was reduced to ashes. The same for the fire beacon of Sword Grasp. Did Li Qie do this? One ancient ancestor wondered while staring at the flames and smoke of war. With Deity gone, there would only be 10 great lineages left in the lower continents. The foundations are still there. It's not a complete destruction for Deity. One dragon lord got closer to the ruins and checked the individual sect. He became rather confused. This was completely different than what Li Qie did to Heaven Burial. He only took care of Heaven Burial Mountain, not the tributaries. However, he did absorb all of its resources and foundation, effectively putting an end to the lineage. In this case, the foundation remained for the top lineages in Deity, so it wasn't over entirely. Is it actually Li Qie? Another wondered because the method was different. Who else is strong enough outside of Li Qie? An ancient ancestor responded. No one disagreed with this because he was the only one strong enough to take down Deity in the lower continents, especially in such a short time. Truth Conqueror and Stone Ox couldn't have done it. Where is Conceal Conqueror? Someone else wondered. Some assumed that Li Qie was here to look for Conceal Conqueror. Maybe she died in the battle too. A dragon lord speculated. She could have gotten away again. A peer responded. I heard that the beacon of Sword Grasp was lit during the battle. One ancient ancestor revealed a key piece of information. Really? Then the upper continents know about this. The others became emotional. Sword Grasp had a direct communication line with Heaven and Divine Alliance through the beacon. This was reserved for crises or important matters. Thus, it hasn't been lit for a long time until now. Chapter 5093. Li Qie was slightly amused after scouting the state of the top 3 sects in Deity. Why did someone strong enough to destroy them resort to this method? For example, Conceal Conqueror didn't need to do it so secretly if she wanted to destroy 8 Stallion. It would be a direct attack on the battlefield. Given the circumstances, everyone thought that it was Li Qie. He was the only one strong enough to obliterate them in such a short time. Moreover, He was on the hunt for Conceal Conqueror as well. Everything seemed to make sense. Putting the blame on me? Li Qie stroked his chin with a smirk on his face. Someone had been watching all along and came up with this plan. So confident, I see. Li Qie became interested. This will take some time. Right as he tried to search for more clues, he came across an old man wearing a gray robe. The latter bowed after seeing him. You're here too, young noble? You as well. Li Qie responded. I've lost track of this person and look at the mess here now. Rather cunning and always looming in the shadows. The old man said. He was none other than God Fist from Worldbreaker, who came up to the 6 continents as well. Cautious of you, I'm sure. Li Qie said. The moment I ascended, I was ambushed right away. At first, I assumed that this was just another case of this world hunting ascenders. This wasn't right. The ambusher was alone and wanted to capture me alive. Because the living is more delicious. Li Qie chuckled. Do you know who it is? God Fist asked. Not quite, but I have a pretty good guess. Li Qie said. I see, you have a plan already. God Fist responded. Since the guy seems to be interested in me, I'll play along to be polite. Li Qie smirked. This person is definitely a conqueror. God Fist gave as much information as he could. The attacks are so strange though, these merit laws don't seem to be part of the Grand Dao. It's not only for keeping the identity a secret, this is an ancient way, the most interesting thing about it. Li Qie said. Is there anything I can do, young noble? God Fist asked. Don't disturb the snake in the grass. Ignore it for now and wait for them to take the initiative. I don't want to waste time forever here. Li Qie shook his head. I understand. God Fist cupped his fist and left after understanding Li Qie's intent. A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. If he kept on searching for the assailant, it would only make the person hide even more. This would end up wasting Li Qie's time. After the old man left, Li Qie entered a special dimension to start a search. After getting to a particular location, he reached out and forcefully created an opening. Bam! Someone fell out of this hole, a woman covered in blood and wounds, not just the hole left behind by Li Qie on her chest. She tried to get up, but after seeing that it was Li Qie, she heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like someone got ambushed. Li Qie squatted down and smiled at her. I've lost, do as you wish. Conceal Conqueror sighed and closed her eyes. Resisting was futile even if she wasn't grievously wounded. She couldn't exert 20% of her strength right now. Li Qie observed the wounds and said, Looks like the ambusher wanted you to survive. She didn't respond. She had escaped back to deity after fighting Li Qie. Alas, she was instantly ambushed by a mysterious cultivator. This caught her off guard completely because deity was her territory. Nonetheless, given her exceptional awareness, she managed to escape right away with her best movement technique. There was nothing she could do to save the sex anyway. Afterward, she hid in this special dimension, but Li Qie still managed to find her. She initially thought that she just needed to stay alive. One day, she would become strong enough to deal with any foe. Alas, she had underestimated Li Qie's scouting ability. Why was I left alive? She realized that Li Qie was making a great point. She hasn't had time to think about the circumstances due to her wounds. So that I could light the beacon? As the leader of deity, she was responsible for informing the upper continents when necessary. For example, when a top master was taking revenge against deity. This has been the protocol after Luminous Conqueror. The two alliances didn't wish to rebuild deity another time due to the immense resources and effort required. Furthermore, top masters always cared about their reputation and would challenge deity directly. If it was a matter of vengeance, they would use this opportunity to inform the world of their reason for fighting. In this case, the killer didn't wish to be known and gave them no time to react. Chapter 5094. It depends on the culprit's ambition. Li Qie smiled. Do you think the alliances will send someone down? First, descending was rather challenging. Ordinary cultivators didn't dream of it because no sex would be willing to pay the price. Normally, only conquerors and Dao lords could make the trip, and this was precisely the problem. First, the cost of using precious materials to fuel the trip. Second, The visitors didn't wish to linger for long. The Tao power and chaos true energy in the lower continents were far from pure. This had an adverse effect on the visitors' grand Tao. After returning to the upper continents, they would have to spend time refining and removing the impurities. This was far from a quick process, so it was not worth it for them. Few of them ever made the trip back down. 8 Stallion Tao Lord was one example, but this was because of his plan. Yes, she said with conviction since she knew about Celestial Court. They know that you have the item, so even the immortal continent will send people down. They don't have to since I'll be paying them a visit soon enough. Li Qie smiled. Do as you please, she said, aware that she was a fish on the chopping board. She had no cards to negotiate with against Li Qie. What do you think would have happened if you had fallen into the ambushers' hands? Li Qie seemed amused. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. That is not up to me, she said without fear. Of course, she would prefer to be captured by Li Qie. Intuition told her that he would at least give her a quick death. Indeed. Li Qie nodded. You would have been drained dry, but it seems that the plan is more ambitious. A conqueror, she decided to tell him. A relatively recent one too, yet stronger than me at my prime. Anyone else would be shocked to hear this. She was the strongest conqueror right now with 7 fruits. However, this mysterious conqueror was even stronger? The person should have at least 8 fruits then. I know, and that's why it's interesting. A conqueror, not a Tao Lord. Li Qie said. She didn't say anything else because in reality, she had nothing more to say. Do you think I should kill you? He asked. Make your move, the outcome is decided. She closed her eyes. A swift death was the best option for her right now. She didn't fear death due to her previous experiences. She had killed plenty of cultivators and now, it was her time. However, Li Qie only stood there and stared at her. She opened her eyes and said, What are you waiting for? Or do you want me to end it myself? Your life means nothing to me. Whether you're dead or alive has no effect. Li Qie shook his head. You don't wish to avenge 8 Stallion Tao Lord or get rid of an enemy? She was surprised. You think too highly of yourself then. First, you're not qualified to be considered an enemy. As for 8 Stallion, that was his own business and he does not need me to avenge him. Li Qie smiled. She sat in a daze as she thought about it. Others thought that they were enemies similar to her and 8 Stallion Tao Lord back then. An enemy would naturally want to get rid of her, given her talent and potential. Alas, this was not enough for her to be of note to Li Qie. I've overestimated myself. She nodded and said, I'll end myself then. It was too easy for Li Qie to kill her, so doing it herself was more dignified. I don't want to kill you, there's no benefit in it for me. Li Qie shrugged. She heard this and suddenly had a ridiculous feeling. In Li Qie's eyes, she was no different from a speck of dust. Her existence had no effect on his own. It didn't matter if she were to stay alive and seek revenge one day. She had no chance of killing him either way. The disparity was insurmountable. Even if she could get on the path of reaching the truth, she would still only be an ant. I understand now. She nodded after coming to this realization. Chapter 5095. Then why are you here? What is it that you want? She was no fool and could tell there was something else going on. Of course, she was prepared to face it because she had no other options. If it was anyone else, she could at least struggle for a bit and perhaps reverse the tides. This was not the case with Li Qie. I just want to ask about the fortune that you obtained from mist in the 10 mountains. Li Qie smiled and said, You know about it? She was surprised at first, but then again, Nightwalker had mentioned their agreement during her last visit. She paused for a bit before continuing. I obtained a sword there. It does have ties with mist, hence my agreement with Nightwalker. Back when she was 16, she had fought numerous demons in order to destroy a dragon's lair. She came out triumphantly after slaying 6 dragon monarchs. Theft is never good, try looking at. Alas, she nearly died after barely managing to escape. She then came across a divine sword that would later serve as the foundation for her Tao and success. I want to see it. Li Qie reached forward with a casual tone. Nonetheless, this wasn't a request. She must hand it over to him.
She sighed and summoned it. When it touched Li Qia's hand, bright rays shot out everywhere in a devastating manner. She heard the cries of dragons, a manifestation of its murderous intents. Everyone would sense death approaching closer instantly. Alas, escaping and resisting were futile. The moment any disobedience was shown, it would pierce the throat of even gods and emperors. I see. He gently patted the blade and it hummed happily in response. She was startled to see this because this was its reaction after killing a powerful opponent. For example, Heaven Peak Conqueror. It enjoyed tasting the blood of worthy foes but seemed to like Li Qia's touch just as much. You wielded it before, she said. This was akin to an aggressive dog acting docile with its master. More than that. Li Qia smiled and became slightly emotional. This made it clear to her that he pursued her merely for the sword. After a short moment, he caught her off guard by giving it back to her. Moreover, the essences of the Tao appeared in his hand along with true chaos energy. He channeled them into her body and she could feel her wounds closing. In just a short time, her external wounds were fully healed to her amazement. This healing art was something beyond her imagination since she knew how serious the injuries were. The Tao injuries will require more rest. He smiled and said. Why? She eventually asked. Why what? Why save me? In fact, not killing her was merciful. Putting feud aside, most would want to take her head so that they could add another line to their battle record. Because I felt like it, he said and turned to leave. She took a second to calm down before catching up to him. So are we related somehow? Not quite. Li Qia said, you just have a special quality, that's all, a rather rare one. My assassination abilities? She asked. To be specific, Tao Heart Kill. He casually said. You're willing to teach me? She asked again. I've taught you already. To which he responded. She hesitated for a second before replying, I haven't learned it. As long as you stay alive, you will be able to use it since you have the right qualities. He said. She contemplated and thought that he must be right. He must have seen something in her and understood that she would be able to progress her assassination Tao to the desired level, attacking with a Tao heart. Though she wasn't an assassin, she couldn't resist the temptation of this path, especially its apex. So that's why you're sparing me. She understood why he fought the way he did as well, using Tao Heart Kill 3 times against her. Unfortunately, she didn't understand it at all, let alone try to use it. Nonetheless, she was now an inheritor of this Tao. The Tao of murder and assassination, no need to worry about passing them down. He glanced at the sky first before telling her, this was a path necessary in the past. Now, it doesn't have to be around anymore. But you still choose to pass it down, she said. Chapter 5096. It's your choice now. You're not an assassin and I don't need an assassin. Li Qia said. I am not an assassin indeed. She agreed. She was different from Shadow Rider in this regard. The latter also followed the same Tao but he trained for the sake of becoming an assassin king. As for her, she did it for the Tao itself, not for killing or money. This was her pursuit. The start usually decides everything. Li Qia sighed and said. She didn't quite understand his point but knew that he was a man with a deep history. What do you want me to do? She asked. That's a question you will have to answer yourself. What kind of conqueror do you want to be? He stared at her in response. This required contemplation and inner reflection. She couldn't answer right away. He took her back to 8 Stallion. Her appearance shocked all the big shots in Asui. Today, Li Qia was a supreme existence. His very presence instilled both fear and a sense of prestige. It boosted a sex reputation 100-fold. The group didn't expect Li Kai to be back so soon. Of course they more than welcomed this. However, they didn't expect to see Conceal Conqueror. Venerable Dragon God and Northern Monarch didn't seek revenge. These two were rivals and this was a personal matter. After all, if she had lost, she would have been killed as well. This nearly happened several times when 8 Stallion Tao Lord still had his immortal shield. The same couldn't be said about Asui. The little girl despised Conceal for killing her father. She clenched her fists and glared at Conceal.
Nonetheless, she knew that this wasn't the time to act up. She wasn't a match for Conceal right now, not even with the help of her subjects. "Want to avenge your father?" Conceal asked coldly. The atmosphere became tense due to the disparity in power. This conqueror could easily destroy their dynasty. "Yes," Aswi responded without any hesitation. "Don't let hatred blind you now. Train hard, and once you're strong enough, come and find me." Conceal coldly uttered. "Theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The seniors understood that this was a hopeless endeavor. Conceal was exceedingly talented, even more so than Aswi's father. There was a chance that she could become a 12-fruit conqueror and seek the truth. Aswi, regardless of her effort, wouldn't be able to reach this level. Thus, to live for the sake of vengeance meant living a pitiful and meaningless life. "Your father doesn't want you to avenge him," Li Qie said. "How would you know?" Aswi disagreed and scared the seniors. They didn't want her to offend the monstrous existence. "Have you killed before?" Li Qie asked. The girl didn't answer and glanced over at Northern Monarch and Venerable Dragon God instead. True masters avenge themselves, to live and kill the enemies one day. They do not fear defeat and death. Li Qie said, "Only the weak will count on their progenies avenging them in the future, wanting their children to do something they could not?" With that, he stared at Aswi and asked, "Which is your father?" She became emotional and knew the answer. 8 Stallion Dao Lord had never talked to her about this and even forbade his followers from participating. It was a fair duel, a contest of power. He only blamed himself for being weaker than Conceal Conqueror. "We appreciate your guidance, young noble." Venerable Dragon God gently patted Aswi's shoulder and bowed. The seniors understood that Li Qie had done them a great favor. His return was rather significant as well. By this point, he would receive the highest treatment in any sect. "You will understand your father once you're older and strongest." Li Qie said, "Your dynasty has commendable members, keep at it." With that he stretched and said, "I'm tired, time to rest." "I will arrange a place for you, young noble." Fireblade led the way for Li Qie. While following the two, Conceal turned back and said, "If you want revenge, find me in the upper 2 continents in the future." Aswi didn't respond since this future was still so far away. After the trio was gone, Venerable Dragon God told her, "His Majesty hoped to see you always smiling." He could have fled, but he did not, choosing to fight bravely instead. "He told me that it was a battle of destiny and honor." "I know." She nodded. Northern Monarch sighed as she listened. Even if Aswi wanted revenge, she had a tough road ahead because Conceal was monstrously talented. Moreover, she wouldn't be alone either and might serve as a representative of Celestial Court. This was another reason why 8 Stallion didn't want anyone to avenge him. If he was such a weak-minded man, he would have escaped to Immortal City and be just fine. 8 Stallion Dynasty needs you." Northern Monarch said softly. "I know I will not let it fall." Aswi wasn't a fool. Instead of avenging her father, it was better to maintain his legacy. After all, he still worried about it before his last days. Chapter 5097. The news of Li Qie staying in 8 Stallion prompted a visit from a familiar face, Jian Yunyun. "Looks like you have something to tell me." Li Qie smiled after seeing her. She bowed and said, "Yes, young noble. I have retrieved Primal's treasure." Back in Demon, she didn't follow the group into the Divine Nest and returned to Primal instead. Divine Empress Dowager had left her a mark. After deciphering the runes, she understood something and used the key to retrieve the item. "What does this have to do with me?" he asked. "I'm not sure. Intuition tells me that it is related to you, young noble," she said with a serious tone. Moreover, her intuition has been correct ever since she met Li Qie for the first time. She believed that Li Qie was somehow related to her lineage. The first thing on her mind after obtaining the item was to bring it to Li Qie. We are bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. Given her status, she should have used it to stabilize her position in Primal, or even use it to revitalize the lineage. Thus, her action was rather questionable. Some could consider this traitorous. How could she present their sex legacy to an outsider? This was egregious and should be heavily punished. Do you know what you're doing? Li Qie asked. I know, this is arguably treason. She nodded. Yet here you are. Li Qie smiled. I believe that this is the right way to benefit Primal. Not doing so means declination until destruction. She took a deep breath and said, what you lack in innocence when compared to Ming Shi is made up with decisiveness. You will make a great leader. Li Qie nodded approvingly and said, here, young noble, please take a look. Yun took out a box and presented it to Li Qie with both hands. This box was made from a rare and ancient material known as azure stone with a legendary hardness. Thus, whoever managed to carve it into this shape was incredible. The more shocking thing was the seal on it. It seemed to be battered by time, but in reality, it has become one with the box. This was beyond any conqueror or even ancient emperor. Only someone who had embarked on the path toward the truth could create this seal. This was the reason why no conquerors and dragon lords from Primal were able to open it. The content remained unknown to the lineage as it was passed down as a legacy treasure. Eternal Conqueror himself spent painstaking effort attempting to open it. Alas, he failed, and so did his successors in Primal. They only knew that the content was something amazing. Nothing more. Moreover, the box itself made it clear that their progenitor who left it behind was far stronger than any of them. Li Qie stared at it and knew what was inside right away. As he held it, a crimson light flashed on his forehead. This light didn't belong to Li Qie but rather, the drop of blood that was given to him by 8 Stallion Dao Lord before death. He patted it and said, little girl, you did the right thing. This treasure does not belong to your lineage. Who does it belong to? She asked right away. Me. Li Qie answered. So you're our progenitor? She blurted out but then thought that this couldn't be right. No, young noble, you are connected to Primal. She thought that the latter speculation was more accurate. I have nothing to do with your lineage, but yes, I am connected to your progenitor. Now the ties are deeper after the decision to give it back to me. Li Qie smiled. Yun became emotional despite being mentally prepared. There was no doubt now that Li Qie was an ancient existence from the same era as their progenitor. He could even be an emperor from the ancient past. She couldn't believe that she was standing before a mythical being right now. Chapter 5098. The confirmation of Li Qie's identity caused her to perform a bow again. One meant for a descendant honoring an ancestor. No need for that. I am not your progenitor or ancestor. Li Qie said. Young noble, could you tell me who our progenitor is then? She looked with hope and curiosity in her eyes. Everyone in Primal wanted to know the answer, but there was not a single clue. Even the greatest researchers and historians among them failed. I am not obligated to tell you, but since you have brought this thing here, I will tell you. I thought that this would happen. He said. Please enlighten me, young noble. She took a deep breath and stood solemnly. She felt rather tense because she was about to hear the long-awaited answer. Pure Wood Divine Emperor. Li Qie said slowly. Pure Wood Divine Emperor, she murmured while becoming emotional. The emperor who turned the tides during the Battle of Skysplitter. There is only one Pure Wood Divine Emperor. Li Qie nodded. This was not one of the guesses they had regarding their progenitor. Pure Wood Divine Emperor had no relationship with Primal and was no longer around after entering Immortal Dao City. Her knowledge of this emperor included the battle known as Skysplitter. The emperor managed to quell the rising storm and establish a place for the people in the lower continents. Immortal Dao City became the supreme lineage for the people, similar to Celestial Court for the race. This battle also started the classifications of the 6 continents on top of numerous legends. Search Poreed.com for the original. Skysplitter. Yun murmured and thought about this ancient battle. According to the legends, everything was chaotic after the epic war. This included an unexpected appearance of the primordial tree, releasing its dew and Dao fruits. Everyone competed for it, resulting in another massacre. This was when Immortal Dao City manifested into reality and commanded everyone's attention. Capable cultivators from all over the world wished to enter. This list included Immortal Monarchy Ya, Inconcealable Ancient God, Mortal Reversion Ancient God, Immortal Emperor Fei Yong, Immortal Emperor Bujan, and many more. The other side consisted of Celestial Court and its main fighting force led by Immortal Emperor Hao Hai and War Ancient God. The latter was one step too late since Immortal Monarch Yi and Inconcealable Ancient God managed to enter the city first. Their allies then bought them time by guarding the gate. The two sides fought fiercely. Celestial Court had to resort to ask for the help of its guest, Jiao Hang, who managed to injure Mortal Reversion and force Fei Yong back. This turned the tide of the battle. At the same time, the brilliant Heaven Burial Conqueror joined the battle and suppressed the weaker combatants. The people's defeat seemed inevitable until Purewood Divine Emperor's appearance. Purewood successfully persuaded Jiao Hang to stop and forced Heaven Burial Conqueror back. It became a stalemate for a while until even more help arrived for the people. The Duck Egg Buyer, Immortal Emperor Zhan, and many more Dao Lords and Emperors. Celestial Court lost many consecutive battles until the casualties were just too much to take. Their main army retreated back to the court and their enemies marched toward their gate. This was a period when the people's morale was at an all-time high, harboring the ambition of destroying Celestial Court. The top masters of Celestial Court couldn't break the blockade despite repeated and bloody attempts. It was on the brink of destruction despite having numerous masters. Sometime later, the two sides agreed to a ceasefire. The reason remained unknown but territories were divided. Henceforth, the people were considered equal to the race. This changed the landscape of the world, and afterward, colossal lineages with the character Alliance in their title were created. Skysplitter was the start of all of this, allowing the people to stand pridefully. Remember, they were considered inferior and sinners before this. The most interesting thing about this was that Purewood Divine Emperor who drastically changed the outcome was a member of the race. Nonetheless, the Emperor sided with the people just like the War Monarch clan back in the Immemorial War. Not bad, right? Enough to suppress the emperors and gods. Li Qie smiled. She nodded and felt a sense of pride. Now, Primal finally knew their progenitor, the magnificent Purewood Divine Emperor. The descendants of Luminous Conqueror and Heaven Burial Conqueror always bragged about their impressive backgrounds. This gave them immense confidence and aided in their success. Primal lacked this history once until the appearance of Eternal Conqueror. Now, they had another thing to be proud of. Purewood Divine Emperor was arguably greater than the other progenitors. 1. This is a tough one without more context. The literal can be translated several ways, but it has the characters for Jiao Hang without the Immortal Emperor part. The others always have their full title with the exception of dialogue. This is narrative, so it should have been Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. I don't think this is Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, but I can't make that call. It would make sense for Jiao Hang to be powerful, but why is he on the side of Celestial Court? Other ways this could have been translated depending on the context is arrogant guest/official as a title, or just an arrogant guest. All in all, not quite sure about this one, but I have to leave Jiao Hang in just in case it is really him too. Usually Immortal Emperors have 2 words in their title. Zhan only has 1, Zhan Xian Di. This could be interpreted as an emperor who wants to against immortals instead of Immortal Emperor. Keeping it as Immortal Emperor Zhan for now. In reflection, there have been a lot of titles in the past 5,000 chapters. Maybe 2 to 3% of them should be something different now that the context is known. 20% could have been better or used a different format. Looking back with my current experience, I would translate Immortal Emperor titles as adjectives instead of pinyin proper nouns. It is nice keeping them as pinyin too, since the line between a title and a name is so blurred in Chinese. Only the distinction is clear in English when I have to translate. I don't want to change all the Immortal Emperor titles to match the rest of the novel because those names are too memorable now. For example, Jiao Hang, Hong Tian, or Min Range. Chapter 5099. Li Qie let out a sigh while turning his focus back on the box. He spread his fingers and created a supreme Dao Law. It seemed rather special while wiggling around as if it was alive. If people were here to look at it, each individual would see something different. Li Qie was the only one who could see its real form. Young noble, why do you have our badge of authority? When did you get it? She became startled because the badge should be in primal. Look again. He smiled and touched her forehead. It lit up and her eyes became as clear as can be. Things she normally wouldn't catch became obvious. She could see the minute changes in the world as well. Now, he was clearly holding a Dao Law, not a badge. Buzz. He pulled back and her eyes became normal, no longer possessing a supreme heavenly gaze. The law became the badge again in her eyes. Why is this happening? She wondered. What you're looking at is your wish. That's why you cannot see its true form unless your mind is clear and without any desire. Li Qie said. She wondered who could actually do this. Not even the conquerors had the ability to do so. Li Qie smiled and released the Tao Law. It swam forward like a spirit snake and coiled around the box. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Buzz. The ancient seal appeared on the box. Only a selected few that have been exposed to heavenly scriptures could recognize the seal. It indeed originated from a heavenly scripture. Li Qie's Tao Law was a perfect match and entered the seal like a key inserted into the hole or a snake entering its cave. A bright phenomenon occurred. Yun saw a majestic land, her home known as Primal. In reality, this was the same as before. Everyone saw something different. Click. The seal was unlocked to her astonishment. Her lineage had tried for eras to no avail. This included Eternal Conqueror who utilized numerous laws and Tao. Alas, Li Qie did it in just a few seconds. What is it? She inched closer, wanting to see the content. After all, the box has been passed down all this time but no one had a clue. She was the first member lucky enough to be here right now and became rather nervous. Li Qie opened the box and the content pulsed with a dark light. Yun finally got to take a look and didn't expect this at all. Previously, she had imagined the potential answers. A supreme treasure? Something of the immortal level? A heavenly scripture? A skull? This is our heirloom? She stood there in a daze. It seemed to be infected by something and was as black as ink from top to bottom, nearly being fused by endless darkness. One wouldn't even notice the skull amidst the darkness. The question was, did the darkness envelop the skull or was the skull the thing devouring all light? At the very least, she could tell that this wasn't a human skull. The shape was rather strange and gave a creepy feeling. Suddenly, she felt something deep in her heart being affected. No ancestors and disciples would believe her about this issue. Their heirloom being a creepy skull. Buzz. A bloody ray erupted from Li Qie's forehead. Something seemed eager to break out. This was none other than the drop of blood given to him by 8 Stallion Tao Lord. The skull released dark rays after seeing this, especially from the eye sockets. The rays were capable of refining any affinity. What the hell is this? She became startled. Seal! Li Qie shouted and suppressed the skull with a single finger. The drop of blood and the skull immediately halted, not daring to try again. Yun heaved a sigh of relief because that sudden eruption scared the hell out of her. Chapter 5100. Yun remained confused as to why their great progenitor continued to pass this skull down. It should have been something like an immortal item. Back to me again. Li Qie sighed. He had previously obtained it back in the 9 worlds but lost it after causing the calamity. Purewood Divine Emperor came across it and sealed it. What is it? She asked. A skull that does not belong to any current race. Li Qie said. I see, she murmured. Why did our progenitor leave it behind? That's a good question. Answer this first. Why did your progenitor create Primal? Li Qie smiled. As an inheritance and a legacy? She said. This question was acceptable since more often than not, this was why top masters would create lineages. This applied to Heaven Burial Conqueror and Luminous Conqueror. Are there any traces of Purewood Divine Emperor in your lineage? Li Qie asked. The question was obviously no since they didn't know anything about their progenitor previously. It is to remember someone, or perhaps 2. Li Qie said. Do you know who? She asked. He sighed and said, Divine Ancestor and Trinity Ancestor. She murmured the titles and was not aware of these beings, at least not in their records. Who are they? She said softly. Trinity Ancestor. Is that the creator of Trinity against the heaven? Yun asked. Li Qie smiled and glanced at the throne, and so did she. No, just similar in names. The formation is related to someone else. Who is it? She asked. Primal Ancestor. Li Qie told her after a short pause. Are these ancestors related? She asked. They're from the same era. To which he responded.
Is there more to this than just the timeline? She inquired further, feeling that these ancestors might be more connected than that. They're ancient bloodlines, Xueqi said. Ah, Peacebringer Trinity? She recalled something he had brought up to Fireridge before. You'll find out one day. He stopped the conversation here. She didn't ask more questions after seeing him not wanting to continue. The lore can be often vague because the only one in the know is Xueqi and the author try to be mysterious. If I spot confusion that might have been due to inaccurate translations, I will explain it in a footnote when necessary. Meanwhile, the lower continents were still dealing with the aftermath of the Great Power's destruction. Everyone thought that Xueqi was the culprit. After all, he was the only one strong enough. Moreover, they also believed that he had killed Conceal Conqueror. The brilliant Conceal Conqueror still couldn't escape death. Some found this regrettable since she couldn't fulfill her potential. The race had a terrible time accepting this since they lost their top masters and sections. Now, they had a tough time standing proudly before those from the people. Furthermore, Xueqi's supremacy became unanimous. No Dao lineage would dare to challenge him now. Today, a divine beam descended into reincarnation and interrupted their conversations. All three continents started shaking violently. That's their ancestral mountain, right? Someone asked. A conqueror is descending. A dragon lord stated. From the upper continents? The big shots could tell what was going on. Indeed. Swordgrasp's beacon was lit, so the two alliances up there must have received the news. They are sending someone down to scout. The Dragon Lord said. This caused everyone to take a deep breath. Divine and Heaven Alliance were part of Celestial Court. This could escalate to a dangerous point. Those from the people became anxious while their adversaries rejoiced. The latter had been feeling oppressed by Xueqi, but now, there was a chance to rise again. The beam could be seen in 8 Stallion as well. Theft is never good, try looking at. A conqueror from the upper continent. Conceal Conqueror said. Another fun show is starting. Xueqi smiled before asking, do you want to help them? What do you think I should do? She asked. Don't forget that you are already dead. Killed by me. Xueqi said. I understand. She nodded. 1. The names are so similar and I did a search to see if they had appeared before. I only found Primal Ancestor during the coronation chapters, not the other two. As always, since there is virtually no context, the names are subjected to changes. Chapter 5101. Mountain of the Ages was enveloped by a blinding radiance. It took the shape of a constantly rotating circle. Rumble. The power of a conqueror ravaged the 3 continents. Ancestor. Members of reincarnation kneeled with teary eyes and were overwhelmed with excitement. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. The ball of light continued to release waves of light. Eventually, a majestic figure landed on the ground, accompanied by an ocean of laws. Green Mountain. The mantra included the title of this conqueror. It's Green Mountain Conqueror. This news traveled swiftly. He had once dominated the lower continents and reincarnation prospered under his reign. He ascended to the upper continents after obtaining 4 Dao fruits. He has 8 fruits. The ancestors of the sect became emotional. This was enough firepower to unite the lower continents. He joined the alliances? A few ancient ancestors and dragon lords quietly discussed. Reincarnation was a special existence in that it didn't have a clear allegiance to the race or the people. Though some said that reincarnation was a tributary of divine alliance, it had sided with the people before in previous conflicts. Of course, it also had periods of being rather close to deity and heaven burial before. Rumor has it that their conquerors didn't always join the race. One example was Blazing Conqueror, who most likely joined the people instead. Now, Green Mountain Conqueror clearly represented the race in this case. What a shame, he was very close to the people back then. One ancestor sighed and said, because of his time at the academy, reincarnation had a close friendship with Untethered and the other lineages. Yes, I recall when they worked as a team back then. A dragon lord from that generation said, how I miss those times. No one knew what happened once he ascended, but this indeed surprised everyone. Of course, the The gossipers kept it to themselves and didn't wish to provoke him. Poof! At the same time, a divine scroll suddenly appeared in Primal. Images of gods were on the surface. The sounds of horns and weapons clanking could be heard in their sacred ground. The status there became bright and resonated with the list. Their auras swept through the region and caught cultivators off guard. The divine list. Spectators in Primal couldn't believe it. Welcome back, great conqueror. Members from Ascension kneeled on the ground. Boom! Someone landed and all the statues kneeled before him. Ascension Conqueror. They shouted his title. He has 8 Tao fruits. Someone saw the 8 fruits floating above the list. The younger disciples were ecstatic to see a famous historical figure from their sect. Alas, the ancestors had a solemn expression. Primal had always been a part of the people. This was due to the background of their members. In history, Primal, Untethered, and 100 races always protected the people's interests. When Eternal Conqueror united the continents, he represented the people. This was the golden age of Primal. Ascension Conqueror came from this side as well and supported it during his reign. Why did he join the race after ascending? This was rather ironic for Primal, so the older members felt bitter about this result. Of course, the two sides weren't as antagonistic as before, but it was still a tough pill to swallow. Chapter 5102. In a sense, this wasn't traitorous because the upper continents were separate from the lower continents. A conqueror had the right to choose after ascending, but it was still difficult for Primal's members to accept this. Ascension Conqueror. Jian Yunyun, who was watching from a distance, became emotional after seeing this ancestor switching sides. She was the future ruler of Primal, so witnessing this was rather unpleasant. It's common, Conceal Conqueror said, since she knew more about the situation up above. After all, she had a direct line of communication. The allegiance in the lower continents no longer mattered once ascended. Conquerors and dragon lords were free to pick the other side. This change was often due to their unique experiences. Now, despite being vexed by this, members of the people didn't dare to say anything. The other side had 2 8-fruit conquerors now. He once fought the dragon lords of deity with his divine list. Oh, his unbeatable style back then. An ancient ancestor recalled a beautiful memory. Now, it was a reminder of a lost time. Now, these 2 conquerors represented heaven and divine alliance. The race's members finally became excited once more after recent setbacks. The light of divine and heaven will always shine the race. Some regained their lofty aspiration. Rumble. Laws started shooting into the air in deity as well. The pieces of broken pagodas suddenly came together again, rebuilt by true chaos energy. The gate returned to normal as if time was reversing. Ancestor. The lucky survivors of Immortal Pagoda kowtowed repeatedly. Another majestic figure descended after a loud explosion. 8 fruits could be seen along with 6 treasure pots. Each of them exuded a unique affinity and could be felt all over the lower continents. Inhabitants heard the cries of 6 dragons. Their draconic auras were suffocating. 6-pot conqueror. Members of deity shouted in excitement and ran toward Immortal Pagoda to greet this ancestor. It's back. They saw the radiant pagodas once more. Rumble. A similar phenomenon occurred in Swordgrasp as well. True chaos energy engulfed the area like an ocean. The broken buildings were reassembled once more. Its foundation poured out enough power to help the process. Endless sword energy swept through the lower continents as well, cutting off any peak that was too high. Just the sharp waves alone intimidated people. Clank! They eventually came together to form a ship above Swordgrasp. A beautiful and majestic figure appeared on the deck with 8 fruits. Ancestor. The survivors of Swordgrasp prostrated. Vessel Conqueror. An old voice trembled after seeing her. A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. She was once the most beautiful woman in the world, adored by all geniuses in that generation. Their hearts were broken once she left. They focused on cultivation, hoping to ascend and meet her up there. Today, they got to see her again and they could tell that their love has yet to decrease. Unfortunately, some of them were at the end of their lifespan due to stagnated cultivation. 4 conquerors with 8 fruits. That's unbeatable. Those from the race jubilated, looking rather haughty again. The lower continents are ours. Today was a great day in history for them. As long as Celestial Court is around, the world is ours. One disciple declared. Chapter 5103. Meanwhile, the ancient ancestors and dragon lords of the people worried after seeing deities conquerors. Whenever cultivators from above descended, this would change the landscape of the lower continents. This was because they would linger around for a while. In this case, they rebuilt the broken sects and could go on to subdue the enemies. No other lineages could hope to stop 4 high-level conquerors. In fact, being subdued was most likely the best fate. Destruction could happen as well after one wrong move. This was a rather rare occurrence. Something big must have happened. Now, if Imperial and Tao Alliance were to not send anyone down, it would be over for those from the people in the lower continents. Thus, the spines that have been broken by Li Qie became straight again in no time at all. We are unbeatable as long as Celestial Court is around. They proudly declared with pride. During this pathetic crisis, conquerors were immediately sent down. Punish the perpetrators severely and rebuild order. A stern voice echoed across the realms. The speaker was none other than Green Mountain Conqueror. This scared the hell out of everyone from the people. Punish those who had offended deity too. Others from the race demanded. Yes, make an example out of them. No one is allowed to trample on the race's dignity. Some ancestors expressed their attitude. Not long ago, they were afraid of Li Qie and didn't dare to say anything. Now, though they didn't say his name outright, everyone knew the target. We demand an explanation for the destruction of God Chaser and Sword Grasp. Six-Pot Conqueror spoke. Where is Li Qie? Ascension Conqueror shouted. I'm ready for your reason for destroying Sword Grasp. Vessel Conqueror's voice was pleasant, but no one dared to underestimate her. Can Li Qie stop them? The ancestors of the people wondered. One Dragon Lord said, Li Qie is unbeatable, but there are too many conquerors on the other side. Humph, this is the end of the roar for him. This is the result of antagonizing us. A weak cultivator from the race snorted. This is just what happens when Celestial Court decides to unleash its wrath. Only death awaits. Another said. Find the original at poreed.com. The bees are buzzing in full force today. So annoying. A lazy voice answered the conquerors. Everyone shut up right away. Even those from the race who were spewing threats earlier. The latter still didn't dare to be so direct toward Li Qie. Did you destroy Sword Grasp? Six-Pot Conqueror directed her power toward Li Qie. And what if I did? Li Qie nonchalantly said. You deserve death for destroying my sect. Six-Pot Conqueror's words resonated like a bell. Terrifying shockwaves soared toward 8 Stallion Dynasty and suppressed everyone along the way. Give him a chance to defend himself. Ascension Conqueror said. Li Qie, come to Mountain of the Ages. We shall listen to reason. Green Mountain Conqueror demanded, not leaving any room for negotiation. Chapter 5104. Listeners appreciated the conquerors for showing patience. At the very least, they gave Li Qie a chance to defend himself. Nonetheless, they knew that this was useless. How could he justify destroying 3 powerful lineages from deity? Moreover, plenty of witnesses saw him destroy Heaven Burial as well, not to mention Conceal Conqueror. Maybe it's time to draw a line between us and the people. One expert became worried. A judgment from Celestial Court will be serious. Many shared this sentiment, not wanting to be dragged into this mess. They recalled the historical judgment from Celestial Court. Numerous kingdoms and emperors were killed in one night. If this were to happen again, the people might be wiped out from the lower continents. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. We need to be one right now, more than ever. A dragon lord from the people had a different opinion. We survived the immemorial epic war and skysplitter and shall not yield now. Our conquerors and Tao lords won't abandon us. Ancestors began gathering in preparation for the worst. Let me give you a piece of advice. Return from whence you came or you will be buried here. Of course, being buried in your homeland isn't a bad idea either. Li Qie responded.
He didn't hold back at all and shocked the listeners. Did he want to fight the conquerors? Humph, there is no way he can beat them. An expert from the race disagreed. I can't believe he is still so confident. An ancient ancestor from the people became excited after hearing this. Yes, the other side might have 4 conquerors, but this was Xueqi. They fantasized about Xueqi winning and that the lower continents would be theirs. Since you choose to be antagonistic, don't blame us for being rude. Green Mountain Conqueror seemed furious. Give him a chance to defend himself first. Vessel Conqueror said. His crimes are as clear as day. Six-Pot Conqueror said. Admit your crimes and there might be room for negotiation. Just pick a date and decide this with force. Xueqi smiled and said. Very well. Green Mountain coldly uttered. We shall wait at Mountain of the Ages. A battle it is. So be it. Ascension agreed. There we go, a 1-on-4 will be fine. Xueqi stated the condition. The conquerors were livid since he spoke with such disdain. They were dominant during their generation and haven't been disrespected before. 3 days later then. Vessel said. I will not hold back if you are indeed the culprit. In 3 days. Xueqi agreed. Inhabitants of the lower continents required a long time to digest this development. A battle between Xueqi and 4 conquerors at the Mountain of the Ages. This could very well decide the future of their land. What if Xueqi loses? An ancient ancestor said with a solemn expression and didn't dare to finish this thought. In this case, the order of authority would completely shift toward the race. Even if the 4 conquerors were to not start a massacre, the lineages of the people would be suppressed and treated as second-class inhabitants. But if Xueqi wins, our golden age will come. An expert remained optimistic. Both sides believed in their own chances of victory. No one can stop 4 conquerors with 8 fruits. Someone from the race asserted. All in all, most couldn't wait for the battle. Powerful ancient ancestors and dragon lords came to the mountain in order to watch. Putting the implications aside, just observing the battle would be immensely beneficial for their Tao. 3 days. A period that wasn't too long or too short. Nonetheless, it took everyone's breath away. The only exception was Xueqi, who was relaxing in 8 Stallion. Alas, his peace was interrupted by someone who insisted on seeing him. Xueqi himself was surprised by the visitor. The current Lord of Reincarnation, Xueqi. Xueqi killed his father but also saved him twice. In reality, he had forgotten about the boy since he couldn't remember all the people with grievances against him. Chapter 5105. What do you want? Xueqi smiled and said. Xueqi stared at Xueqi for a while and didn't say anything. The guy was his father's killer. As the saying goes, patricide, vengeance, not even the heavens can reconcile. Did he hate Xueqi? His hatred was profound, but in reality, how many people had his father slain in the past? Now, since his father was dead, so the victim's family members were targeting him instead. He had the responsibility to avenge his father. Otherwise, he would be unworthy as a son. His intent didn't matter. The act must be carried out. Of course, he also knew that this was a one-sided affair. The mere thought of carrying it out only served to console his state of mind, for success was an impossibility. He was not qualified to become a real threat. This was a man who killed conquerors and dragon lords like they were nothing. In fact, just meeting Xueqi now was a great honor. Top masters didn't have this privilege, but Xueqi chose to grant him an audience. This complicated situation made him feel helpless and trapped in despair. As Xueqi had stated in the past, he was not eligible to stand in the long line of those who want to kill Xueqi. The disparity was immense and he knew his own limits. He could try his entire life only to amount to nothing. He also knew that Xueqi was merciful for not killing him, let alone saving him twice. Others would kill everyone to get rid of a potential problem in the future. Xueqi didn't need to do it himself. Plenty of people would dirty their hands for him. Being saved by the enemy was torture, and all of this made him speechless. At least say something, don't just stand there. Xueqi said with a smile. You shouldn't go to Mountain of the Ages. He eventually said. Oh, what makes you say that? Xueqi asked. It is a trap, he said with hesitation. Go on.
Li Qie said. Qing Songke didn't expect this response because he had thought about the various scenarios before. He came to warn Li Qie but thought that the guy might laugh or mock him. All in all, his expectations were mostly negative. In this case, Li Qie actually became interested, seemingly believing him. Remember, he was currently the Lord of Reincarnation. The conquerors were on his side. Coming here to give Li Qie information was nothing short of traitorous. Others might actually consider this a ruse. I don't know the details, just that it is certainly a trap. He responded. I appreciate your kind intentions. Li Qie nodded in response. Qing Songke heaved a sigh of relief when Li Qie accepted the gesture. Since Li Qie had saved him twice, this was considered paying off the debt. With that, he would have less problem avenging his father.
A trap it may be, but I am a man of my word and must go.
Li Qie smiled and added. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com.
Very well, take care.
Qing Songke didn't try to convince Li Qie. He turned and left, since why would an ant need to worry about a dragon?
As he was walking away, Li Qie's voice came from behind. Do you wish to avenge your father?
Qing Songke froze. This scenario sounded as if Li Qie would not let him leave this place alive. However, he thought that he was overthinking it. It was clear that Li Qie had no intention of killing him. He turned around and faced Li Qie. It is the son's responsibility to avenge his father.
Rather courageous.
Li Qie chuckled. At this point, some ancient ancestors would tremble before Li Qie, let alone utter these fighting words. Do you want to kill me? Li Qie asked.
Of course, it is my mission.
He took a deep breath and said. Even if you cultivate your whole life and become a conqueror, you still won't be able to kill me. Li Qie said, I'm not telling you to give up on avenging your father, but obsessing with vengeance is no way to live. It doesn't matter how strong you become, you will be swallowed up by the only thing on your mind. How pitiful.
That's my business.
Qing Songke paused for a moment before coldly uttering.
Fine.
Li Qie responded. If you want revenge, then check a scroll known as Chronicle of the Ages left behind by your ancestor, Blazing Conqueror. Others might view it as a shallow mantra that can be trained by anyone, but it will be very useful to you. Qing Songke couldn't believe it. His enemy was clearly giving him a hint on how to improve.
Go.
Li Qie waved his hand. Qing Songke regained his wits and bowed once before leaving. Chapter 5106. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at Poreed.com. Mountain of the Ages was actually the name of a lineage. Of course, such a mountain existed, but whenever people brought this title up, they were talking about the lineage in reincarnation. It was started by Blazing Conqueror as the main sect for reincarnation. Thus, it had resources left behind by the Great Conqueror. There were several notable conquerors hailing from the lower continents. For example, Luminous, Heaven Burial, Demon Conqueror. They were brilliant and could compete with the best of them.
However, the richest was none other than Blazing Conqueror.
In fact, even conquerors born with a golden spoon from the immortal continent couldn't compare to Blazing. Deity, Heaven Alliance, Divine Alliance, all else paled compared to him. Yes, a single person was richer than an entire alliance. Rumor has it that the conqueror might be richer than the 3 lower continents combined. Thus, due to his wealth, he never lacked beauties and friends. Princesses and other conquerors all wanted to have a good relationship with him. Wealth was the ultimate charisma. This allowed the members of reincarnation to have access to incredible treasures. During his generation, a regular disciple from there was wealthier than an ancestor from deity. A vestige of this could still be seen in Mountain of the Ages. The second notable character from this region was Green Mountain Conqueror, the second to reach this cultivation realm. He was a supreme genius, but after obtaining the first Dao fruit, he rarely showed himself and became nearly forgotten. After obtaining the fourth, he ascended to the upper continents. Thus, he left a stronger impression on the world during his youth than when he was a conqueror. There was no battle record to be proud of after reaching the top, while he fought numerous rivals previously. Now, he was back with 8 Dao fruits, a testament to his ability. Meanwhile, numerous ancient ancestors and dragon lords waited outside reincarnation. As for its members, they wisely retreated because this would be a devastating battle.
Today was the day of the battle. Its location was a majestic mountain range located in reincarnation. Every inch of land brimmed with divinity, still lingering with traces from the treasures of blazing conqueror. Some looked back and saw a magnificent city, Reincarnation City, founded by Time Watcher Conqueror. Alas, the current city was in disarray after losing its lord and became a headless snake. Qing Sonka shouldered the responsibility of keeping it together. Though Mountain of the Ages didn't have the highest peak, it was now more special than any other mountain. This was due to a particular man standing on it. Green Mountain Conqueror. With his presence, the peak became infinitely tall and unreachable. His aura was second to none. Spectators observed him with different emotions. Some from the same generation as him had complicated emotions. Even dragon lords who were close to him could only sigh since they were from the people. They once drank and learned the Tao together, fighting their rivals from the race. The young conqueror was a lively youth and befriended everyone in the academy. Today, he had joined the other side, whether it be heaven or divine alliance. Those who called him brother once found this regrettable. Of course, they didn't say anything, for he was no longer their friend but rather an imperious conqueror of the race. Buzz. He suddenly opened his piercing eyes. Am I early? A lazy voice could be heard as if the speaker was still drowsy. Li Chie's here. Spectators became excited right away. Just him alone? Ancient ancestors from the people worried since they didn't see anyone else. Chapter 5107. Li Chia stood beneath the peak, looking insignificant compared to the imperious conqueror. When you're just trying to make great content at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. The conquerors shall be triumphant. Members of the race clenched their fists, hoping to build confidence for the combatants and themselves. After all, this battle could decide the fate of their alliance. If Li Chia were to win, they wouldn't be able to keep their head high for eras to come. The four conquerors will slay him with ease. An ancient ancestor from the race said with a hushed tone, not sounding absolutely confident. Li Chia is the true lord of the lower continents. He'll be victorious. Someone from the opposing side shouted. Yes, no one else comes closer to touching him. Many joined in. Masters have claimed to be unbeatable before, but he proved them wrong. Members of the people strongly supported Li Chia, for they knew the consequences otherwise. What do you have to say for yourself? Why did you destroy those sects and kill a conqueror? Green Mountain spoke with a thunderous voice. And Li Chia waved his hand with a smile. It is a crime punishable by death. The authority of Celestial Court cannot be challenged. The conqueror gazed at Li Chia and said, Brother, we should give him ample time to defend himself. Another person descended from the sky. The scroll in his hand fluttered to the wind and could blot out the world. Any cultivator being wrapped around by it would not be able to escape. Its master, Ascension Conqueror, had won numerous battles by using this method. Fellow Taoist Li, you may provide an explanation for your action. We shall make a decision afterward. He said. There's nothing to say. Since you all are already here, you can't come back empty-handed. The trip must have been difficult. Li Chia smiled. Ascension's eyes flashed as he attempted to see through Li Chia. He felt that there was something off about this person. As for the audience, both sides thought that he was being rather reasonable. Was this because he originally came from the people and wanted to protect Li Chia? You're right about that. A beam of sword intent crossed through the air and left behind a scar. This was just the sword energy alone. An actual slash could easily take down a relatively large kingdom. A supreme beauty rode the beam and appeared before the crowd. People didn't dare to appreciate her delicate features due to her cultivation. Older dragon lords became overwhelmed with love, but only observed her from a distance. Alas, they didn't have the power to actually be with her. In fact, just seeing her one more time was a dream come true for them. I won't stop you from sharing your account of the events that have transpired, Vessel said. But if the accusation turns out to be true, you shall be punished. After all, she came from Swordgrasp and wouldn't let this go easily. Whether I did it or not doesn't matter. Just do what you have to do. Li Chia smiled. If you admit fault, you shall be eradicated in order to appease the souls of your victims. Green Mountain said. Your bullshit is nauseating. Li Qie chuckled. Do you confess? At this point, another figure joined the battlefield with 6 rotating pots around him. These 6 pots have been his treasures ever since his Dao debut. The reason why 6 pot became his title was that he never used any different weapon or treasure. Does it matter? If I say that I didn't do it, will you act as if nothing happened? Li Qie said. We can assess the situation accordingly depending on your answer. The truth is yet to be revealed. Ascension remained relatively neutral. Everyone thought that Li Qie should at least defend himself before fighting the conquerors. Why did you destroy Heaven Burial? Vessel asked. It was confusing due to the different methods employed by the perpetrator. The foundations of deities' great powers weren't destroyed. Otherwise, it would have taken them a long time to rebuild everything. I felt like it. Li Qie smiled. I consider that as a declaration of war against Celestial Court. 6 Pot said with a serious tone. The atmosphere changed the moment Celestial Court was brought up. This entity had always loomed above everyone, capable of easily suppressing them. Chapter 5108. The sentiment is correct, but allow me to elaborate. I am not declaring war on Celestial Court. Li Qie smirked and paused for a second before finishing. But rather I shall destroy it. This generation shall be its last. Listeners couldn't believe their own ears and felt as if 1,000 suns were exploding at the same time. Both sides became speechless. Many brilliant conquerors had tried before. Luminous, Demon, Night Moon. Even the monstrous Maddened couldn't do so. Putting individual efforts aside, Celestial Court survived several great wars. The full force of the people couldn't take down Celestial Court. We are Poreed.com. Find us on Google. During Skysplitter, Immortal Emperor Zhan and the Duck Egg Buyer led a coalition to the very gates of Celestial Court. Alas, after grievous casualties on both sides, they had no choice but to withdraw. It was one thing to talk about killing a certain conqueror or emperor. As for destroying Celestial Court? Impossible. Ridiculous. He might be unbeatable here but is still just an insect before the might of the court. An ancestor from the race snorted. He'll be dead if Celestial Court wishes so. Another was furious. Celestial Court was the supreme pillar of glory for the race. Spewing such arrogance meant becoming the enemy of its members. Those from the race found this ludicrous despite Li Qie's power. Of course, the people didn't say anything because they firmly supported Li Qie. The conquerors exchanged glances after hearing this. They had met incredible masters in the upper continents who didn't dare to say so. Their expression became serious as they channeled their power. Space instantly crumbled into dust, but Li Qie was completely unaffected. Something became rather obvious. Their foe was a frightening one. Meanwhile, the majority of the inhabitants in the lower continents trembled in fear. This was the might of Celestial Court. Just 4 conquerors from there alone could dominate the lower region. You seem confident in your ability. Vessel Conqueror said. Destroying Celestial Court is no difficult task. Li Qie smiled and said. Ascension couldn't help but laugh. I've traveled the world and this is my first time hearing this declaration. All things Dao Lord and Demon Conqueror didn't have this level of arrogance. So is that why you joined Celestial Court? Li Qie smirked at him. All eyes were on Ascension Conqueror, especially from the members of Primal. They had a hard time accepting the change in allegiance. Of course, this didn't matter because Ascension was a conqueror and they were nothing in his eyes now. The issue was that the ancestors of Primal paid with sweat and blood while fighting against the race. Now, one of its conquerors chose to join Celestial Court instead. Ascension paused for a moment before answering with a hearty smile. I am far from being the only one in history to join Celestial Court. As the saying goes, a smart bird chooses the right tree to roost in. That's a clever way of putting this, and sure, it is rather common in history. Li Qie applauded. Every individual makes their own choice while embarking toward the Tao. Ascension didn't seem awkward at all. The ancestors of Primal had nothing to say. They didn't know what he had experienced in the upper continents. We are digressing from the topic. Today our mission is to execute him. Green Mountain said. Looks like a compromise is impossible. Vessel gazed at Li Qie. Don't worry about compromising. I am right here. Come kill me since that is your wish. It's time to kill the chicken in order to warn the monkey. Li Jie said. The four paid a heavy price to descend to the lower continents. Though they were compensated by the alliances, it was still a tough choice. It was time to perform a full sweep, removing all obstacles. This would serve to remind everyone of deity's authority, and Li Jie was a prime target. Chapter 5109. If that's the case, die. Green Mountain roared. Behold! He summoned a divine mountain empowered by sacred runes. It immediately took over the airspace over Li Jie, and came descending with a grinding force. This move could destroy the target's Tao and vitality in no time at all. Space withered as a result of the impact. Li Jie didn't bat an eye and casually waved his hand, once again displaying his supremacy by repelling the mountain back into the air. Rumble! Green Mountain Conqueror staggered backward after the first exchange. Stop! Ascension Conqueror joined the battle by swinging his divine scroll, sealing all the dimensions around Li Jie. The scroll extended and surrounded the target. Meanwhile, the rest of the world became frozen. Their Tao laws and energies couldn't be channeled at all. Not bad. Li Jie smiled and didn't try to stop it. Thousands of unique mudras rushed out of the scroll. A fist came for his head. Another finger strike aimed for his heart. These hands tried to hit his weak spots from all directions. Find the original at pori.com. After letting the move finish, Li Jie retaliated with a punch against the scroll. Crack! The mudras shattered, but fortunately, the Supreme Scroll managed to withstand the punch without being pierced through. Ascension Conqueror also staggered backward. Take this! Six Pot leaped into the air and attacked after seeing Li Jie's might. Buzz! One pot opened and released a nether law capable of sucking various affinities. Run for it! Those nearby were scared out of their mind. They felt a nether wind passing by and robbing them of their Tao and strength. This was the pot, one of the six. Its effect sucked vitality and power into the darkness, leaving the victims helpless. Experts and ancestors found themselves trapped in the void, unable to muster an ounce of strength. They fell to the ground while screaming in horror. Li Jie was the main focus, so he became trapped in the void as well. The affinity attempted to steal his power. My turn, I apologize, fellow Taoist. Vessel summoned her personal sword. Everyone from her generation recognized it right away. It'll be a devastating slash. A Dragon Lord said, recalling how she used it to dominate her peers back then. Although the technique and the sword were the same, she was far more powerful now. The sword itself was unbelievably sharp. Rumor has it that during the collapse of an ancient epoch, a vessel made from an immortal metal made it out unscathed. The sword was made from a part of its hull. Wave Cleaver! She roared, and her technique summoned numerous ships and swords. They traveled in the direction of her slash with one target in mind, Li Jie. Clank! The crowd bellowed in horror because its speed surpassed time itself. It reversed time in its trajectory, making it impossible to dodge. Spectators felt as if Li Jie's head was already cut off before the actual impact. Scram! Li Jie slapped the slash as if he was disciplining a child or crushing an ant. Boom! Six Pot and Vessel Conqueror's techniques were immediately nullified and they were forced back. The four conquerors clearly lost the first exchange, and Li Jie was not even taking it seriously. They stabilized their stance, but internally, their vitality and energy were churning uncontrollably. This made them nearly vomit blood. He's untouchable! Spectators couldn't help but shout after seeing Li Jie showing his superiority over these conquerors. Just any one of them could dominate the lower continents, but he had no problem pushing them back. He got this. Members of the people became confident again. Victory is ours. They didn't hold back from expressing their jubilation. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.